So Krishna was examining Arjuna's religion. So after Arjuna has captured Ashwatthama, like a person captures a wild animal. So it is not befitting for somebody to catch a Brahmana like this, but because this Brahmana has already committed a very heinous activity of killing the sleeping sons of Draupadi. So that is why Arjuna, in his anger, he catches him and binds him with rope, like a person ties an animal with a rope. And after tying him with the rope, Arjuna is trying to carry him to his camp, where other Pandavas were there, Draupadi was there. But Krishna here speaks 5 verses saying that you should kill him immediately. And he gives very solid reasons. He tells that he's a Atatai, he tells he's a religious person, he's not Brahman, he's a Brahma Bandhu. And by killing in such a way, then he'll be elevated. That also nothing is simple in that. So Krishna gives very logical reasoning for why he should be killed. But Arjuna is a great soul, it says. Parikshata dharmam partha Krishna chodita. Yadyapi Atmahanan Mahan. Arjuna defined here as Mahan, that he was a great soul. In such a state uh, of great kind of pain and anxiety of sons being killed, still he did not lose the sense of dharma. And that is why the greatness of a man is estimated by his ability to tolerate provoking situations. That is the standard of greatness. So here Arjuna, you can see, he was angry, but his anger also is not losing the sense of justice. So then Prabhupada, Vishwanath Thakur writes a beautiful purport of how Krishna is testing the sense of justice of Arjuna. He wanted to glorify Arjuna. So
one question comes in mind that when Arjuna hesitated in Kurukshetra to fight war, that time his hesitation is considered as
weakness of heart.
Not good.
Yeah.
Here, although Krishna is giving a good logical reasons, his hesitation is considered good in Acharya's commentary. So many times it's, I mean, when senior is saying something and also logical, reasonable, and we have to think about when we get that much maturity and we think beyond that also, and when we decide and when we can't understand what Paramatma will indicate whatever I'm doing, how it is.
So therefore, in the section of Yadu Maharaj, where Maharaj Ayati is ordering his sons to exchange their youth with him, he has become old. And telling his sons, my dear sons, you take the old age and give me the youth. I want to enjoy. You be in young, old age, and I will enjoy your youth. So there, the sons who reject this proposal, they are criticized, condemned. They request, they are, disrespecting the order of the father. Although order itself is a very different one. Yadu Maharaj also rejects, but he is still appreciated because he has a valid reason. He knew that Krishna will come in his dynasty, doesn't want to delay that. And the youngest son, he accepts. Puru. He accepts and he's glorified. And there it is mentioned there are 3 kinds of sons or disciples. So the first one is one who can understand the mind. So Arjuna is in that category. He can understand the mind of Krishna. If Krishna is saying one thing, still he can understand. So this is the stage which is a natural progression. It cannot be artificially assumed or attained. Like Nityananda Prabhu, Mahaprabhu is saying, don't come to Jagannath Puri, and still he comes. He is breaking the danda of Mahaprabhu. And when Mahaprabhu was asking what happened, he said, well, you went in ecstasy and you were chanting and dancing. So you jumped high, you fell on me, I fell on danda. Then you could take the load. Danda broke into 2. And what will you do with the broken danda? I threw it in the river. So he knew that. The Mahaprabhu doesn't need to carry a danda. Although Mahaprabhu externally became angry, he says, as a sannyasi, my only possession is the danda. That was given by my guru. And all the time you got to decide, and it's a dharma of a sannyasi to carry the danda, and you've broken that. So now I'll not go with you. Either you go ahead and I'll come behind, or I'll go ahead, you come behind. So Mahaprabhu is apparently showing the anger. So like that, heart-to-heart dealings are very intimate and very advanced. So that is known when our mind has no other occupation other than trying to, please the spiritual master. So at that time it becomes, one with the mind of the superior or guru or so. But otherwise, the second class level where whatever they tell, we do that. That is a safer stand. Till the time spontaneously we come to that level where we can say they're saying that, but I will do something else or not do that. So better is to follow.
Guru's example is quoted that Happy Maharaj, Guru did what is in his mind.
Guru followed the order of order.
Whatever he did in his mind, but best is considered Yadu Maharaj because
he had a higher purpose. Huh? He had a higher purpose.
Is considered best, but as far as the definition goes, who is considered best?
No. See, as long as there is a higher reason, Yati Maharaj had reason. So there is a moral ground and there is a spiritual understanding. Like Vishwavitama, for example. Now, moral people will say, because, he took that vow that I will always be on the side of the ruling party. That was his vow, actually. He took because Satyavati's father was very sharp. So when Devrat, that time Devrat, he took that vow that I will not be the king. He said, well, you will not become the king, but then your children will become the kings later. They will fight. So he said, okay, I will not marry also. So then it was a Vishnu. He said, okay, you will not become the king, you will not fight. But if you are against somebody, who can rule? Who can rule? Yes. In front of you. Vishnu was so powerful that even if you give one lathi in his hand and all the demigods attack, still they will not be able to win over him. So powerful. Somebody who can fight with Parshuram, who has made the earth devoid of Kshatriyas, how many times? 21 times. And Kartavir Arjuna was not a small time person. Huh? Kartavir Arjuna who could capture Ravana and kept in his pocket. Ravana be peaceful. And that Kartavir Arjuna was Parshuram just chopped off his hands and had everything. So he was very powerful. Just to show the relative thing. And Bhishma is fighting with him. And Bhishma, this is happening in Dwapar Yuga. Parshuram is a man of Lord Ram is in Treta Yuga. Na? This is all happening Satyuga. Satyuga se aaya. Even Dasharat Maharaj could not face him. That's why every time Parshuram will come, he'll get married. So his name became Nari Kavach. Parshuram said, we will not disturb the marriage. So 350 times he attacked, 350 times he got married. So Dasharat Maharaj 353 queens. Only 3 were principal queens, 350 other queens were there. So powerful, Bhishma could fight with him. So that's why they say, आप शादी में नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन जिसको आप support करेंगे वो राजा बनेगा. So that's why he took a vow that I will always be there on the side of ruling party. So that is the reason given a moral ground, which is valid. But on the spiritual ground, we know that Krishna wanted him to fight from that side to exchange the Virya. That only devotees and the people who study Srimad Bhagavatam by the commentary watcher, they only can know. Nobody can. Nobody in this world can, say that Bhishma did the right thing. Nobody does. So similarly for us, Yadu Maharaj, he has a higher purpose in mind. That's why we know that part. It's a different thing. But in a moral ground, Guru accepted the order of his father. So there are 3 categories that are defined. The third one is that even after knowing, after telling, he doesn't do it. Such a person is called like the stool of the father, condemned. So similarly for us, we cannot follow these examples that we can, go against the instruction order given because they're not at that level of intimacy. At that level, the intelligence doesn't come in picture. It's a very natural, flow of more of emotions and understanding. It's just natural because Krishna only gives that intelligence. Krishna gives the test and Krishna only gives the ability to pass the test. Otherwise, one will not be able to pass. It will be said later. Krishna only will give the solution at the end of it. So for us, it's better to follow the order. And if we have any reservation, it's better to clarify the reservation rather than not doing it. If we have some reasons for not doing it, seeing some, concerns which may come up, then it's better that, we clarify that right there and then. That we are telling to do this, but if we do this, I feel this may be the consequence, or this may be the fact, or this may go wrong. So we satisfy, and even after knowing that, they say, no, let it be like this, we'll see later, do it. Then we do it, because now we are not directly responsible for the consequences. So that's a better position to take rather than, kind of being at a level where we might not be actually. Clarify. If we have some reason for not doing something which is told, better clarify it. What is the reason for my not doing it? And if that is also acceptable, they change it, well and good. Even after knowing our concern, still they want us to do, we do it. That's a better thing. So Krishna he tested the gopis by telling them the dharma of the Stri dharma. He tested Prathu Maharaj also by giving them any benediction they wanted. He tested Prahlad. Told Prahlad, ask for any benediction that you want. So Prabhupada also said, Krishna tested me twice. Once by taking up everything I had, and once by giving everything. So this is also a test. And even a Siddha devotee also test, like Sukadeva Maharaj is testing Parikshit. So sometimes tests may come in our lives also. Anytime you've been tested.
Like this. Like this.
Not like this, whatever like.
Actually, during my fourth year, I was placed in two companies. So one was very less package and another was a high package. So at the time, my counselor told me that even though less package is there, it's money you have to come. At that time, my situation was just I am out of the placement. Only 4 of our whole college boys got selected. So in that I was there. It was a dream company. So I thought, what to tell? Because I was in that mood कि अरे इतना बड़ा opportunity बाद में नहीं मिलेगा और इस जल्दी करूँगा तो पैसा कमा के फिर बन कर सकता हूँ. Then he told on the administration and just telling him that I got selected. He's telling although we got selected, you have to come to Pune. All the fits as software IT company. So that was a dilemma, very tough situation. Like we बोलो तो क्या बोलो? I was very blank out and I thought, okay, we'll see. So after I came back, he know that I was a little bit reluctant. So he told, okay, go there, stay 2 years and come back.
Yeah. So it might be such tough test, but so okay, now we go ahead. Now Athopetya Swasiviram Govinda Priya Sarathi Nyavedi Yapsa Priyaya Sochantya Atmajan.
After reaching his own camp, Arjuna, along with his dear friend in chariot of Sri Krishna, entrusted the murderer unto his dear wife, who
Priyai means dear wife.
who was lamenting for her murdered sins.
So he offered Ashwatthama to her, saying that I have brought you the killer of your sins. So Prabhupada focuses on Krishna as the dearmost friend of every living entity, saying that everyone can enjoy the company of Lord in the spiritual realm if he had all desires and sincerely tries for it by the person. Now, Draupadi is seeing, Ashwatthama being tied up with the ropes. And then this word, Vama Svabhava. Vama Svabhava means noble nature, soft-hearted nature. So that is being commented. It's an important purport. So we will read the purport after.
Sri Sutta Goswami said, Draupadi then saw Ashwatthama, who was bound with ropes like an animal, and silent for having enacted the most inglorious murder. Due to her female nature and due to her being naturally good and well behaved, she showed him due respects as a Brahmana.
So here, Srila Prabhupada goes at length to describe that how, at one hand, you see, it is both happening simultaneously. On one hand, he is glorifying Draupadi for her being soft-hearted, soft-natured. On the other hand, he is also kind of, in a way, criticizing the emotional nature of her, because of which she could not take the right decision. Both is simultaneous. So in this world, whatever nature we may have, it will have some good side, and the same good side will have some shortcomings. Because it has a good side, that good side only will have some, shortcoming. So Any type of nature. For example, there are generally, I would have three kinds of people. One kind of people is like very seva oriented. Oh, seva focus seva. संबंध वो अपने हिसाब से चलता रहेगा. सेवा फोकस में संबंध के ऊपर ध्यान नहीं देते. इट मे बी लिटिल हियर एंड देयर, थोड़ा रफ एंड टफ चलता रहता है. सेवा पे फोकस है. सो सच पीपल विल गेट गुड अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम. टाइम मिलेगा, प्लानिंग करने में टाइम मिलेगा, क्योंकि संबंध नहीं है ना, तो कोई एडॉक में आएगा नहीं, कोई बात करने कुछ करने का. बट देन लाइफ विल बी लिटिल लैक ऑफ फ्रेंडशिप विल बी देयर, लैक ऑफ रिलेशनशिप विल देयर. जूस नहीं रहेगा, कभी कुछ बीमार वगैरह हो गए तो ज्यादा लोग मिलने नहीं आएंगे, क्योंकि सोशल कनेक्शन नहीं है ना. तो सेवा कर पाएंगे, एफिशिएंसी रहेगा, लेकिन थोड़ा रिलेशनशिप वीक रहेगा. एंड सम पीपल आर सोशल. वो पूरा तीनों फ्लोर पे घूम करके कहाँ क्या कर रहा है, किसके साथ क्या हो रहा है, क्या हुआ है, सब पूरा अंदर की बात, मन की बात, तो सब पता रहेगा. किसके साथ कब हुआ, क्या हुआ, क्यों हुआ, कैसे हुआ, किसने किया. तो पूरा एकदम न्यूज़पेपर, टेलीविजन ब्रॉडकास्ट जैसा रहे. तो वो लोग जानकारी सब रहेगा, सबके साथ बात करेंगे, लेकिन सेवा में एफिशिएंसी नहीं रहेगा, टाइम नहीं रहता. इसके साथ बात करें, उसके साथ बात. लेकिन फ्रेंड्स बहुत रहेंगे, वो आएंगे एकदम बात करेंगे. तो फ्रेंड सर्कल अच्छा रहेगा, इमोशनल सेटिस्फेक्शन अच्छा रहेगा, लेकिन सेवा में कुछ ज्यादा टर्न आउट नहीं. एंड समवेयर वी हैव टू ऑल बैलेंस इट between those two things. So, whatever nature, either these two natures or any other nature is there, that same nature will have some drawbacks. So one has to learn to engage one's nature in Krishna's service and change those aspects of nature which are displeasing to Krishna and the Vaishnavas. Some modification also required, not that we can have conditioned nature alone, but not get too much into that. One should know what is the strength of my nature and how to engage in Krishna's service for Krishna's pleasure, devotee's pleasure. And whatever shortcoming that nature is causing, then one has to minimize that. पूरा end तो होगा नहीं, क्योंकि वो nature का ही part है. But one can minimize that and one can try to make a healthy balance. But in the path of bhakti, there's no point in trying to compare and getting depressed or getting that, oh, he's so good, I'm bad. We also have some good things. Others also have some good things. So that comparison can be there to appreciate others, not for becoming depressed oneself. So this is how Srila Prabhupada will explain Draupadi's Swabhav here. Ram Swabhava, soft-hearted nature. And she will speak 6 verses giving equally good logical reasons for releasing Ashwadhama. Like Krishna is giving 5 reasons for killing Ashwadhama. She will give 6 reasons for releasing Ashwadhama. And after hearing her, Nakul, Sahadev, Yudhishthira, they will say, even Arjuna, they will say, yeah, this makes sense. Although she is Vamasavava, she is a weak-hearted lady, but then whatever reasoning logic she gives, they appreciate that, they align with that. Only Bhima, he become outrageous. And he does not criticize Draupadi. He doesn't attack Draupadi. He attacks Draupadi's opinion. He has a different opinion than Draupadi, not that he's against Draupadi. He has done so much for Draupadi. He killed Kichak, he killed Dushashan, he killed all the 100 sons. So Draupadi ke liye so he has his way of thinking in that scene. And he explained that. And Krishna finally, he'll call Chaturbhuj. He extended 2 more hands because it was becoming really aggressive. 2 hands for this, 2 hands for Draupadi. And then tells Arjuna, तुमको कुछ करना है, तुमने इसको वचन दिया है, इसका सिर काट के दोगे, इसके ऊपर खड़े होकर इसको नहाना है. क्षत्रिय का वचन है. हाँ, और उसने जो बोला है उसका ऑर्डर भी फॉलो कर. तुमको तुम्हारा वचन भी रखना है और उसका आज्ञा क्या भी करना है, और मुझे भी सेटिस्फाई करना, भीमसेन को भी सेटिस्फाई करना. So Arjuna, then Krishna only from within the heart he gives that inspiration. सिर का अगर बाल काटा और that jewel and the hair is cut, then it is as good as cutting the head, but it is not literally cutting them. Right? So the insult for a Kshatriya, insult is worse than death. So for a warrior like Ashwatthama, this kind of insult is worse than death. But for Kripi, his mother, that insult is nothing. He's physically he's alive. Whatever mental agony he may be going on, let it go on. But he's alive. He's there in the physical body. So like that, Arjuna settled and Krishna only gives him that expression. So Prabhupada said, Ashwatthama was condemned by the Lord himself. He was treated by Arjuna like a culprit. Srimati Draupadi, she also agreed for the murder of her sons, and although the murderer was present before her, could not withdraw the due respect generally offered to Brahmana or the son of a Brahmana. This is due to her mild nature as a woman. Women as a class are like boys, and therefore they have no discriminatory power like that of man. So he was condemned by Lord Sri Krishna, and yet a mild woman could not withdraw her natural courtesy for a Brahmana. And then Prabhupada said, even today, Hindu family, a woman shows proper respect to the Brahmana caste. Prabhupada gives example, sometimes is Brahmana, so-called Brahmana with a thread on the body, they're carrying rickshaw, that thela in Kolkata. And still the lady will come and, pay obeisance to this thela carrying Brahmana. Because he was in any Brahmana. Calm work is doing over Shudra, but still that kind of sentiment. The specific word used is Vam Swabhav, mild and gentle by nature. A good man or woman accepts anything very easily, but a man of average intelligence does not do so. But anyway, we should not give up our reason and discriminatory power just to be gentle. One must have good discriminatory power to judge a thing on its merit. We should not follow the mild nature of a woman and thereby accept that which is not genuine. Ashwatthama may be respected by a good-natured woman, but that does not mean that he is as good as a genuine Brahman. So this is a very special, scenario where we learn the principle and we do not criticize the person. So we are not criticizing here Draupadi. Prabhupada is not criticizing Draupadi. He says Srimati Draupadi in future verses. So he's not criticizing her, but at the same time he's not agreeing with her stand. So one may disagree, but not disrespect. One may disagree with the stand, but doesn't mean that it will be disrespected. So she is respected for her qualities, for her being mild and gentle. But at the same time, Prabhupada is giving a caution that one should not sell off one's logic and reasoning to become blindly gentle. But that doesn't mean that Draupadi is wrong or Draupadi is at fault. She is a pure devotee of the Lord. How can she be at fault? Krishna says that once she called me, and I became indebted to her, and that debt is growing. Somebody was telling about gratitude. I think yesterday only answered the question. Yesterday, no? The class. So how can Draupadi be of any kind of, ordinary woman? So she is wonderful, her nature is wonderful. At the same time, in this context, Prabhupada is giving certain lessons that one should be having some reason and logic for understanding that thing. So one may not disrespect, although one may disagree and learn certain lessons from the situation. So that's a very, very important thing, because otherwise, in general, we attack the person, not its opinion. And then it becomes more personal, and the issue remains in the side. And the personal feelings and emotions and ego becomes very prominent. Especially women are required. That's something becomes far more complicated. If you have to ask a woman what happened in the incident, she will tell everything other than what happened in the incident. Who said what, 1 year back, what happened. I went to my home, some issue was going on those days, 3-4 years back. Some fight between my cousin, brother and father. So I went to meet. And I said, what's there? And my Bhabi was there. She said, हमारी शादी में तुम्हारे पिताजी आशीर्वाद देने नहीं आए थे. Now her daughter is married. She has a daughter. So she's grandmother. But still it is so fresh in her mind. हमारी शादी में तुम्हारे पिताजी आशीर्वाद देने नहीं आए थे, फोटो खिंचाने नहीं आए थे. उसके बाद ये हुआ वो, all like 25-27-year-old thing. अभी लैंड का इश्यू चल रहा है, उससे कुछ लेना देना नहीं है. वो 25 साल पहले क्या हुआ. So and you have to hear her, because you don't hear then you can't settle. 2 घंटा वो पूरा 25 साल का कथा बताया. मैंने बोला अभी इस लैंड का क्या करना है. उसमें मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. मैं वापस जाके उसको रिपेयर और सेटरेट नहीं कर सकता उसको. जो हुआ अभी आपका उनका भाग्य है, उनका गलती है आपके हिसाब से. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. आपके हिसाब से उनका गलती है, मुझे उसमें सहमति है. मैं नहीं कह रहा वो गलत है कि नहीं है. आपके हिसाब से वो गलत है, वो ठीक है. I agree that according to you is wrong. But whatever it may be, let us not make the situation worse. Let us deal with it now. So that's there. So similarly, in a situation we get emotionally involved, then the issue remains aside, and a lot of other things get into that. So better is to just focus on what is the issue and what has happened, how to settle it. And just as a technique, if you have to ever resolve some conflict, even among voice devotee or any time, get things in written. Writing में एक बार चीज देते हैं ना आदमी, here they cannot play around things. Let them think and write. But writing में क्या होता है, very solid evidence में, then things become very sober over. क्योंकि वो राइटिंग में देगा, जो भी लिखेगा तो उसको पता है ये तो मैं रिटन में डॉक्यूमेंट दे रहा हूँ, ये पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट है, ये पढ़ भी सकता है कोई दूसरे। बोलने के बाद क्या है, बोलेंगे मैं ऐसा नहीं बोला था, मेरा ये मतलब नहीं था, तो यू बिकम कंफ्यूज। मेरे को ऐसा बोला, अब मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि आपने मेरे को ऐसा बोला, तो वो बोलेगा नहीं नहीं ऐसे नहीं बोला था, ऐसे बोला था, ये नहीं बोला था, ये वर्ड नहीं यूज किया था राइटिंग। So if you have to deal with some conflict at your respective services, try to get things in writing. That is more helpful than just verbally talking. First of all, in verbal talking, they will go everything around in the universe. They will go 5 years back, 10 years back, 2 years back. But in writing, they will just limit to the issue. What is it? They have to address that. So that can be helpful. So we may have disagreement, but that should not lead to any kind of disrespect. That book is there, no? Disapproved, but not disowned. So now 6 characteristics of Draupadi's speech is there from 43 to 48. First, he is telling one should be faithful to scripture, one should follow the dharma. What is the dharma?
Not tolerate Ashwatthama being bound by ropes and being a devoted lady. She said, release him, for he is a Brahmana, spiritual master. So
she is saying even the Brahmana, although he is a Brahma Bandhu, he has already done the heinous act of killing the children. He's not a true Brahmana. But from her perspective, she is seeing her as a Brahmana. She is called Sati or noble because she could not tolerate his bondage. She was thus nobler than Parikshit and Arjuna toward those who were offenders to the devotee. So she thought it intolerable that a Brahman should be arrested. Arjuna has arrested him like an animal because he acted like an animal. He is liable to be rejected. But she could not take that. Prabhupada says, on this consideration, Lord Krishna and Arjuna were right because he was a fallen Brahman. But to a good lady like Draupadi, the matter was considered not from the angle of Shastric vision, but from as a matter of custom, dharma. So he has to be offered the same respect as offered his father. The father was Brahman. And Prabhupada says that now the men have stopped respecting the Brahmanas, but women still respect the. You see, many cases like Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu deals with Ramchandra Puri. Others could not tolerate it. And then Prabhupada says, Draupadi desired that Ashwatthama be at once released, and it was all the same a good sentiment for her. This means that a devotee of the Lord can tolerate all sort of tribulation personally, but still such devotees are never unkind to other even to. These are the characteristics of one who is a pure devotee of the Lord. So Prabhupada is not criticizing Draupadi at any point of time, but he is just drawing certain lessons from the situation, how we can deal with that and what we can learn from that. He's not criticizing that. Second, she says is Nyayam, according to Niti Shastra, the feeling of gratitude should be there. What?
It was by Dronacharya's mercy that you learned the military art of throwing arrows and the confidential art of controlling weapons.
So she is saying if Dronacharya would not have taught you, then how you could have been victorious in the war and how you could have even captured Ashwatthama. You could capture Ashwatthama, that is also by the mercy of Dronacharya. So if you had not learned how to throw and withdraw the Brahmastra from his father, how could you now bind him and bring him here? And that is why you should not kill him. Here it comes that Arjuna was taught all this, and therefore Draupadi wills that Arjuna feel obliged to Acharya Drona for all this benefit. So here, yesterday somebody was asking, it may be argued why Dronacharya rejected Brahmana should be a teacher in military science, but the reply is that Brahmana should become a teacher, regardless of what his department knowledge is. Learned Brahmana should become a teacher, priest, and a recipient of charity. Patan, Yajan, Yajan, Dana, Pratigya. So she said that you should be grateful. You should be grateful to Dronacharya, and now he is no more there. So his wife Kripi, she is dependent on her son of Ashwatthama. So that's why out of gratitude you should not kill him. And third thing she says is Sakaruna. That means out of compassion.
Brahmacharya is certainly still existing, being represented by his son. His wife Kriti did not undergo a sati with him because she had a son.
So he's saying widow is widow in name only if there is a son of her husband existing. The father lives through the son. So he's saying killing Ashwatthama would be like killing Dronacharya because Kripi is dependent on him. That was the argument of Draupadi against the killing of Ashwatthama. The third thing she says is nirvelikam, non-duplicious, not causing harm to others.
Who was constant one, who knows the principles of religion, it is not good for you to cause grief to glorious family members who are always respected and appreciated.
So it says slight insult for a respectful family is sufficient to invoke grief. Therefore, a cultured man should always be careful in dealing with worshipable family members. Disrespect to their causes grief. So Arjuna was also wondering. You see, Arjuna has very similar reasons for not fighting the war in the beginning. Prabhupada says that not only Arjuna was concerned about the soldiers on his side, he was also concerned about the soldiers on Kaurava's side, that they will be harmed. And he was compassionate towards them. He was thinking, why such a big thing should happen? And then he was also worried about the family lineage. Family lineage will be destroyed. Here also she is saying that you should be careful in dealing. And 47th verse is samam. That means she is thinking of kripi. Empathic. This is called empathic listening. Sympathetic means being sympathetic or being concerned about others' problems, difficulties. Empathic means we can experience that same feeling what others are going through. The empathy is higher than sympathy. So she is empathetic. So, yeah.
My Lord, do not make the wife of Brahmacharya cry like me. I'm agreed for the death of my son. She need not cry my son dead.
So this is very different than the victim mentality. Generally, people in this world, they are exploited for something. They derive pleasure in exploiting others in the same way. Classical example is ragging. जो हमारे साथ हुआ आप परंपरा में आपके साथ करें आपको अधिकार है आपके जूनियर के साथ करने and they will tell us हमारे सीनियर ने इतना किया था हमारे साथ तुम्हारे साथ हम कम कर रहे हैं we have become merciful हमारे टाइम में क्या हुआ था ये हुआ था वो हुआ था a lot of different things हमें रैगिंग how the बच्चा पढ़ाई लिखाई करके आईआईटी क्रैक करके उधर जाता है और उधर वॉलंटरली स्लेव बन जाता है उसको ऐसा लगता है कि उसको ना ही नहीं बोल सकते Can you imagine how the mind creates that situation? Mind creates that situation, that boy or girl or whatever, they have already studied, they have come from home, but the whole ambience atmosphere is such that if they don't do what the seniors are telling them, they feel they can't live in there. They are sometimes socially boycott also. Even if they are protected by the rules of the school or college, they become socially boycott. And that's why they just voluntarily surrender. Hum jo shishya se hum zadi mam they are willing to get wrecked. They're educated, they're grown up, and still they just do any childish thing, foolish thing. Because mind gets captured. Such is the power of association, the ambience which is created. You all have experienced ragging का हुआ है ना सब?
हमारे टाइम बंद हो गया उस टाइम पे
एकदम legal laws बहुत strong है. Without laws भी नहीं हुआ. Above laws.
हमारे तो फेमस
Famous है ना.
हमारे तो रहेंगे
लॉस तो रहते ही है लॉस के बियॉन्ड हुआ नहीं
नहीं सर उसका स्ट्रिक्ट लॉ है
अनऑफिशियल नहीं हुआ
आई वाज डेज फॉर दैट पता नहीं
हां
केस वाले वाले
कोई डेज फॉर दैट हॉस्टल में आई वाज नॉट इन हॉस्टल मेरी बच गई
किसी का राइटिंग नहीं हुआ सब सुन रहे उन्होंने तो हुआ हुआ
नहीं वैसे
हुआ
लेकिन आपको
So anyway, so there's a victim mentality. I was ragged, I will rag. I was abused, I will abuse. I was hurt, I will hurt. That is victim, but it requires a greatness of the heart to go through certain situations and give a different experience to others and not repeating the same situation with others. So this is a noble-hearted Draupadi who is saying that Sympathetic good lady as she was, Srimati Draupadi did not want to put the wife of Dronacharya in the same position of childlessness, both from the point of view of motherly feelings and from the respectful position held by the wife of Dronacharya. And then, Nishthur Vakya Hitopadeshat, glorious word, strong words expressing generosity, desiring to benefit the hearer. Yeah, giving a warning.
If the kingly administrative order, being unrestricted in self-control, offends the Brahmana order and encourages them, then the fire of that rage burns the whole body of the royal family and brings grief upon small.
So very common. Kshatriyas insult the Brahmanas and, and the whole Kula, the whole dynasty person. That is why, when Kartavya Arjuna insulted Jamdagni, then Parsham came and, made the earth devoid of Kshatriyas. And that is happening that is Satyuga Treta. Can you imagine? I mean, there is adharma in each age. It is not that it is not there. And there is trouble in each age. There is exploitation in each age. It's only that the period of time and the extent varies. Now, what was happening in the time of Hiranyakashipu, do you find it here now? We can chant and dance here, we can chant and dance anywhere in Pune, we can chant and dance in train also. Hiranyakashipu time, although it was Satyuga, Prahlad was chanting and dancing personally in his room and in Gurukul. Still he was, put on trial. So which age is better? I mean, you can imagine. Ravana was such a person that wherever the sages and all the demons will go, destroy that yajna and eat them up. It is mentioned. Rakshas especially like the flesh of Ravana and sages because it's soft and is purified by the yajna. No, it's mentioned there. They will delight more. They will say, special delicacy. So which age? I mean, even now there are challenges, but then the kind of challenges which were there in those ages were very different. One may sometimes feel that, but every age has its challenges. No age is free from challenges. For freedom from challenge, one has to go to Vaikuntha spiritual. No Kunta there. Otherwise, this is all Kunta of different kinds. So there are many cases like that when the Brahmanas have cursed the Kshatriyas and the Kshatriya dynasties get destroyed. So she is telling those words. What happened? Why it got stuck? What happens to this? Right? Yeah, right. So he said that Brahmanas are always held in great esteem by the other subordinate classes, namely the administrative class order, mercantile and labor. Means Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudras. So now Sutta Goswami is saying, Dharmyam Nyayam Sakarunam Nirvyalikam Samam Mahat Raja Dharma Suto Rajya Yatyanandat Vachodvija. So these are the 6 reasons which are summarized in this verse. But we saw Dharmam, Nyayam, Sakarunam, Nirvedikam, Samam, Mahat. 6 reasons in the previous 6 verses which are summarized here. Which were in accordance with principles of religion, justified, glorious, full of mercy and equity. Our words were faithful to Dharma. Release him because the Brahmana is always our Guru. Our words were filled with correctness. His father taught him the military arts. Words were full of mercy. His wife is half the husband. Words express unwillingness to cause pain to others, do not cause suffering to the family of Guru. Her words express sense of calmness, allaying suffering. Do not let her cry like me. And her heart's word express generosity, desiring to benefit the hearer. The angry Brahmanas will judge the Kshatriya. So, we have to be very open in our ears, mind, and heart to hear the opinion of others. Sometimes we find one logic, and that one logic we make as all in all. Now, here, Krishna did give logic, but here, Draupadi also, although she's emotional, she's a woman, and Prabhupada says she's a Vamsavava, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have a reason for what she's saying. So when we talk to people and hear a different opinion, rather than, kind of judging the opinion, we can always ask, what make you think like this? What is the reason for thinking like this? What is the basis for thinking like this? So go one step below, because sometimes at the level of opinion, you can't settle because opinions are contrary. Opinions are totally contrary. But when you go one step behind, why that opinion is there? What is the intention behind it? Then things can get a little more settled and be accommodated. So she had a very strong sense of that. So Prabhupada explained those 6 qualities. Dhyayam, Dharmam, Nyayam, Sakarunam, Nirvilikam, and Samam and Bhavan. And now it says that Nakul and Sahadev, and also Satyaki, Arjuna, the Supreme Person, God Shri Krishna, son of Devaki, and the lady, and others all unanimously agreed with the king. You see, here Krishna also agreed. Yes. Nakula Sahadevascha, Yudhano, Dhananjaya, Bhagavan Devaki Putro. Same. Bhagavan Devaki Putro, Yecha Anye, many others, Yascha Yoshida. They agreed with Yoshida, they agreed with her opinion. She got the majority. So, yeah. They were all happy with her words. They all agreed. But Tatra Ahamarshito Bhisma Bhimas Shreyan Vada Smrita Na Bhartur Atmanascharte Soham Suptan Shishuna Vrutha. But Bhima, however, angrily disagreed. Disagreed but not disrespected. And recommended killing this culprit who had murdered sleeping children for no purpose and for neither his nor his master's interest. He has his side. He has his opinion with his reasoning. Draupadi has her opinion with her reasoning. And then something has to be decided. So here is it. Nishamya Bhima Gaditam, Draupadascha Chaturbhuja. Charbhuja kar liya kyunki Bhima Gaditam and Draupadi Hidar. Alokya Vadanam Sakyur, Idam Aha Hasanam Iva. He's smiling. So recently Amantu gave a whole lecture in Nasik. 5 or 6, how many kinds of smiles are there? Nectar devotion happen? Yeah, right. There are multiple kind of smiles. Ismita Hasya, and there is a smile when only the lips move. And second one is there where the lips move and teeth is visible, 1 or 2 teeth is visible. Third thing is when somebody laughs with some sound coming, covering the mouth, but sound is coming. And fourth is when, somebody just, mouth is wide open and ha ha. And fifth one is when laughing so much tears roll from the eyes. So I remember the meaning because I'm not a Sanskrit friend. So Lord also get different kinds of smile. Kunti Maharani will also pray and Lord will just smile. And one doesn't know smiling, what's up, kya? Agreed, disagreed, what? The Lord's smile, it is called Maya means Maya is Lord's smile. A smile on the lip is called Maya. It's bewildering. So Hasan Iva. It says, Chaturbhuja, the 4-armed one, personally got after hearing the words of Bhima, Draupadi, and others, saw the face of the dear friend Arjuna, and he began to speak as if smiling. So, Lord assumed 4 arms to keep the 2 parties separate. Krishna smiled, saying, "Oh friend, today I will test the sharpness of your intelligence." He smiled but did not laugh. Hasya. Spita is the first one, when the lips on the Hasya is little higher. The lips are more broad. And Prabhupada goes and describes the purport that Lord can have 4 hands. That doesn't mean that he has any problem. All the 400 forms come from Krishna. As we see in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 11th chapter, Krishna showed the Virat Roop, where thousands of arms are there, and then he showed the 400 form. And then finally he showed the Saumya Rupa, that 200 form. So, therefore, Krishna is called Chaturbhuja. There is no contradiction. If need be, he can display hundreds of arms as in Virat Roop. So when Arjuna was perplexed about what to do with Ashwatthama, Lord Krishna, as a very dear friend of Arjuna, voluntarily took the matter just to make a solution. Krishna solved it. And he was smiling also. And Sri Bhagavan Uvacha, now the Lord is saying, read.
If David of Brahman is not to be killed, but he is an helper, he must be killed. All these rulings are in the scriptures, and you should act accordingly. You have to fulfill your promise to your wife. Promise to your wife, and you must also act with the satisfaction of himself and you.
Krishna is so expert. He included himself here also, Bhimsen and me. And there also it is said, Devaki Putram. Bhagwan Devaki Putram. He also agreed, yeah. Right, you are also right. And you decide. That famous pastime, Gauranga often quotes. Bhagavan Krishna Maharaj comes to Srila Prabhupada. He was the regional head for all of India. So this was such an important issue. Kumbh Mela in 1971. And he said that Madhudusha and Yamuna, they are having an argument. What is the difference between Krishna and Balaram? And Madhudusha is saying that Krishna and Balaram are only, no difference. One is white, one is black. That's the only difference. Yamuna is saying, and Prabhupada says, yeah, that's right. And Yamuna is saying that no, Krishna only enjoys with Radharani, not Balaram. Prabhupada says, yeah, she's right. So Krishna asked Prabhupada, she's saying one thing, he's saying another thing. So how can both be right? Prabhupada said, you are right. There in the past, I recently read Giriraj Maharaj's book, it is mentioned. I recently read first hand. So I've heard from Gauranga Prabhu as many number of times as there are classes. Some pastimes are in all classes. This pastime, the pastime of Prasadam takes 16 years to digest. One not one. Huh? That one. So some are like any class, any topic, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavatam, CC, they are there. That is Gauranga Prabhu. And people also hear the same pastime 108 times and they also clap and say, that is amazing. Huh? You know everything what is coming up, every word, every gesture. But, he recites as if he's telling first time. The audience listens as if he's there hearing first time. So one thing I learned is not about, variety also, it is about your enthusiasm, how you present it. He's so enthusiastic to present it. Same thing. Book decision also, they will tell you. इतना गीता पाठा कितने विवेकानंद कितने ये पैदा किए हम ब्रह्मचारी कुछ पैदा नहीं करते. No same thing. Anyway, so yeah, Krishna is there on both the side, and he's telling you decide what is to be done. Satisfy me also, Draupadi also. So no Brahmana should be killed, but aggressor should be killed also. So follow both of these instructions ordered by me, the maker of the scripture. Krishna has only made this. So Ashwatthama is still considered a Brahmana since he is not an aggressor now, since he does not have a weapon in his hand. He should not be killed. Okay, aggressor matlab when he's aggressive, when he's attacking, that time one can kill. But otherwise, when he's not aggressor at that time, he has done something, but not aggressor, then he cannot. I told you previously to kill the fallen Brahmana, but that was only to test you. Therefore, do not kill the fallen Brahmana, but free him. Then I have said that the noble dharma does not kill the enemy who is frightened or without a chariot, but also I have said it is best to kill him. But do not be the cause of killing him. So, he is going back and forth. Arjuna was perplexed because Ashwatthama was to be killed as well as spared, according to different scriptures cited by different persons. So, according to the ruling of one aggressor, even though he be a Brahmana, is to be killed. But the ruling is that an aggressor, when he is without weapon or chariot, cannot be killed. Aggressor should be killed, without weapon he should not be killed. And besides that, Arjuna had to keep the promise he had made before Draupadi just to pacify her. And he was also had to satisfy both Bhima and Krishna who advised killing him. This dilemma was present before Arjuna and the solution was avoided by Krishna. So although Krishna is apparently confusing Arjuna, ultimately from within the heart he is only giving the solution. I think this verse is not mentioned here. You must fulfill your promise to Draupadi so that she is pacified. You also have to please Bhima and Draupadi again.
You promised to Draupadi क्या बोलते?
Promise किया था ना, I will cut the head and वही.
भीमा तो ही बोलते हैं, आप मतलब सेम ही होगा तो. He is telling that you should fulfill your promise and satisfy Bhima also. So both are same thing. Because he promised that.
But for that,
then this is okay.
That he has to kill
Correct.
for Bhima, but Draupadi now want to release. Promise भी रखना है. So now Suta Goswami is saying, Arjuna sahasa agyaya Harer hardam athasina. This is important. Harer hardam. He knew the heart of Lord. Manim jahara murdanyam Vijasya saha murdajam Harer Hardam, he understood the motive of the Lord. That's why he's saying that this is a very natural, spontaneous. You should not attend by any mechanical or any other ways. So for us, best is follow what is told. If you have reasons to not follow, clarify. That's all. Simple. What Sutta Goswami said?
Just that Arjuna could understand the motive of the Lord by his equivocal orders. And thus, with his sword, he severed both hairs and jewels from the head of Ashwatthama.
For understanding Krishna's intention, Hardam Arjuna then acted. I made the promise to cut off his head. Krishna has said I have to fulfill that promise. He has also said I should please Draupadi. Therefore, I cannot cut off his head. It is not impossible. I should fulfill both directions. So how? He then cut off the jewel on his head. Manim Murdhanyam, along with his hair. The hair, the jewel is situated on his head and thus represent his head. Thus, it also means head. Therefore, cutting his jewel is cutting off his head. But in the literal sense, his head will not be cut off. The Saraswama was killed and not killed. Contradictory orders of different persons are impossible to carry out. Therefore, a compromise was selected by Arjuna by sharp intelligence, and he separated the jewel from the head of Ashwatthama. Now, what?
He Ashwatthama had already lost his bodily luster due to infanticide, and now moreover having lost the jewel from his head, he lost even more strength. Thus he was unbound and driven out of the camp.
So his jewel was taken, hair was cut, he was insulted, then he was unbound and released. Thus, being insulted, the humiliated Ashwatthama was simultaneously killed and not killed by the intelligence of Lord Krishna and Arjuna.
Cutting the hairs from his head, depriving him of his wealth and driving him from his residence are the prescribed punishments for the relative of a Brahman. There is no injunction for killing the body.
Brahmabandhu. The method of killing the fallen Brahmana is by shaving his head, taking away his wealth, and taking away his living place. Three things are done.
Shaving to be shaving.
Yeah. See, Brahmanas keep shikha. That's a result. And also, it was not a regular shaving, it was a stylish shaving. Okay, now it will become fashion. I saw
Rukmi
cut.
type shaving. Rukmi type kya tha?
Taking away his wealth. Jewel was taken away and he was driven away. Okay, last verse.
Thereafter, the sons of Pandu and Draupadi, overwhelmed with grief, performed the proper rituals for the dead bodies of their relatives. Thus ends the Bhakti of the first canto, 7th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled The Son of Drona Pension.
Successfully completed 2 chapters. We still have around 4 hours. Infinite Dubai. Mystery है ना देखो. So we are now reading chapter 8, prayers by Queen Kunti and Parikshit. Same. So the section of mothers, Mother Draupadi part is over. Now Mother Uttara part will come. And after that Mother Kunti will offer prayer. Today is Mother's Day. My day also started dealing with some mother's issues. Mother's Day. Bonafide Mother's Day. So that's first one. Suta Uvacha Atate Samparetanam Swanam Udakam Ichchatam Datum Sakrishna Gangayam Puraskritya Yayustriyah
Sud Goswami said, thereafter the Pandavas, desiring to deliver water to the dead relatives, and who had desired it, went to the Ganges with Draupadi. The ladies walked in front.
So there's a custom after they have left them, they do tarpan. They do the tarpan of taking the water and offering oblations to the deceased people, those who are no more. So that they are doing that. To date, it is the custom in Hindu society to go to Ganges and sacred river. That's a custom. And they go in a procession, ladies in front. Pandavas also followed the rules more than 5,000 years ago. And Lord Krishna, being a cousin of the Pandavas, he also went with them. When power goes, something happens. Right?
Internet was sleeping.
Oh, internet goes? No.
Internet to me.
Okay, text 2.
Having lamented over them and sufficiently offered Ganges water, they bathed in the Ganges, whose water is sanctified due to being mixed with the dust of the lotus feet of the Lord.
The Ganges, that verse is there. Bali Maharaj, that Dashavatar Sutra. Dashavatar Sutra, Navanakha Neera Janita Janapa. That line. Navanakha Neera Janita Janapa. That water which is washing the feet. That time Jamvan was circumambulating. That's what he quotes. And when that incident happened, in the beginning of Deva Brahma, that time I was circumambulating the feet of the Lord. Now I have become old, so I can't cross the 100 years. So that Navana Khanira Janita Janpava, it washes the feet of the Lord and then it becomes sanctified. No, Ganges water, no, saying whose water is sanctified due to being mixed with the dust of the lotus feet. So Navanaka Nira Janita Jana Pavan. When Lord Vamadev came, na, Chalayasi Vikramane Balimadbhuta Vaman Navanaka Nira Janita Jana Pavan Keshavadhrita Vaman Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. So I was quoting Navanaka Nira Janita Jana Pavan that Ganges came and became sanctified by washing the lotus feet of Lord Vamandev. That is due to being mixed with the dust of the lotus feet of the Lord. So that is the reference for that. And that time Jamvan was circumambulating. That is additional information. Ram Leela, no, it's still fresh in my mind. In fact, when there are no notes, you can expect spontaneity. So I have a great desire to make notes and teach systematically, but a few years later, or maybe next lifetime it will happen. Currently, you'll be happy, I'm happy. AC is on, be satisfied. Okay.
There sat the king of Kurus, Maharaj
So remote lag is
along with his younger brothers in Dhritarashtra,
this remote is not working for it. So it's not getting going.
Gandhari, Kunti and Draupadi, all overwhelmed with grief. Lord Krishna was also there.
So they all sat and they were all overwhelmed with grief. Krishna was also there. Because this battle was between the family members, so all affected members were there. Okay. So Kunti, Draupadi, Subhadra, Gandhari, daughters-in-law, they're all related to each other, and Krishna was also one of them. Lord therefore was equally sympathetic toward all of them, and therefore he began to pacify them befittingly. Santavyam asamunibhi Santavyayam asamunibhi Atabandhum sucharpitam Bhuteshu kalasya gatim Darshayanna pratikriyam. Krishna is now pacified.
Stringent class of the Almighty
and their reaction upon living beings, Lord Sri Krishna and the enemies began to pacify those who were shocked and affected.
So this kind of pacification is normal because this is human society. Somebody undergoes a feeling of grief and other people enlighten him. That's the power of association. In the association, they're able to overcome that thing. They're able to live with that. In Indian society tradition, especially, if somebody becomes hospitalized or something happens, somebody leaves the body, then so many people, all the relatives, friends, they call, they come, they spend some time. So they try to help, giving some solace, extending their association. And traditionally also, you find that when Hiranyakashipu's brother Hiranyaksha was killed, that time also Hiranyakashipu pacified. And he quoted the story of Yamaraj pacifying the wives of another king. And when Chitraketu Maharaj's son died, then Narad Muni and Angira Muni came to pacify. So like that, there's always a role of pacification in such situation. And Krishna and Munis are quoting about the laws of the Almighty are stringent and they work, the laws and the reactions. The stringent laws cannot be altered by any living entity. Everyone should follow the Lord or his order, and that will make all happy, material and spiritual. As long as we are in the material world, our duty is to follow the orders of the Lord. And if by the grace of the Lord we are liberated from the clutches of the material world, then in our liberated state also we can enter transcendental loving service unto the Lord. But when we are liberated from material affection and are situated in our original spiritual form, we can see both ourselves and Lord face to face. Mukti Tattva Hinyata Rupa Swarupena Avastha. Unfortunately, under the influence of illusory material energy, we accept this spot life of only a few years as a permanent existence and thus become illusioned by possessing so-called country, homeland, children, wife, community, wealth, etc. Which are false representations created by Maya. And under the dictation of Maya, we fight with one another to protect this false possession. So by cultivating spiritual knowledge, we can realize that we have nothing to do with this material paraphernalia. We become freed from material attachment. This clearance of the misgiving of material existence at once take place by, guess what? By by Bolo. Guess what?
Taking shelter of
Taking shelter of by association with the Lord's devotees. What's that? Clearance of the misgiving by association, who are able to inject the transcendental sound into the depth of the bewildered heart. What's the statement? This clearance of the misgiving of material existence that once takes place by association with the Lord's devotees who are able to inject the transcendental sound into the depth of the bewildered heart and thus make one practically liberated from all lamentation and grief. Prabhupada has glorified the association of devotees and hearing of Srimad Bhagavatam very profusely to see in this first canto. This is a repeated thing.
Even Narad Muni, the Bible also blind economy. A devotee association, the immediate effect was different.
Yeah. So association effect is in transformation. If we are really associating, Prabhupada says no, that this is the effect of actual association of devotees. If it is not actual association, then it may be a social gathering. But actual association leads to transformation. So this is the summary of the pacifying measure for those affected by the reaction of stringent material laws. Yes.
Clever Duryodhana and smartly, cunningly preserved the kingdom of Yudhishthira, who had no enemy. By the grace of the Lord, the recovery was executed, and the untrustworthy who joined Duryodhana were killed by him. Others also died, their duration of life having decreased for the rough handling of their care of Queen Draupadi.
So it is being told that they usurped the kingdom, and Lord recovered that, and then everyone who was with Duryodhana were killed because they insulted Queen Draupadi. So Prabhupada writes a detailed purport about how these 5 sections, weaker sections, society are protected. Brahmanas are protected, they maintain the institution of Varna and Ashram. Cows are protected, They maintain the finer tissue of the brain for understanding higher aims of life. Women maintain the chastity of society by which we get good generation for peace, tranquility, and progress of life. Protection of children gives the human whole life best chance to prepare the way for liberty. And such children protection begins from the very day of begetting a child by the purificatory process of Garbhadan. And protection of the old man gives them a chance to prepare themselves for better life after death. So these are the 5 weaker sections which are protected. This complete outlook is based on factor leading to successful humanity as against the civilization of polished cats and dogs. And this is India, 1962. Because they not yet gone to West. So 1962 is civilization of cats and dogs, what it is like in 2022. Prabhupada could call 1962 civilization. जब टीवी नहीं था, इंटरनेट नहीं था, जीन्स पैंट नहीं था, all those things were not there. The way people dress now, unisex saloon, I mean, what all things have come now? It's like, but that time we were saying cats and dogs. Civilization of polished cats and dogs. क्या देखा होगा उस टाइम? दिल्ली भी, वृंदावन भी, मतलब वृंदावन में धूली थी और कच्चे रोड थे, कुछ मल्टी लेवल टावर्स नहीं थे, प्रेम मंदिर के ऊपर जाम नहीं था, उधर वो खाऊ गली चौपाटी नहीं थी, तो भी प्रभुपाद बोल रहे पॉलिश कैट्स एंड डॉग. So now hardly can imagine what is that. So the killing of ever mentioned innocent creatures is totally forbidden. Even by insulting them once, duration of life is lost. अभी आप देखो, प्रोटेक्शन ब्राह्मणा तो है ही नहीं, ब्राह्मणों को रिजर्वेशन के लिए फाइट मारना पड़ेगा, बाकी लोग इतना रिजर्व हो जाएंगे तो ब्राह्मणों को कुछ मिलेगा नहीं. एंड ऑल ब्राह्मणस आर डूइंग द जॉब ऑफ शूद्रास. All intellectual people, whether engineering or medical or IAS, practically they're Brahmanic intelligence. And even by the, what you call it, statistics, if you see their surname, they're all Brahmanic. तो इंटेलिजेंस है ना, कुछ तो लेने जा रहा है ना, अभी इतना करप्ट नहीं हुआ अभी, कुछ आ रहा है तो. एंड दे आर ऑल डूइंग द जॉब ऑफ शूद्र. दे आर राइटिंग द कोड्स, डिबगिंग द कोड्स एंड डूइंग whatever else. So that is there. There's no protection for them. They have to work hard like this to earn their living. And cows, what to say of cows? India is the #1 exporter of cow flesh. Gujarat is the state which is revered by Krishna worshipper, but is the biggest supplier of flesh. At the border of Bangladesh, lakhs of cows are sent across the border of Bangladesh. So much cow. Protection of women is nothing. So many cases keep on happening, and women liberation means women are liberated from everything, from their chastity, from their shyness. Because it's shyness and chastity, these are the armor of the women. So they are liberated. And then children, so much of abortion, so much of child abuse, and old men, there are old age homes, and so these all 5 classes are not protected, and that is why the life duration is decreased. To insult a chaste woman means to bring about disaster in the duration of life. Dusashan insulted Draupadi, and therefore the miscreants died untimely. These are some of the stringent laws of the Lord mentioned above. Yeah.
Lord Shri Krishna caused 3 well performed Anshiponic witness or sacrifices to be conducted by Maharaj Yudhishthira, and thus caused his virtuous fame to be glorified in all directions, like that of Indra, who had performed 100 such sacrifices.
So, Srila Prabhupada is saying that this is interesting. Arjuna, Indra performed 100 Ashwamedh yajnas, and Maharaj Yudhishthira is performing only 3 Ashwamedh yajnas. And yet he's saying that his virtuous fame is glorified in all directions, like that of Indra. How? Because he's a devotee of the Lord. Devotee of the Lord becomes all famous by the mercy of the Lord. The reason is that Maharaj Yudhishthira was the pure devotee of the Lord, and by his grace only was King Yudhishthira on the level of King of Heaven. Although he performed only 3 yajnas, Indra performed 100. This is the prerogative of the devotee of the Lord. The Lord is equal to everyone, but the devotee of the Lord is more glorified because he is always in touch with the all great. So sun is equal to everyone, but some receive more power, some receive less power. Similarly, those who are cent% devotees of the Lord get the full-fledged mercy of the Lord, which is always equally distributed.
Lord Shri Krishna then prepared for Revatipati.
Oh, ज़्यादा हो गया पंखा कम. So, when Lord Krishna was preparing for departure, he was worshipped by the Brahmanas by Srila Vyasadeva. So, in proper right, although he was playing the role of a Kshatriya and not worshipable by the Brahmanas, but the Brahmana knew that he is the supreme personality of God and therefore they worship. And Lord also reciprocated the greeting just to honor the social order that the Kshatriya is obedient to the orders of the Brahmanas. Although Lord Krishna was always offered the respect due to Supreme Lord from all responsible quarters, the Lord never deviated from the customary usages between the four orders of society. The Lord purposely observed all these social customs so the others would follow him in future. So they worshipped. The Brahmanas worshipped Krishna. Krishna also reciprocated by offering respect to them. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he doesn't need to do that, but he does that just to Pandanash. Like when he'll meet the Pandavas, then he'll bow down to his Yudhishthira Maharaj. Bhima also say. And he'll embrace Arjuna, and then Nakul and Sahadev will touch his feet. So like that, he will do the social etiquette so that others can follow. So Prabhupada gives the definition of a leader. He says, a leader is one by following whose behavior people in general can make a spiritual progress. That's how he defines leader in one context. So Krishna being the leader of the entire humanity, he acts in ways that by following in his footsteps, in certain regards, not in all, because sometimes he's establishing himself as the Supreme Lord. So that is not to be imitated. But in general, he himself sets an example for following the social custom, and one should do that. Lord purposely observed all these social customs so that others would follow him in the future. Okay, now, next.
As soon as he seated himself in the chariot to start for Dwarka, he saw Uttara heading towards him with fear.
So now Uttara is heading him as he's sitting on the chariot. The Lord protects everyone, but one who depends completely upon him is especially looked after by the Lord. The Father is more attentive to the little son who is exclusively dependent on the Father. So it's natural. I mean, now our mothers are not around us, but when we are babies, then they are always around us, or we are around them, we are with them, or we are onto them. In the beginning, the small child is with the body of the mother only. Most of the time, he's sleeping there, going there, and you keep him down, sometimes he starts crying. Mother used to chant also like this. So similarly, the devotees who depend exclusively on the Lord is more attentive to. Now, Uttara is saying, Uttaro vacha pahi pahi mahayogim deva deva jagatpate manyam nanyam tvad abhayam pashe yatra mrityu parasparam.
It has said, O Lord of Lords, Lord of the universe, you are the greatest of mystics. Please protect me, for there is no one else who can save me from the clutches of death in this world of duality.
So now it will explain in the next verse. She is seeing that arrow coming toward her, kills the child in the womb. So she is praying to Krishna. All the Pandavas are also standing there. All the Pandavas are there. Kunti is there, Krishna is there, all others are there. So she comes and she surrendered to Krishna directly, not to Arjuna, not to Bhima, because she knows that Krishna is the only protector. Rakshit yatiti vishwaso. To know that Krishna is the only protector, that is a symptom of Sharanagati. So actually, Ashwatthama has released 6 arrows or 6 weapons. 5 for killing the Pandavas and 1 for killing the child in the womb. So Pandavas also, they tried to lift their weapons, but their weapons were not sufficient to counteract Brahmastra this time. They were not prepared for them. So Krishna only with the Sudarshan Chakra, he nullified the 5 Brahmastras outside for Pandavas. And then he entered within the womb to deal with the 6th one, which was coming at the end. So this is how Krishna gave complete protection to the body. The material world is a world of duality, in contrast with the oneness of the absolute realm. This is composed of matter and spirit, where the absolute world is complete spirit without any change of the material quality. In the material world, everyone is falsely trying to become the master of the world, whereas in the absolute world, the Lord is the absolute Lord and all others are his absolute servitors. So these are the few differences Prabhupada is quoting about the material world and the spiritual world. In the world of duality, everyone is envious of all other, and death is inevitable due to the dual existence of matter and spirit. So matter is working under the influence of time. Matter keeps on changing. Matter goes through its own cycle. Lord is the only shelter of fearlessness for the surrendered soul, and one cannot save himself from the cruel end of death in the material world without having surrendered himself to the lotus. And he says, yeah, now she's explaining what. Read.
Oh my Lord, you are all powerful. Your fiery iron arrows is coming towards me fast. My Lord, let it burn me personally, if you so desire. But please do not let me burn and observe my control. Please do not be disturbed, my Lord.
So, this incident taking place after the death of Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu died in that Chakravyuh created by Dronacharya. Abhimanyu's widow was pregnant at that time, so she was responsible for his protection. And mother of a child has a great responsibility in giving all protection to the child, and therefore Uttara was not ashamed to express this strongly before Lord Krishna. Uttara was the daughter of a great king, wife of a great hero, student of a great devotee, and later she was the mother of a good king also. She was fortunate in every respect. Now, Sutta Goswami is saying,
अगर हम technically देखें तो भीमसेन was right.
yeah, right. You should have been killed in that sense. But then Dharma says that you cannot kill an aggressor, even if he is a Brahmana. If Brahmana is aggressor, he has a weapon in his hand. That time he can be killed. But now you've done the crime. Now he's captured. He's not having the weapon in his hand right now. And you can't kill him. So Dharma Shastra says this. Now we may say that now again it created another trouble. And Bhimsen, there are no incidents. Bhimsen telling Draupadi. Because of you, all of us are in trouble now. See what happens, the thought process of devotee as we progress is centered around Lord. That is why what happens and who says what and who becomes the cause of what, that becomes very secondary. But till the time our thought process is not centered around Lord, His desire, His will, His plan, till that time we take the instrument of what happens to us, the instrument of the karma, very seriously. And then we say, he is the cause. Because of him, he said. Because he said that, because he did that. Because when Krishna comes in picture, we know, even if a committee of 210 people is sitting, whatever will get decided is what Krishna wants at that point of time. Even if it's a wrong decision, Krishna wanted that wrong decision to happen so that later on, some better decision will come. Because sometimes, we learn more by mistake than by good things. Sometimes it happens. It happens with everyone. Even a driver who learns or any art you learn, there is a phase when people do commit mistakes. When they do first time. And how many of you met with some accident while learning even bicycle? थोड़ा गिर के थोड़ा खरोच वरोच लगा होगा ना कोई है जो बिना गिरे सीख गया बाइक पे भी गिर जाते स्लिप हो जाते ज्यादा चौथे गियर में टर्न करते स्लिप हो गया होता है ना so similarly we understand that Lord has a whole plan. Nothing in this entire creation can go beyond the plan of the Lord. By the plan of the Lord, the living entity has the tiny free will because it's a part and parcel of the Lord. And Lord, by His free will, has granted the free will of the living entity just to make a loving relationship. Because without free will, there is no loving relationship. But living entity, even by its free will, still it can play around in the arena created by Lord only. Now, what can the free will do? It's free will, but to execute that free will, Lord only has to create that space. Like a child wants to play, but can he arrange his own playground? Can he arrange his own toys also? Can he arrange his own, he can't do anything. So similarly, for giving the chance to the living entity to execute its free will in a wrong way, why? By executing in a wrong way, by getting punished, it will come to the right way. See, Lord also uses the same process. If you see from originally, from the spiritual perspective, Lord has given us all a chance to misutilize our free will in the material world and learn the lesson and then come back to the right conclusion. Is it not the plan?
Yes.
Is it? So similarly, sometimes Lord plans in a community or in anywhere where the decisions go wrong. And then the experience comes. And then through the experience, we take the right step. So that is why here, apparently it looks that Ashwatthama attacked again. Had he been killed, this problem would not have been there. But then, then Kunti Mana's prayers would not have been there, perhaps. Then Krishna's Bhakta Vatsalata would not have been highlighted. Because Prabhupada would say Krishna lifted Sudarshan Chakra. He said war was, kind of over, but still it was a wow. Krishna should not have lifted, but he lifted because it is Bhakta Vatsalata is more important than whatever vows he takes. So then the reciprocation of Lord with the devotees would not have happened. Now, when Draupadi was getting disrobed, Bhishma would have just risen up and, one loud shout he would have made. And Duryodhana would have fainted and everything would have stopped. Bhishma was very powerful, he was not an ordinary person. Duryodhana and all were like tiny mosquitoes for him. Bhishma was so powerful. Somebody who can fight with Parshurama, you can imagine. I was just telling you. 21 बार क्षत्रियों को विहीन कर दिया, and when he was fight in a normal condition, it was like the speed of the mind. और थोड़ा 2-4 घंटे फाइट करने के बाद थोड़ा लगा कि थोड़ा ब्रेक लेते हैं, तो फाइट ऑफ रेजिंग विंड, फाइट ऑफ ए स्टॉर्म और टाइफून, वैसा उनका स्पीड था. वैसा परशुराम से फाइट करने वाला आदमी कोई साधारण तो हो नहीं सकता. कैन नॉट बी एन ऑर्डिनरी पर्सन हु कैन फाइट विद परशुराम एंड नॉट गेट डिफीटेड. फाइट तो कर लेते होंगे लोग, लेकिन एंड रिजल्ट ऑफ द फाइट दैट डजंट मैटर.
फाइट तो भी रही नहीं.
So Bhishma could have done that, Dronacharya could have done it, Vidura could have done it. But the greatness of the great souls is that they know the plan of the Lord. Not that it is written at SMS. They know from within their heart what is to be done, what is not to be done. It just, Lord automatically, very subtly, controls them. It's not like a very intellectual, thoughtful thing. They know this is how things happen. Krishna would not have come. If Draupadi would have stayed by these people, then the pastime would not have happened. So they are very confident of the will of the Lord, although they are not aware of what exactly is the will of the Lord. The devotee is not exactly aware what is the will of the Lord, how it will happen, but is still fully confident that the will of the Lord it will happen. Prabhupada is writing that prayer, in Markine Bhava Dharma and Krishna Punya Hoga. And what he says? Shri Siddhanta Saraswati Sachi Sutta Priyati Krishna Seva Jara Tulana Saise Mahanta Guru Jagatera Madhyuru Krishna Bhakti Deyatha Itha Tara Ichha Balavana Pashatete Thana Thana Hoy Jate Gaurangera Nam Prithvi Te Nagara Diya Samudra Nada Nadi Sakale Loya Krishna Nam. So Prabhupada was not knowing how it will happen. In India, he tried whatever opportunity came, it failed. But he has such confidence. He's writing this before even meeting a single American. He had not reached yet. Tar Ichha Balwan Pashatete Thana Thana Hoy Jate Gaurangera. Now it will happen. And Prithvi Te Nagara Diya As Samudra Nada Nadi. पृथ्वी तो नगर आदि वो महाप्रभु ने बोला. समुद्र में भी अभी इतने लोग समुद्र में चले गए, महाप्रभु के टाइम में नहीं रहते थे. तो प्रभुपाद ने कहा आ समुद्र नदा नदी, आइलैंड पे भी जाएंगे तो हम उनके पीछे जाएंगे. अब देखो ना, हवाई आइलैंड और अपना मालदीव्स और ये कौन सा अंडमान निकोबार, इंडोनेशिया, थाईलैंड, these are all islands only. All 4 directions water. आ समुद्र नदा नदी, जहाँ भी जाएंगे वहाँ, wherever you go, network follows. So Prabhupada could write that, and yet when he reached America, he was not sure how things will happen. He had no clue. He just kept on working whatever came on his way. He went to, this Butter, Pennsylvania, and then from there nothing much happened. Then he got an invitation at Slippery State College, New York. Then he came there. Then he met this Dr. Mishra. Then he shifted. It was not like a planned. It was not that, okay, this date I'll shift here, this date I'll do this program, this day I will do Harinam, this day one-time program. Nothing scheduled. So Prabhupada was confident it would happen because Mahaprabhu has said that. But how it would happen was not absolutely clear for him. So this is how the consciousness of pure devotee works, that he understands Krishna has a plan. What is the plan? But it depends on that plan. He surrenders to that plan. And he does his part. He does his part as dictated by Krishna from within the heart as he felt inspired. And then he keeps on adjusting according to the plan. He's not rigid about it. When Prabhupada preached in America and he's telling Dwarkadis, what is the plan now? 1970 August. And he's telling, why are you sending me? I came here living in India And now I've established preaching. Prabhupada already declared Los Angeles as the international headquarters for the entire ISKCON in those days. Why are you sending me? And Prabhupada said, the Dwarkadhish told him that now you go to India, there's a lot of work to be done there. Prabhupada then came to India. India, there was no plan. They started doing Harinam Sankirtan, people started throwing coins. So Prabhupada had to stop this, make life members. So everything evolved. It was not the Prabhupada as a charter. Prabhupada had a vision, a very clear vision what the society would be like. So similarly, in every situation of life, an advanced devotee says that Krishna का plan है, वो क्या है, वो reveal होगा. So it doesn't become so averse or attached to whatever the instrument becomes. These are ठीक है. अभी अशोका ने दोबारा फेंका तो कृष्ण बचे. परीक्षित महाराज ने ये नहीं कोट किया कि पहले आपने ब्रह्मास्त्र से बचाया, ब्रह्म शाप से ही बचा. भाई ब्रह्मास्त्र से बचाया तो ब्रह्म शाप से ही बचा सकते हैं भगवान. So they go by the plan of the Lord. That time Lord's plan was to protect Parikshit and show his Bhakta Vatsalatta. And this time his desire was to undergo Parikshit Maharaj, go through the cuts and still show his glories by making the Srimad Bhagavatam descend. So in all situations, a devotee thinks, what is the plan of the Lord? How should I best deal with this? In a way that Krishna is pleased. In a way that is according to Guru Sahib Shastra. He doesn't really get back into something which can't be changed. So that's how one should learn to see it. Otherwise, immediate causes and immediate instruments, they will become a very, very difficult thing to deal with. For the timing, we may get little disturbed with the instrument or something, but then we should, with the help of Shastric understanding, the help of our prayers, we should really rise above it and understand. It's all, this world is a puppet show, which is just moving on by the three modes of material nature. And Krishna is making his devotees move by his own will. So one has to see that vision. One has to see the immediate cause, intermediate cause, and the ultimate cause. And deal with them. It is not that he doesn't have to deal with them. But know that ultimate cause is the real cause. And what is the ultimate cause? Ultimate cause is not even Krishna. That is our misuse of free will. Who is responsible for that misuse of free will? Whatever may happen in the material world, why did we come to the material world? Who is responsible for that? Whatever else may happen is secondary. The first thing is to come in the material world. No? Who is responsible for that? Who is responsible? We are responsible. We chose to come. Right? Now we may make accident with the car and we may get hurt and we may be shouting at the person. But who got the car? Who got this body which is getting hurt and getting disease? Who got the body? Why did we get the body? Because of our avidya, because of our rebellion towards the Lord. So one should be very much aware of the ultimate cause so that one can very peacefully deal with the intermediate and immediate cause. If we don't refer to the ultimate cause, then we get bewildered in dealing with the immediate and intermediate cause. We become too overwhelmingly passionate in dealing. But knowing that, ठीक है, लेकिन अभी कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ना. अब कार का एक्सीडेंट हुआ है तो हॉस्पिटल जाना पड़ेगा, कार का इंश्योरेंस निकालना पड़ेगा, कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा. But not that our life ends with that. We still take mala and candle. So that is very, very important.
तो ये ऐसे response है एक example है select fix है response का dark phase रहा 1980 so we can see World War I हुई World War II हुई अभी कुछ ना कुछ चलता ही रहता है these scenarios चल रहे हैं we can see sanction the Lord the will of the Lord चाहे वो extreme negatives है
कौन से होते हैं?
जैसे मैंने इसको को example दिया they had a difficult time in these things word said in World War I हुआ II हुआ काफी चीजें चलती रहती हैं
They all are under the plan of the Lord. But still there are people who are responsible for them. And we have to deal with them.
Yes.
In the way what the Lord decides. You have to deal with them. But we understand ultimately it is by the Lord's plan. If World War II would not have happened, the planes would not have come in picture. The dictaphone, the recording instrument, printing machine would not have come in picture. They are all part of industrial revolution. When the Renaissance happened, the industrial revolution happened. After that, the industries came, assembly line came, and then the printing presses came. So ultimately, how Srimad Bhagavatam would get printed and distributed? Ultimately, how should a Prabhu travel to all these places? At least he went from here to US by ship. But can he travel all the way by ship to all the places in the world? He can't do that. He can't do that. It's all about world now. It's not about if the British, such a small UK, England, if that would not have been empowered to rule over the entire world, इतना छोटा सा देश है, पूना के साइज का है पूरा इंग्लैंड, तो गए ना, समझेंगे पूरा के साइज, उसमें से कैसा कैसा कहाँ से जहाज भर भर के लेके जाके पूरा अफ्रीका और अमेरिका और इंडिया जापान सब जगह फैल गया, सब जगह इंग्लिश को एस्टेब्लिश कर दिया, इंग्लिश में क्लास। क्यों? क्योंकि मीडिया चाहिए ना। इंग्लिश नहीं होता तो प्रो पे जाके क्या पहले इंग्लिश सिखा देते क्या लोगों को? संस्कृत सीखने के लिए 12 साल लगता है, हम लोग को संस्कृत नहीं आता। हम लोग इस लोग का रिजर्वेशन इंग्लिश का पढ़ के करते है कि नहीं? मुझे कहाँ विच्छेद हो रहा पता नहीं चलता। So ultimately, everything in this creation is a part of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's plan to give the jivas an opportunity to come closely. Nothing is out of the plan. World War One, World War Two, or G20, or Modi is coming, or Ram Mandir is coming.
ISKCON भी हो रहा है, spiritual organization भी हो रहा है.
वो भी हो रहा है ना?
That
That
is
is,
right by the Lord.
see,
18 apparently negative, too negative.
Prabhupada writes there that within ISKCON, there are devotees with vested interest. They may look like devotees, but they are not devotees. So there may be many things which may happen. Definitely at the ultimate level, Lord's sanction is there. That cannot be denied. But then the responsibility cannot be undermined.
Yes.
And when we are there in a situation, we have to, what role we have to play? What role we have to play in that? What is our role? If our role is to give justice, we have to give justice. Right? Like Arjuna did justice. He ran after Ashwatthama, he caught hold of him, he captured him, brought him back. And then after that, that was the decision made as per Dharma. He left. He left. Like even in recent times, like Muhammad Gauri was there, he was defeated 17 times by Prithviraj Chauhan. But he was a Dharmic king. He was a Dharmic king. So every time he took shelter, he left. But that was his Siddhanta. That somebody takes shelter of me, I will not give up myself. He stick to Siddhanta. And when Muhammad Gauri captured him, he said, I'm not a fool like him. But Prithviraj Chauhan was not a fool. He was a man of religious principles. He valued his principle. Somebody else may not value it. That's his choice. That's his choice. He may do or not do that. So dharma is very implicated. It's not black and white always. So in a given situation, Guru, Sadhu, Shastra, that is how the things are different. And we can learn lessons. We can, stop the propagation of adharma. We can punish the culprit if we have that power and we are empowered for that. So all that can be done. But we understand that all this of it is there. Because without Lord's sanction, nothing can move, good or bad. Whatever may have happened in ISKCON or in the world, it cannot move without Lord's sanction. So Lord's sanction does not mean that Lord is making it happen. The jivas are making it happen, but जीवा को फ्री विल किसने दिया? जीवा को इतना मत्त स्पिरिचुअल ज्ञान ओपन ऊंचा कहाँ से? एटम बम किसी ने बनाया? कैसे बनाया? भगवान ने बुद्धि दिया ना एटम बम में. If you see in the retrospect. So knowing that behind everything Lord is there, and yesterday we were saying that beyond, without Lord's will, this world cannot be destroyed. So similarly, whatever may take effect, if the Lord's sanction not there, that will not take effect, good or bad. So we know that, but we deal with intermediate and immediate cause as per our role. But we understand in fullness. Yeah, Lord is the ultimate cause, but then there were people who got corrupted, there were people who behaved wrongly. Whatever reason may be theirs, we know that. And we definitely learn some lesson, but we don't get unnecessarily into criticism or anything because that's not our business. We don't know the whole situation of why happened, what happened. We just leave it with it. But we don't want to repeat it, and we don't want the consequences to be repeated also. So we take precaution. So that's how we should do whatever management or our understanding without criticizing, but learning lessons. And leaving it to them, whether they did or not. Does it make sense or I'm confused?
तो टाइम जाएगा, ठीक है, थोड़ा कंट्रोवर्शियल ही रहता है, बट बेसिक प्रिंसिपल आइडेंटिटी फिर वो क्लास में
Take a time to do that. Okay, I think we'll take a little break now. 12:40 we will reassemble for another hour and we'll start with prayers of Queen Kunti. Certainly. Namaste, Saraswati. Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Prashna. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Shri Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. So Mother Uttara has approached Krishna, who is there on a chariot, and all the Pandavas, Mother Kunti, and all other, you know, so, one can realize one of the so all are assembled there because Krishna is ready to depart. That time Uttara comes running and she takes shelter of Krishna, saying that this fiery arrow is coming towards my womb, trying to kill the child. Please protect me. And now further things are discussed. Suta Uvacha Upadharya Vachastasya Bhagavan Bhakta Vatsalaha Apandavam Idam Kartum Dronir Astram Abudhyata. Suta Goswami said, having patiently heard slogan. Having patiently heard her words, Lord Sri Krishna, who is always very affectionate to his devotees, could at once understand that Aswathama, the son of Dronacharya, had thrown the Brahmastra to finish the last line in the Pandava family. So Lord heard her words, his Bhakta Vasala, and by his all omnipotency, he could understand that Ashwatthama had thrown the Brahmastra. Srila Vishwanath Thakur said that he sent 6 arrows, killed the Pandavas also and him also, and Lord saved all of them. And Prabhupada focuses on the Lord's Bhakta Vasalta. Although Lord is impartial in every respect, still is inclined toward his devotee because there is a great necessity of this for everyone's well-being. Pandava family was a family of devotees, and therefore the Lord wanted them to rule the world. And that's why he vanquished the rule of Duryodhana and established the rule of Maharaj Yudhishthira. Therefore, he also wanted to protect Maharaj Parikshit, who was lying in the embryo. He did not like the idea that the world should be without the Pandavas, the ideal family of devotees. So, Mare Krishna Rakhe Ke, Rakhe Krishna. So Krishna wanted to protect Maharaj Parikshit, and even Brahmastra could not do anything. And Krishna removed protection from Jayadratha. Then the entire Kaurava army could not protect. He was kept at the end of the army on that day. And it was that even if Arjuna keeps on fighting and winning also, still by the end of the day, he will not be able to reach on. Even if he keeps on winning every battle. But they did not consider that who is driving the chariot. They had all their logistical, Google planning and all that planning, but they forgot one aspect, the Krishna aspect. So there are a lot of people who are engaging him. Someone like Kripacharya will come and fight with me, and Krishna, they don't waste time. Because Kripacharya can't fight and defeat him. Better avoid him. And in between, the horses got tired. And then, because horses are horses, they were hurt by the arrows also. So Arjuna created a lake, and the Rath is in the middle of the war. And Arjuna, remembering this thing later, and he's coming back from Dwarka, he's saying that I didn't realize that time that whole world war is going on. Anybody could have killed me. I am without a chariot, horses are not there. And still nothing happened. But that is how Krishna is. So Pandavas, he did not like the idea that the world will be without Pandavas, so he protected. Okay.
Almost among the great thinkers, Munis, seeing the glaring Brahman proceeding towards them, the Pandavas took up their 5 respective weapons.
Glaring Brahmas are proceeding towards them. These are different weapons, more explained in Vishwanath Thakur's commentary. And Prabhupada's Brahmastra are finer than nuclear weapons. Aswathama discharged the Brahmastra simply to kill the Pandavas, namely the 5 brothers, and their only grandson who was lying within the womb. And then he compared the atomic bomb They do not discriminate between the target and the others, and most of the time they fall on civilians. They want to drop them on military, but most of the time the bombs fall on civilians. Okay, they calculate, but you drop the bomb. What is the wind condition and where? I mean, it's all speculation. It's not that exact. They try, but so many factors come in. But Brahmastra is not like that. The GPS is perfect. Just set it right and put the map and select it. Then it goes find the target. So Brahmastra marks out the target and proceed accordingly without harming the innocent.
The Almighty,
Hmm.
the Almighty personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, having observed that a great danger was befalling his unalloyed devotees, who were fully surrendered souls, at once took of his suggestion this to protect them.
This pastime of Krishna putting his devotees in difficulty and then protecting them is an eternal pastime of the Lord. Because just like the purity of the gold is tested only when it is heated. Right? So similarly, the purity of the love of the devotee revealed only in testing situations. The Lord tests them again and again. And with our fertile intelligence, we may say, ऐसा हो सकता था, वैसा हो सकता था, वैसा रहता था. Or just imagine, everything would have gone, and just that one announcement would not have been there of Kamsa, of fool, the eighth child of the same sister you are carrying will be the cause of your death. और वो भी उसके नारद मुनि आके वो लोटस लेके आते हैं, बोला कौन सा आठवां है बोलो. उसको समझ नहीं आता कौन सा आठवां. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 आठवां कौन सा, वो समझ गया. आठवां किधर से काउंट करेंगे पता नहीं ना. General tendency is the first child, second child. So Narad Muni did that, and it's like somebody wondered, Narad Muni, okay, aisa kaise kiya? Because our thinking is very limited. Na? We are not yet aware of the inconceivable, infinite potency of the Lord. Narad Muni wanted to accelerate that coming. तो कोई बोल सकता है आना ही था तो भगवान बोलते थे कि पहले ही चाइल्ड के रूप में आ जाते थे. इतना लंबा 8 साल का ड्रामा नहीं चलता था. बट देन पहली बार आ जाते थे तो फिर वृंदावन का लीला है 10 साल 8 महीने का, वो लीला नहीं होता था ना फिर. That लीला happened ना. After coming, then he grew up, and then Akrura was sent. So these are all part of Lord's pastime, wherever Lord is personally involved. And whatever happens in the material world, that is under Lord's indirect sanction. But we should always have the confidence that kahin bhi, kabhi bhi, kuch bhi hota hai, that is not without the sanction of the Lord. Whether it is, looting the temple, breaking the temple, and there are some lessons which need to be learned also. There are some mistakes which become the cause of that. But ultimately, sanction is there. Otherwise, things will not happen. What is the plan? How that happened? That Lord only knows. Like there was an attack at Srirangam. So much of gold was carried. And they have to carry the deity of Lord Rangnath, Samurti. So then, there was so much of chaos and so many Vaishnavas, 13,000 Sri Sampradaya Vaishnavas were killed in that. They all went back to Vaikuntha. 64 crore abhi Vaikuntha bheja na इधर. So what happens is that apparently because of material conception, situations look very disturbing. Because, we still think at the level of body and mind. We still have that bodily identification, that body is important, and, bodily things are important. But at a pure spiritual level, okay, it's happened through another means. But if they went to Vaikuntha, what is the problem? Even if they were killed by someone, but if they all went back to Vaikuntha, all of them, by doing their service to Lord, so they have to go to Vaikuntha now or 20, 50 years later. And that is why, to show that how this world can function in unimaginable ways, the Lord chose a pastime to wind up his pastime on the earth, which is very bewildering. Lord could have gone in any other way. Ramchandra itna badhiya, sab viman aaya, sab ayodhya wale baithe chale gaye. कुछ मौसम लीला नहीं किया. कृष्ण बोले पूरा सुबह 55 से लेके 55 तक सब इतना कुछ किया है. कुछ ऐसा कुछ करना चाहिए कि कुछ लोग याद रखें, लेसन मिलेगा. और जिसको स्पेकुलेट करना है स्पेकुलेट करें. कृष्णा समाधि एक जगह है वहां, अभी भी बोर्ड लगा हुआ है, अभी भी दिस इज द प्लेस वेयर लॉर्ड कृष्णा डाइड, ऐसा करके बोर्ड लगा अभी भी इधर. हाँ, सोमनाथ के पास. वहीं पे ना वो पाजक
क्षेत्र
तो उडुपी वाला है, ये वाला है। What I'm saying? So Krishna keeps that option open. कि आपको एकदम सॉलिड लॉजिकल इंटेलेक्चुअल रीजन मिलेगा, आपको विश्वास करना है तो भी मिलेगा, और नहीं करना है तो भी आपको ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कि आप मूर्ख है, या दिखता नहीं है, क्या पागल है, क्या ऐसा नहीं है। बड़े बड़े साइंटिस्ट थ्योरी लिख करके टाइप बन करके डॉक्टरेट लेकर के कहेंगे भगवान नाम की कोई चीज होती नहीं, थ्योरी नहीं, देखो पीएचडी किया। तो था ना एक जर्मन फिलोसोफर नेशे, गॉड इज डेड नेशे, he was writing all over. Somebody wrote nature is dead. God. So point is that there are always been people who would not believe in God even if God appears in front of them. And there are devotees who have full faith in God even though they may never have seen. It's a matter of faith. What is the material? How does the material originate? Who makes the material function the way it functions? That's why Bhagavatam talks of creation again and again. To understand that creation itself is a pastime of the Lord. And that is why within that creation nothing can happen which is beyond the control of Lord. It's around. और प्लेग्राउंड में बच्चे खेल रहे हैं, इधर थोड़ा मारपीट कर लिया, इधर थोड़ा झगड़ लिया, ठीक है, शाम आएगी सब लोग घर चले जाएंगे, फिर अगले दिन आके करेंगे, ऐसे क्या है। ब्रह्मा जी थोड़ा पढ़ा था ना कल्प के बारे में, फर्स्ट क्लास से रीडिंग ना। अब मनवंतर अभी ये चतुर्युग ही सेटल होता है, सब सेटल हो जाता है। All the towers are gone, buildings are gone, all the things are restored to their natural beauty. Just at the end of Kali Yuga, Satyuga. बाद में ब्रह्मा जी का दिन खत्म होता है, ब्रह्मा जी 12 घंटे सोते हैं, 12 घंटे में सब सोते हैं, ब्रह्मा जी सोते तो सब सोते हैं, ब्रह्मा जी की नाभि के अंदर गर्भोदक्षय। So the cosmic manifestation is functioning at such a high level that just by understanding the function at that level, we become sufficiently, stable at this level. थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर हुआ, इधर 5 साल की सरकार का क्या चिंता करना, उधर मनवंतर फिक्स है। 71 मनुष्य तक का रूल फिक्स है, तो इधर 1000 दिव्य युग में से 71 मनु, उसके अंदर एक दिव्य युग, उसके अंदर एक कलयुग, उस कलयुग के 4,32,000 साल में से 5 साल। So by seeing the relative value, then we understand the insignificance and we become not peaceful. तो क्या होता है कि world history appears to be too disturbing, and especially with the internet, everything is now more and more like ये हुआ, ये थोड़ा, ये थोड़ा, sometimes get very emotional about that. So the Almighty Person of Godhead, having observed that danger was befalling his unalloyed devotees or fully surrendered souls, at once took up his Sudarshan Chakra to protect them. Again, Brahmastra is like a nuclear weapon. Brahmastra is the product of subtle science. And again, it was about nuclear weapon. Ashwatthama released a weapon just to finish all the male members of Pandu family. Therefore, in one sense, it was more dangerous than the atomic bombs because it could penetrate even the most protected place and never miss the target. Knowing all this, Krishna at once took up his personal weapon to protect his devotees who did not know anyone other than Krishna. And Lord promised that Name Bhakta Pranashati. He behaves according to the quality or degree of the devotion service rendered by the devotee. Therefore, Ananya Vishay Atmanam is significant. Pandavas were 100% dependent on the protection of the Lord. Therefore, although they were great warriors themselves, but the Lord neglected even the greatest warrior and also vanquishes them in no time. When the Lord saw that there was no time for the Pandavas to counteract the Brahmastra of Ashwatthama, he took up his weapon, even at the risk of breaking his vow. But the emergency was more important than the vow. He's better known as Bhakta Vatsala, or the lover of his devotee, and thus he preferred to continue as Bhakta Vatsala than to be a worldly moralist who never breaks his solemn vow. This is the Lord's sweetness of exchange, according to the depending on the purity and intensity of intention to please Krishna. All the scene is like Paramatma feature. Vaishya is the Lord feature, Lord favors the devotee. Vatsalya means Lord loves and sacrifices for the devotee. And Vashyata means he becomes controlled by the devotee. See, Bhakta Vatsalyata means the Lord is kind to his devotee. He protects the devotee. Vashyata means the devotee doesn't think also Lord will protect me. He thinks I will protect the Lord. Like Mother Yashoda. Therefore, Bhakta Vashyata. Vashyata is used in the word. So that is a very intense level when the Lord wonders, like the cowherd boys. When they saw this And the demon.
Agasur.
Agasur. That's what, yeah, अच्छा है खेलेंगे, जाके आते हैं. And Lord is wondering, how to protect my devotees. That is question.
नहीं जी, वो जो वाव है वो तो अब नहीं लागू होगी ना शपथ हमें, युद्ध तो खत्म हो चुका है ना.
नहीं. Although the battle of Kurukshetra almost finished, still according to his vow, he should not have taken up his own weapon. Super right. Almost over. Officially over हो चुका था, सब हो चुका था, लेकिन वो just भगवान का ग्लोरी दिखाने के लिए. इसमें कोई भगवान को कोई ब्लेम नहीं देता है, क्योंकि भगवान को रथांग पाणी कहते हैं, चक्र पाणी कहते हैं. नहीं, रथांग पाणी ना, he took the anga of the rath, wheel. Now wheel is nowhere mentioned as a astra or shastra in any scripture. कि wheel भी कुछ अस्त्र शस्त्र होता है, wheel कुछ नहीं होता. उठा, and he did not launch it also, but still Vaibhav became satisfied. ठीक है, ठीक है. अपना काम हो गया. So it's not technically that he's breaking the vow, and he could have done it without breaking the vow also. Lord does it so that he can express his affection for his devotee. The only thing the Lord does is to please his devotees. That's the only job Lord has. उसको पूछा जाए job profile क्या है, दिन भर क्या करते हो 24 घंटे, तो वो बस भक्तों को कैसे प्रसन्न करना, वही प्लानिंग एंड एग्जीक्यूशन होता है, बस और कुछ काम नहीं. So that's why he's Bhaktavasa.
Ashwatthama, why he acted this way? Because at that time, acting like this would be very called very degrading. I say, he was given who he acted like this. So, what was behind his mentality?
Not mentioned anywhere. It's not anywhere elaborated. But he was insulted. His jewel was taken. He was in a mood of great anger. So he tried to kill them. And now after all this, then he will roam here and become one of the Saptarishis in the next Manvantara. So he's not yet gone case. Ashwatthama will live throughout this Manvantara. In the next Manvantara, he's one of the Saptarishis. Likha hai, 8 cantos. So Lord does not, reject anybody forever. God always is hopeful. Kabhi to sudhrega. Because ultimately we are always part and parcel. Na? We may have a wrong mentality or wrong thing. So next Manvantara he will become Saptarishi, he will become rectified. This Manvantara is mischievous. But now it's all done. Now he's just reaping the result of what he has done. So not exactly mentioned why he did that, but just an understanding that because he's insulted and he's humiliated, he's punished. So then as a retaliation, he's saying, I'll try to punish him. After that, there's no further mention of Ashwatthama troubling them. Anyway, this is the last try he did. And this time, it was not that Arjuna said, Abhi dobara pakad ke na, please go. Okay, भगवान का प्लान है बस, अगला लिख दिया है, भागवतम में लिख दिया कि अगला वो बनना है उसको सप्तऋषि में से. So this time you don't find that Pandava chasing him, catching him, beating him, arresting him. Krishna foiled his attempt to kill the Pandavas, and then he just let them. All the things are not done again. So how Lord and devotee function, that is why Vaishnava Kriya Mudra Vigyena Bhaja. It's not plain, it's not like simple. There's a lot of intricacy in that. What does Lord desire? What is his will? What he wants to accomplish? These are all intricate things. And only when we become totally detached from material things and material affection, and we get absorbed, that time, that revelations come in a very natural way. Because then, we leave this world and we become part of that world. But this world looks like, okay, it's all there, but we don't feel like there's any connection over there. Like when we're in temple hall, then we are seeing the deities and we are, seeing the pictures, we are seeing, because we have ownership. We feel that this is our temple hall, we should see everything like you find. And if you're a manager, then you are seeing everything more carefully. Chadai kahan hai, fan kahan rakha hai, sound system kitna loud hai ki nahi hai. Prabhupada ke paas barricading hai ki nahi. You look in a different way. And then, you go to even some general place, railway station. Railway station, you are just there when the train is coming and you board the train. You don't see कि कितना सफाई है, वो cleaning वाले ने cleaning किया कि नहीं किया. You don't feel any any sense of possessiveness over there, any sense of connection over there. It's just the needful. So similarly, as one's consciousness becomes spiritualized, the material world is connected to Krishna, but then one just engages in service, whatever is the needful. But his thought process and his connectivity remains in that spiritual level. It doesn't become too bothered by the things here. You understand it is Krishna's world. The material world is also Krishna's energy. But he doesn't become too bothered about it. He does the needful. He doesn't pollute the environment. He doesn't do anything which harms Mother Nature. He doesn't break any rule which will cause any problem. But he doesn't take it too seriously. He just does the needful. So same that at that level one can see from another perspective how the Lord has organized this world to fulfill his purpose of rectifying the conditioned souls and claiming them, bringing them back. So then one can see with that. And then one will like do the needful. One doesn't become attached or averse to this world. One just does the needful. So till the time we're attached, till the time it will be, our vision will be biased. You will see, ye acha hua, yehi bhalo, yehi mand, yehi manu, dharma. Till the time you say, ye hua to acha, aisa hua to acha. Now, relatively, there may be something way more favorable, not favorable, but then going to another absolute level, it's all the same. So one does his duty, whatever one's duty is there, he does it and continues, knowing well that after doing my duty, ultimately it's Lord desire what God wants things to happen. So once you see history in that context, the mind becomes very peaceful. Otherwise, the history can be very disturbing because we all have still our upadhis and identification. And India really has a lot of history.
Bhagavatam characteristics, they are not ordinary. So whatever role they may be playing, it's found that they have better destination. So is it applied for the neophyte devotees also? Yes, same, because just like Indra, he stole the horse and still he is a part of the management. Many other things.
That's why we have to learn the lessons.
But for that
What
same
is right,
principle
what-
is applies for the any
No,
new devotees will doing any mischief, and this will be somehow he will be in a better situation. Krishna has his plan for him also, and
No.
Krishna he will be betterly situated in future life.
Dekho, everything depends on our role. If somebody is doing something, even a devotee is doing something wrong, so we have a right to do the needful to protect ourselves and to do the needful to not allow him to do that. But still, if he's doing, the fact that he has become a devotee, kanthi wala pehna hai, janyam kar raha hai, now he's doing some mischief with devotees or others. So he will get punishment. But still he's in a glorious position. Prabhupada says the punishment of a thief and the punishment of a prince is not the same, although they may be kept in jail also. So usne Krishna ko, he has accepted Krishna as the supreme personality of Godhead. He has accepted him and he understands that theek hai, Bhagavatam jana. At least theoretically he has accepted. Still he has some shortcomings. Still he has a nature which is influenced by mode of ignorance or mode of passion. He will be punished by the Lord. But still such a person is different than a person who never accepted Krishna consciousness at all. Still is different. He's not to be compared with those people. Doesn't mean that he has become a wonderful, great soul and one has to follow him. And not like that. But still his position is different than those who never became devotees. That's why Krishna says, Api che suduracharo, bhajate mamanandeva. Sadhu eva samantavya samyak vyavasito hi sa. Shipram bhavati dharmatma shashvak shantim nigachati. Konte pratijani name bhakta pranashati. So what does it mean? Api che suduracharo. So the Acharya has mentioned what is sudurachar. And those are very horrible things. Reading only will disturb them. So, yeah, a very horrible thing of sex life and stealing money and all, whatever. But still Krishna says, ठीक है, ये किया ना, पीछे सुधरा bhajate mam, still doing my bhajan. So Arjuna is asking, how can a person who does your bhajan can do all these things? Correct? कैसे करे? क्योंकि ये process है ना. अभी वो भक्त मतलब उसने मान लिया कृष्ण भगवान है, भगवतम जान है, लेकिन अभी तक he has not yet got that realization and that affection is not in the struggling stage. So such a person does get punished by the Lord, but if he does not leave the process of bhakti yoga, then he gets purified and Krishna protects him. So he's different than an ordinary karmi person. He's different. In millions of times, I mean, he's a different plane. He's much more superior to karmis because they never came to devotional service. Yashasti bhakti bhagavati kinchana sarver gunas tantra samasasya harav bhaktasya kuto mahat guna. Then Hari Bhakta se, Hare, itna badhiya kar rahe, itna cleaning rakh rahe, itna tip top, सब कुछ एकदम हाई फाई है, बोलते हैं एकदम सॉफ्टली बोलते हैं, तो भक्तों पे कभी चिल्लाते हैं माइक के ऊपर भी. Sometimes outside people who are not devotees, they will look very sober, very gentle, very mode of goodness, very calm, cool, collected. Bhagavatam says, Hare Bhakta, so kuto mat guna, he has no foundation only. He's thinking is the body, so where is the question of good quality? He's thinking he's independent of the Lord. He has not surrendered to the Lord. He has not bowed down his head once to the Lord. He has not used his hand once in the service of the Lord. Then how can he have good quality? That's why I'm saying the criteria has to change. Right now, because of our coming from Indian background and having a cultural setting, we have a lot of laukikta. That laukik shraddha is there in our head, where we have a laukik way of looking at things, not an absolute way, a scriptural way of looking at things. That's why when some devotee does wrong things like ये नालायक है, ये देखो ये कर्मी भी है, जप नहीं करता है, लेकिन अच्छा है, शांति से आता है, बैठता है, बात करता है, डोले बंद करता है, कुछ करता है. You know, you feel like that. But then one has to go by the way of scriptures. No? कृष्ण ने अभी सुधुराचारो करने तो जो किया है, भजते माँ माला कर रहा है, मंगल आरती आ रहा है, उतना कर रहा है ना, जो भी किया है प्योरीफाई हो जाए. बिकॉज और क्या प्योरीफाई करेगा? What else can have the most purifying potency than bhakti yoga and devotional service of the Lord? So that's a very, very important part to really understand that a devotee is valued by the Lord in spite of all his shortcomings. Just like the mother, और बच्चा आ गया कुछ भी करके, अब सोचो नॉर्मल का छोड़ो, शास्त्री की एग्जांपल देखो, हिरण्यकशिपु हिरण्याक्ष, उनसे नालायक असुर पूरे क्रिएशन में कोई नहीं हुआ. वूम के अंदर से तब से परेशान करना शुरू कर दिया, वूम के अंदर से. When they were inside the womb, they created darkness in the universe. इतना पावर था उनका. बाद में तपस्या किया, एक ने पृथ्वी को ले जाके गर्भ से सागर में डाल दिया, और एक ने पूरा पूरा डेमिगॉड की सेवा लगा दी. ऐसे नालायक लोग इतना एट्रोसिटी किया. Sukadeva Goswami called them universal terrorists. There is a chapter, Hiranyakashipu terrorized the universe. अभी आएगा. तो भी दीति को क्या लगा? ये इंद्र है ना, ये नालायक. तो अब दीति is a very elevated personality. Diti is the daughter of Daksha. Daksha's daughter. Diti. So, elevated person, not ordinary. Still, she felt such affection for Hiranyakashipu in action. Ordinary mother feels, कुछ भी शीशा तोड़ दिया, कुछ कर लिया, तो भी mother is like, she will give, 2-4 steps, but she will not put in public, मार उसको. She will beat, but she will not allow others to beat the child. Similarly, the Lord also, the devotee, anybody who accepts Krishna, like Lord Rama promises, na, Sakrateva prapanno yam, tabasmi yadi. एक बार बोल दिया. अब हम कितनी बार बोल चुके हैं हरे कृष्णा बोल चुके हैं, कितना बार जप कर चुके हैं, कितना बार धाम जाके बोल चुके हैं कृष्णा मैं आपका हूँ, आई एम योर्स, सब बोल चुके हैं ना. मजाक में बोले, सीरियसली नहीं बोले, लेकिन बोले तो है ना. तो कृष्णा टेक्स इट सीरियसली. ही विल रेक्टिफाई, ही विल प्योरीफाई, ही विल नॉट लेट गो विदाउट प्योरिफिकेशन. अच्छा खासा प्योरिफिकेशन दगड़ दगड़ के जब भगवान प्योरीफाई करते हैं तो इट गोज टफ. लेकिन that purification not to be compared with the punishment of the material nature for those who are not yet connected to devotional service. That is why the devotee is glorious in all situations, no matter what he may be, as long as he is doing devotional service. Devotional service छोड़ दिया, वो cheating propensity किया, drama किया devotional, then he is under material laws of nature. It's not that he has become devotee, but somebody who has accepted Krishna as the goal of life, who has got that basic shraddha, then that will get paid. So these are the subtler part. ऐसा नहीं हर कोई है. Somebody has come with the wrong intention, is not accepted Krishna as the supreme Lord, is doing a drama of things. Then is more or less under material nature because he's not accepted Krishna in that capacity. But somebody is accepted, practice किया है 2-4 साल, initiation हो गया, फिर से कुछ भ्रमित हो गया, कुछ वासना बाहर आ गया, कुछ किया. ऐसे लोगों को बहुत रगड़ के साथ भगवान वो करते हैं, प्यूरिफाई करते हैं. So that is how things have to be understood. We should not see from a worldly sense. We should see from the sense of the scripture, from the sense of Krishna. आप ये book पढ़ सकते हैं जो कल quote किया. साधव हृदय मही. Brilliant book. How much Lord feels for even a new person is so beautiful. What to say of pure devotee? Pure devotee, तो Lord becomes vashyata. Lord becomes controlled by pure devotee. Pure devotee. Shri Krishna Akarshani. Pure bhakti controls Krishna. But even for a neophyte devotee, who may have shortcomings, who may have his, bad habits also. Lekin, because all these things are not the, stopping factors for someone to become a devotee. For becoming a devotee, one needs attraction for Krishna. That attraction for Krishna comes by associating with the devotee. And once one accepts that, okay, Krishna, I am yours. ठीक है, अभी उसका कंडीशनिंग रहेगा, कंडीशनिंग के कारण उसका एक्टिविटी गलत रहेगा, लेकिन वो सब भगवान वेरीफाई कर देते विद ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. पेशेंस रखो.
Ashwatthama was incarnation of Lord Shiva. ऐसा भी कहते हैं.
हाँ,
Ashwatthama was incarnation of Lord Shiva.
अच्छा पढ़ा है, हो सकता है और वगैरह मैंने पढ़ा. No, it may be. I have not read it directly. हाँ.
These things are so clear, but we see generally, like you saying, appreciate Sudhar, so all devotees know, and we see generally in temples of some brahmacharis do something wrong. But management, nobody considers this point. And all managers are teaching these things, or learn these things, heard these things, not like somebody else is managing. So what is the point, because management practical points obviously might be there. So what is that point that all these acharyas views are also overlooked and management views are put more and also that devotee also suffers for the mistake. He is not left the bhakti, he is continuing the bhakti, he wants to continue the bhakti. But sometimes because we don't know management side, you are inside both your devotional side and management side. So you can explain it better why these things.
Actually, there are details to that. Sometimes because of not knowing the whole situation, we may not know the situation, how many chances are given, and no manager, no leader will ever desire that somebody leaves bhakti or somebody get distracted from the path of bhakti. But at the same time, somebody may lose his adhikar of practicing bhakti at a certain level or in a certain position. Bhakti is not dependent on ashram or position or anything, because bhakti is Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam. But then somebody, because of his wrong activities and wrong habits or some wrong behavior, may lose the adhikar of, holding a certain position or practicing bhakti in a certain framework, certain level, because it's an institution. So it has to give faith to people also. And it has to work as per the rules, regulations also. So nobody will say that because you have committed this, you can't chant Hare Krishna. You can't come for Bhagavatam class. You can't come for morning program. So what is core bhakti, that will never be obstructed. But somehow, because of certain activities or certain attitudes or certain behavior, especially because in an institution attitude, तो बहुत मुश्किल होता है उसको count कर पाना. When it results into certain behavior and interaction, then only it can be dealt with. So then also, usually warnings are given, chances are given, nothing happens all of a sudden. But even after doing all that, the person does not rectify. That means he needs a different environment to grow, where he can grow as per his adhikar. Because now he wants to become duplicitous, that his capacity is not there, but he wants to do certain things. Then it is not good for him because he will not make progress. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in Bhakti Aloka that you make progress by practicing bhakti as per your adhikar level. So once adhikar is not there, but he is trying something artificially and breaking the rule, then it will make him degraded. So considering that, sometimes somebody will say, this is not good for you, do this. So when Apiche Sudharacharya applies that, nobody obstructs the practice of Bhakti Yoga for him. But then he may say, I will practice in this way and here. But Bhakti is Ahetukiya Pratiyata, it is not dependent on that only. And somebody is saying, well, this is not good for you, you do it there in this way. But he may not listen because he has his own ideas. So then we have to understand the situation that the people who may decide, they also have some maturity and experience. And the person who is how much right, wrong. Generally, these cases takes a lot of time. These are not decided on a moment's time that, okay, this happened. No, first, what happened, under what situation it happened, and how many times it has happened. All these time, place, circumstance, person's contribution, they're all given due consideration. And after due consideration, not by one person, by a team of people. After that entire due consideration, the entire team, or at least the majority feels that, yes, it looks better for it, then it gets carried. But it is not done by a single person within a, what do you call it, click of a moment. It is not done like that. Very due consideration is given at all stages. Now, we will need to know the details of both the sides before we can really come to a conclusion whether justice is done or not done, or what kind of justice is done. So that requires a little more depth. And sometimes if we are not in those ranks and files, sometimes we never come to know what all went behind. So at least we can say, okay, something was considered, some team was dealing with this and they took their own time. Maybe their thoughts and their decision may not match with what we may think. But then we have to give the benefit of doubt to them that they did their part. They were appointed by some bona fide people. Because in this world, unless we keep faith in something and some people, we can't survive on. Right? When we sit in a train, bus, plane or anywhere, we have to put faith in the driver that उसको लाइसेंस है, टेस्टिंग किया है, उसने पीएमसी बस पहले चलाया है, पहली बार नहीं चला रहा है. उतना फेथ रखना पड़ता है ना. अब चेक तो नहीं किया उसको, उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड नहीं देखे. हॉस्पिटल में जाओ, सब लोग कहते हैं सबसे बड़ा सर्जन कौन है. सबसे बड़ा सर्जन भी लो, अब पैसा सबसे बड़े सर्जन का पे करते हैं, लेकिन अंदर जाने का सर्जरी उसके स्टूडेंट ही करते हैं. स्टूडेंट से कौन सर्जरी कराएगा? स्टूडेंट से सर्जरी कोई कराएगा क्या उसके बाद जाके? लेकिन स्टूडेंट सीखेगा कब? स्टूडेंट कब सीखेगा बिना सर्जरी किए हुए? और सर्जरी का ऑप्शन कौन देगा? तो सब जितना भी हो, मेडिकल कॉलेज हो या बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल हो, सब जगह पे लोग होते हैं, बड़े आदमी के साथ छोटे आदमी होते हैं, वो अंदर जाके करता है. आपको तो अंदर दिखता नहीं, आपको तो पैसा तो बड़े वाले सर्जन को दे रहे हैं. तो सर्जन देखता है, पैसा उसकी जेब में जाता है, काम ये लोग करते हैं. Practically I'm telling, I dealt with the, kind of, because of my father's issue, I dealt with them, that when I went inside, there are 5 more people doing the same thing. किसने किया क्या पता, उसको पैसा दिया वो भी है, लेकिन बाकी लोग भी है ना, वो सीखेंगे कब? नेचुरल है ना. Nobody becomes a big doctor by birth. He has to practice and then only becomes a doctor. So similarly, faith is required in somewhere, because we ourselves cannot deal with entire things in this creation. ना कुछ तो delegate करना पड़ेगा ना किसी और के लिए, उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा. So it's good that we put faith and understand that Krishna protects his devotees. Whoever is in charge, they cannot take a decision against Krishna's will. And if they have taken something, it will be reversed, or whatever has to happen happens. That's why I'm saying that knowledge of ultimate cause and faith in the ultimate cause is very important. Otherwise, we cannot deal with the diversity of this world at all. So much will be there. इसके कारण ऐसा हो गया, इसने ऐसा बोला ऐसा हो गया, ये मिल गया तो ऐसा हो गया. But these are all very, cheap reasons for people who do not have very deep faith. And deep faith coming in, जो भी है, ये है, वो है. Lord knows the best. And whatever is happening, Lord is doing this through them. Lord is doing this to me. These people cannot remove me from my service. These people cannot do this and that. But this Lord desires, and He's dictating through them. Why should I become angry, upset with them? And this is how we see in Bhagavatam, the characters take it like that. If Parikshit Maharaj would have considered Shringi as the cause of his death, or as the cause of the curse, then how he would have taken shelter of another Brahmana? So there was a Brahmana only. He would have become averse to all the Brahmanas. ये ब्राह्मणों के कारण ऐसा हुआ है. As usually it happens, Kshatriya Brahmana fight, caste system. But he said, no, Shringi is not the cause. Shringi became just a medium. It is Lord's plan to make me detached from these material aspects. When I'm too attached, then Lord has to devise his plan. He saw it like that. He did not see, the immediate cause like that. When Suruchi insulted Dhruva, Suniti told, don't become upset with Suruchi. This is the destiny. I am unfortunate and you are my son. She took responsibility. She did not blame Suruchi at all. And that's why later on she could sit with Suruchi in the same palanquin, because she never considered Suruchi as the cause. It came through her, but she never considered. That's why she could sit. Otherwise, imagine, within 6 months, इधर ब्रह्मचर्य आश्रम में एक जन ने किसी को बोल दिया 6 महीने तक, वो बात नहीं करता है. इधर उसका बेटा जंगल चला गया, इतना सब कुछ हो गया, और 6 महीने तो हुए ना. फॉर 6 months only. 6 महीने के बाद दोनों मदर एक ही पैलेंक्विन में बैठ सकते हैं. ब्रह्मचारी लोग एक साथ बैठ के प्रसाद नहीं लेते. ये तो लेडीज है. So much. So this is because Suniti never considered. In fact, she said, see the good in her word. She directing you towards the Supreme Lord. She is saying that if you want to achieve your goal, you should go to Supreme. That's what you should take and go to Supreme. So this attitude is absolutely necessary if one has to really become stable in one's consciousness and progress. नहीं तो उसका कोई अंत ही नहीं. We don't keep that faith that Lord is the actual doer. Others are instruments. Then there's no end to it. Because whoever is made, he will take a decision. Na? And if there's a conflict between two sides, the decision will be favoring one. The other party will always decide. That's why you decide something, district court goes to High Court. You decide something in High Court, you go to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court never ends, the people die. That's how Indian law works. People die with the satisfaction में हारा नहीं हो अभी तक. Supreme Court में case चल रहा है. Because you never accept that. So that's very important. Accept the will of the Lord coming through different means. And every great soul does that. And that's what makes the great soul the great soul. Because they see the will of the Lord. They don't see this tiny instrument and corona or weather or this or that. Just see. The first thing, Vaisheshika Prabhu spoke in that, after corona in that book launch, he said, this COVID or this lockdown is an arrangement of Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to expand his mission, to expand Buddhist mission. Because we were dealing with hands-on, आज क्या हुआ, आज कितना quarantine हुआ. We're dealing with local level management, sometimes you don't think globally. But from his perspective, when he heard that, I think, wow. And it does happen. It's called book distribution, crossed all limits without any single devotee going out of. कोई bus stand नहीं गया, कोई school contest नहीं हुआ. So that goes to say Mahaprabhu's plan worked. So that's why we need great souls. Those were seers of truth. Jnaninas Tattva Darshana. We need them. We need their association. That's why Prabhupada says that material life, get changed or person will get elevated by the association. अपने दिमाग से नहीं आ पाएगा. हमारा दिमाग उतना दूर सोच ही नहीं पाएगा कभी भी. Because we are stuck up here and somebody has to come from higher plane and tell us this is the higher plane. So, there is no injustice in Krishna's creation. It may look apparently like that, and it's a part of, long-term justice. So, okay, it took a lot of time for Krishna to live that. Antastha sarva bhutanam Atma Yogeshwaro Hari Swamayaya Vrinod Garbham Vairatya Kurutantuve.
Lord of Supreme Mysticism, Shri Krishna resides within everyone's heart as the Paramatma. As such, just to protect the progeny of the Kuru dynasty, he covered the embryo of Uttara by his personal energy.
So outside he took Sudarshan Chakra and nullified the arrows which are coming toward Pandavas. And then inside, he is already there as Paramatma, but still he entered, apart from Paramatma. And he was having the Gada and the Chakra, both. So the Lord can simultaneously reside within everyone's heart, or even within the atoms, Paramatma. And therefore, from within the body of Uttara, he covered the embryo to say Maharaj Parikshit, protect the progeny of Maharaj Kuru. So both are known as Kurus, Pandavas and Dhritarashtra. But sons of Dhritarashtra are known as Kurus, whereas the sons of Pandava are known as Pandavas. The last son of dynasty designated as the son of the Kurus, because dynasty is Kuru. So although Kauravas are more known as Kuru, the Pandavas are also follows Kuru dynasty. That's why Krishna says, Eke hi Kurunanda. Vyavasayatmika buddhi Eke hi Kurunanda.
O Sonata, glory of Bhrugu's family. Although the supreme Brahmastra weapon released by Aswatthama was irresistible and without check or counteraction, it was neutralized and foiled when confronted by the strength of Vishnu, Lord Krishna.
So, any astra is ultimately empowered by the Lord. Brahmastra. So Brahma Jyoti is resting on Lord Krishna. Brahma Tejas is nothing but the rays of the Lord. So this Brahma weapon also, Brahmastra also, although material irresistible, could not surpass the supreme strength of the Lord. So it was neutralized and foiled by Lord Shri Krishna by his own energy. He did not wait for anyone's help because he is absent. So this was a big ashir.
O Brahmanas, do not think this to be especially wonderful in the activities of the mysterious and infallible personality of Godhead. By his own transcendental energy, he creates, maintains, and annihilates all material things, although he himself is unknown.
So somebody may wonder how he went inside and then foiled. Don't worry. God is, by transcendental energy, is creating, maintaining, annihilating, although he himself is unknown. So don't be too surprised about that. Nothing is impossible for the Supreme Lord, but all his actions are wonderful for us. And thus he is always given the range of our conceivable limits. And Jiva Swami says the Supreme Lord without inconceivable powers has no meaning. Supreme Lord means he has inconceivable power. Inconceivable means inconceivable. What we cannot conceive. That's what. It's, the Lord is 100% perfect. Others, Narayana, Brahma, Shiva, demigod, other living, only different percentages of such perfection. Narayana has 60 qualities, quality wise. Prabhupada at one place gives percentage. So 78%, 85%, 95%, 90%. He gives percentage. Interesting. ब्रह्म तेजो विनिर्मुक्ते आत्मजय सह कृष्णया प्रयाणाभिमुखं कृष्णं idam ah pratha sati. So they are saved from Brahma Teja Vinirmuktam. Atmaja with her sons. When Krishnaya. Krishnaya is Krishnaya. Krishnaya. Krishnaya is Draupadi. That's why they say, na, Hare Krishna, Draupadi ho jayega. Radharani Krishna, Krishna, Radharani Draupadi, Draupadi Radharani. Both mothers will come and deliver. Krishna है. चलता है कृष्णा को पता है किसको बुला रहे हैं बुला रहे हैं कि नहीं बुला रहे वो भी पता है पता नहीं प्रयाण अभिमुखम कृष्णम then they turn towards Krishna and then pratha sati, so chase devotee to the Lord. Kunti is described here as sati due to her unalloyed devotion to Lord Shri Krishna, and mind will now be expressed in the following prayers. And why she is chaste? Because the chaste devotee of the Lord does not look to others, namely any other living being or demigod, even for deliverance from danger. That's why it is a part of Sharanagati. Rakshit yat iti vishwasa. It's complete faith that only Krishna will protect. He does not turn on any other thing. It's exclusive of protection of the Lord. That was all along the characteristic of the whole family of the Pandavas. They had knew nothing except Krishna, and therefore the Lord was also always ready to help them in all respect and in all circumstances. This is the transcendental nature of the Lord. He reciprocates the dependence of the devotee. So whatever degree we are dependent, to that degree Lord reciprocates. Such a chaste devotee also never asks the Lord for help, but the Lord out of his own accord is always anxious to render that service. Like Parikshit Maharaj, in a sense, he did not went to Lord to nullify the curse or something, but Lord arranged for Sukadeva Goswami to come. Amrish Maharaj, when he was attacked, Lord sent his Sudarshan Chakra. Amrish Maharaj did not pray for that. Amrish Maharaj did not pray, he was so surrendered. Prahlad Maharaj also did not pray. The Lord only, protected him by his own potency. So, Vishwanath Thakur says, understanding everything that Krishna had done recently, Kunti was unable to tolerate the agitation caused by the great respect that arose in her heart. Thus she began praising Krishna. Kunti remembered all the incidences, Krishna's protection, affection, and flesh. And a eureka of feelings has awakened in her heart. So first verse is offering, this is Kunti's prayer, very celebrated prayers. I'm sure every one of you have read the books, Teachings of Queen Kunti. That book is compiled from the transcription of the lectures of Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada has given these lectures twice. 2 times he has covered the whole series. And 1 time he covered in New York. And the video lectures of that series are available also. One of the rare series where video lectures are there. And he has covered all the verses in all the prayers. So one of the and that's how the book got compiled. Purport plus lecture transcription. And also Radheshampur has taken also that famous series, if some of you heard in your voice days. You play in the voice, no?
Personally.
Personally. And I'm sure otherwise also you might have read and heard. So we'll not be able to go into too much details, only referring to Prabhupada's purports and the flow and the mood. But it is like a flashback, remembering all what has happened in her life. And that's why she's able to pray so comprehensively. From the very beginning, what happened, she has to send off Karna, and then she gets married, and then Pandu dies, and then she has to take care of children, then Bhima is given poison, then they are told to go to Lakshmi. It's just overwhelming feeling. And now that Krishna is going and she's feeling that separation. So she's undergoing a whole lot of emotions while while reciting these prayers. So prayers are an expression of feelings of heart. For us, it may be a matter of writing the exam, but actually it is not that. It is an expression of the heart. And for that, that's why we have to get into the, mindset, or as to say, the shoes of that character. What has gone in her life? What all she has seen, what all she has experienced. And then she's offering these prayers. These are not just some Sanskrit verses which are mentioned in Bhagavatam and we are learning them as part of Bhakti Vaibhav. But actually, these are very heartfelt emotions which are being narrated here. So, first verse is the obeisances she's paying. Kunti Uvacha Namaste Purusham Tvadyam Ishwaram Prakrite Param Alakshayam Sarva Bhutana Antarbahir Avasthitam.
Revatipati said, "Oh Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you, because you are the original personality and are unaffected by the qualities of the material world. You are existing both within and without everything, yet you are invisible to all."
Srimati Kunti Devi was quite aware that Krishna is the original personality of God. Therefore, she was not, although he's playing the part of a nephew, Krishna would come and actually bow down to Kunti and touch her feet. He was his Bua, na? He would come and touch her feet. So Kunti was aware, but then she's paying obeisance not to her nephew, but now she's seeing him in the role of Supreme. Such an enlightened lady could not commit a mistake by offering obeisances unto her nephew. Therefore, she addressed him as Namaste Purusham to Adyam. You are the original Purusha. So then his address is Ishvara. He's the controller. He's a Purusham to Adyam. Lady is also Purusham, but he's the Adi Purusha. That's why Prabhupada is quoting that Nitya Nityanam Chetas Chetananam. He's the Adi Purusha. Others are Prakritis, but artificial Purusha. And then his address is Ishvara. So there are many Ishwaras, but he's Parameshwara. And then he's both within and without. So although he is present before Srimati Kunti as a nephew, Krishna was there. Krishna did not disappear. He was also within her. Matta Smrita Jnanam Apohanam Cha. That verse is being quoted. So Queen Kunti personally experienced that Krishna was present before her, yet he entered within the womb of Uttara to save her embryo from the attack of Ashwatthama's Brahmastra. Antar Bahar Avastha. There and he is inside. And he is Parameshwara and he is Purusham Adya. So in fact, he is both, but he reserves the right of not being exposed to persons who are not surrendered souls. The second category is called Maya, and it controls the limited vision of the rebellious souls. It is explained further. So, Srila Vishwacharya says, internally you protect the child in the womb of Uttara, externally you protect us by being near us. Should I understand that you are all forbidding? I do not know. That is his saying. How Krishna is not easy to be understood. So the title that lecture, I think that each of these verses are given a title in the teaching of Queen Kunti. The difficulty in knowing Krishna. 3 difficulties are there. Maya Javanika Channam Agya Dokshajam Avyayam Nalakshase Muda Trisha Nato Natya Dharo Yatha. So one is Maya Javanika Channam, the curtain of Maya is there. And second is Agya, the person is foolish, is ignorant. And third is Adokshajam, the Lord is not seen by the senses. So these are the 3 ways by which the Lord is unknown. Maya Javanika Channam, Maya had covered. Agya means he is, foolish, he is ignorant. And even if he is not ignorant, then also Lord is Adokshajam, he is not within the realm of matter knowledge. Adha Akshaja. So Prabhupada explained, Aksha means eyes. Adokshajam means beyond the range of vision, direct, cannot be seen by eyes. Another meaning is A-Sha. A to Shaksha is entire words, na? A, I, E, U, and last Gya, Sha. A to Sha. So these are all the letters. And all Vedic knowledge is made up of these letters only. So Adokshaya means one who is not captured by all the Vedic knowledge. अक्षर, अद अक्षर, अ टू छ में जितना बैठो था उसके ऊपर है, इनकॉन्सेबल है. So that's why he cannot be known. So these three difficulties here. And then na laksha se mune nato natya dhareta on the covered also. He has taken different form. So this is beautiful, beautiful lectures on Prabhupada lectures on this. But
Being beyond the range of limited sense perception, you are the eternally irreproachable factor covered by the curtain of deluding energy. You are invisible to the foolish observer, exactly as an actor dressed as a player is not recognized.
so Srila Vishnu Thakur says that you are saying you are covered by the curtain, Maya Javanika Channa. That means Maya covers me. They said, no, Maya doesn't cover you. Maya covers my vision. It's like the fool who thinks that the sun is covered by a cloud. The cloud is covered. Maya Javanika Channa. Krishna also says that. What is that? Naham Prakash Sarvasya Yogamaya. Yogamaya covers that. Because you are beyond sense knowledge. Sense knowledge is Akshajam Jnanam. A to Sh. And situated below you, other. So that is, and even if people like me do not know you, there is no loss for you, remain unaffected. But you see me directly and praise me, you know that I am beyond progress, then why do you criticize yourself as being ignorant? So then he is saying, well, I am seeing you, that the dancer is endowed with rhythms and dance steps suitable to the ras. The ignorant spectator, ignorant of the scripture delineating performance, sees only a dancer dancing. Though he sees, he does not really see. Similarly, though I see you, I really do not see you. I'm seeing you, but I think you're my cousin and I don't know your glories. That's why, although I'm seeing you, still I'm not really seeing. So, though you protect the Pandavas, your devotee, you personally counted the weapon, though you promise not to use weapon. So now the contradictions are being. You promised not to use weapon, but you took up a weapon. You protect the righteous, but you had Bhishma and other righteous persons also destroyed. You are most affectionate to Draupadi and Subhadra, but still you led their sons to be killed. I do not know the truth about your pastime. क्योंकि भगवान बोले तो all powerful ना. भगवान बोले तो no. Generally, when do people approach God? Artho or Tharthi to get to get rid of their suffering, rid of their poverty. And here, the Lord's devotee only are undergoing poverty. Artharthi are approaching Krishna, and here Pandavas are losing all their wealth. Here Sudama is a Brahmana who is not even having food to eat also. Nobody wonder. It's like Artharthis are approaching. How is it possible? People are Artho. Those who are in distress, they are approaching. But still, Lord devotee is apparently going through so much distress. Especially Pandava's life. So much of distress is coming in their life. So that way he's saying that you are known to be like this, but then you are protecting us, you are breaking your vow, and still we are suffering, and our daughters and daughters-in-law, our daughters-in-law have to go through that suffering. It's difficult to. Because people approach Lord for protecting their parents and themselves. And here Lord's own parents are in jail. People are protecting, let something happen in the case that our parents not go to jail or whatever. Before the court case, they are going to temple. And here who is standing in the temple, his parents were in jail for so many years. So, I do not understand. So Prabhupada says in Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna affirms, Mood of Drasha means less intelligent people mistake him to be ordinary. So less intelligent people who rebel against the authority of the Lord, Asuras, cannot recognize the Lord's authority. They perform many wonderful ways. And Prabhupada in 10th canto, Krishna exhibit his humanly ways. He killed Putana, he lifted Govardhan hill. So these are some of the superhuman activities explained. And he had delivered wonderful instructions. So Prabhupada is giving a whole seminar why Krishna is God. He performs uncommon activities. He's a great hero. He is accepted by great personalities. So 4 or 5 reasons are there, which we explain in the device session. All are coming from here. He is accepted as a supreme personality Godhead by such authoritative personalities as we ask here. Yet there is a class of men with demonic mentality who are always reluctant to accept the Lord as supreme absolute truth. Agya. This is partially due to their poor fund of knowledge, they don't know, and partially due to their stubborn obstinacy, which is the result of their various misdeeds in the past. They lack the Agyat Sukriti. They are only Agya. They are not Agyat Sukriti or Agyat. So because of that past misdeeds, they get a mindset and they're not able to accept Krishna as the Supreme Lord. Such person could not recognize Lord even when he was present before them. Adokshadam. Another difficulty is that those who depend more on their imperfect senses cannot realize him as the Supreme Lord. Akshar. This is other Akshar. Such person are like the modern scientists. They want to know everything by their experimental knowledge, but not possible to know the Supreme Person by experimental knowledge. And Lord is beyond the observation of sense perception. So Queen Kunti accepts the deficiency of the conditioned soul, especially the women class who are less intelligent. And then Prabhupada says very important point. Why temples are there? For less intelligent men, there must be such thing as temples, mosques, or churches so that they may begin to recognize the authority of the Lord and hear about him from authorities in such holy places. So Prabhupada's purpose of creating temple was two things. One was to give an opportunity to the devotees for Shravanam Kirtana, because they need a place to come together and have Mangalarti, have classes, invite guests, hear from them. And to give an opportunity to the outsider to associate with devotees. So deities are the medium. Nobody becomes a devotee just by seeing the deities. They become devotees only when they come in touch with devotees. And they register for some device or succession course or somewhere somebody follows up. Prabhuji register kiya tha aapne aa rahe kya class ke liye? I just forgotten. You know. So then people become devotees not by seeing the deities. If by seeing the deity people have become devotees, तो भारत में सब devotee बन ही जाते थे. हर आदमी साल में कहीं ना कहीं जाता ही है ना घूमने के लिए तिरुपति जाएंगे. अभी राम मंदिर में सब जा ही रहे. Already the number of visitors in Ram Mandir are exceeding the number of visitors at Tirupati this year. तो सब बस रामलला का दर्शन करके अगर सब भक्त बन जाएंगे तो फिर प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं होगा ना. लेकिन नहीं होता. जब तक वहाँ पे बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर रह के बुक दे के फिर फॉलो अप करके प्रोग्राम में बुला के प्रसाद खिला के वो सब करते. So that's why that's the purpose of temples, to give an opportunity to associate with devotees and for devotees to hear about them. So for less intelligent men, this beginning of spiritual life is essential, and only foolish men declare the establishment of such places of worship which are required to raise the standard of the spiritual attribute for the mass of people. So it is very important. So now the last verse for today. So Srila Vishwanath Thakur says, I am hopeless as a woman. Can even the omniscient sages, Paramahamsas, who worship you with attraction for your sweet pastime, being ignorant of truth about your pastime, know the intricacies of your pastime? No. Even the great sages cannot understand unless they take shelter of devotion service. Tatha Paramahamsanam Muninam Amalatmanam Bhakti Yoga Vidhanartham Katham Pashyemahi Striyah
To propagate the transcendental science of devotional service unto the hearts of the advanced transcendentalists and mental speculators who are purified by being able to discriminate between matter and spirit. How then can we women know you perfectly?
So it's saying that so many munis, Amalatmana, whose hearts are pure, they are speculating and you descend. You descend to propagate the transcendental devotion cells unto the hearts. So how can we women know you perfect? Prabhupada writes something of the title, the most perfect woman or the most advanced woman, something of that sort. So Srila Vishwanath Thakur writing, Amalatmana refer to those who are free from the mal of material gunas. How can we see you are the object of Bhakti Yoga practice, Bhakti Yoga Vidhanartham for the Paramahamsas? So then it says, even the greatest philosophical speculator cannot have access to the region of the Lord. Nayam Atma Pravachanena Na Medayana Bahuna Shrutena. किसी से नहीं होता. 6th chapter we are reading that, right? Not by the mechanical process of hearing and chanting. It is not by any means by which one can control the Lord. It is unto Lord only when he desires to reveal. But what is the hope? The hope is the bridge. And who is the bridge?
Mercy.
Mercy is the bridge, but how is the mercy comes? Guru is the bridge. Guru gives assurance, beta, ye karo, Bhagavan ka darshan milega. Prabhupada ne kaha, ek lifetime karo, go back to God. That Krishna cannot reject. Krishna has given a long duration. Prabhupada ne likh diya letters mein, chant 16 rounds attentively, follow regulative principle strictly, read my book, distribute my book, cooperate with devotee, and stay in ISKCON and continue to serve, and one lifetime go back. So that is our stamp on the visa. Lifelong करेंगे तो जाएंगे, नहीं तो other. That's why that's the Mahavadanyata. That is the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Prabhupada, who can promise? Can you imagine? हमको पता है कितना स्ट्रगल रहता है, जो भी हमारा 2, 4, 10, 20 साल भी हुआ तो भी स्ट्रगल रहता है माइंड को प्योरीफाई करने में, जपा ठीक से करने में. Still somebody says 1 लाख टाइम करो हो जाएगा. Can't imagine. Where is the goal and where are we, and 1 lifetime, what is the duration? कोई बोले कि 5 सेकंड है, 5 सेकंड में मायापुर पहुंच जाएंगे. 5 सेकंड में तो हेलीकॉप्टर के रॉकेट भी नहीं पहुंचे. It's like that. 1 lifetime चलेगा हो गया. It's a very great promise. But here's the link. Although Lord says, "Oh, Sudurlabha hai, itna aasan nahi." But Acharya makes it accessible and easy. Right. So he is knowable only by one who has his mercy. Others can go on thinking about him for years together. Panta Sugoti Sadavasara Sampragamyo. So this is corroborated by the queen who's playing the part of an innocent woman. And then again, Prabhupada glorified. Women in general are unable to speak like philosophers, but they are blessed by the Lord because they believe at once in the superiority and almightiness of the Lord, and thus they offer obeisance without reservation. Same thing. They are not too logical, so they are innocent, and they immediately can place their faith in the Lord and immediately become devotees. And because they don't use logic so much, so there's a chance they may get cheated also. Same what we're telling them. Same nature which will be good at certain place, the same nature will become a shortcoming at some. So by knowing where it can become a shortcoming, one should be careful about that. That's all. Nothing more to be worried about that. So the Lord is so kind that he does not show special favor only to one who is a great philosopher. He knows the sincerity of purpose. For this reason, women generally assemble in great number. Any sort of religious function. Congregation preaching means 60-40 if you are very lucky. 60% Mataji, 40% not. Very lucky. 70-30 is average. And 80-20 is normal. बस 70-30 80-20 के बीच में जाता. कहीं भी, चाहे कॉर्पोरेट प्रोग्राम से लेकर के गांव के प्रोग्राम तक, भोर से लेकर हिंजेवाड़ी तक, ऐसे रहते. There are more ladies than men because they are more innocent. It appears that the women are more interested than the men. The simplicity of acceptance of the Lord's authority is more effective than showing insincere religious fervor. So now we will discuss further in our next session. 3 p.m. is all right. 1 hour, 15 minutes. Right. As such, it's quite relaxing, it's not too tiring. Right? Also relax on the sofa. So we'll meet at 3 and continue till 5 and see what gets covered and then decide further thing. Whatever remains and how things go. 3 is okay, na? I have another hidden thing that I have to go to airport tomorrow at 11. So that's why I can't continue tomorrow anyhow. Go and meet his Holiness Bhakti Prem Swami Maharaj is coming. So whenever I booked for Bhakti Vaibhav, I was not even aware of what will happen that time for the engagements. But fortunately, the first time in maybe 2 years I'm able to teach something for 5 days. Otherwise, something or other comes in such an urgent way. Like last time also there was Bhakti Vaibhav for another batch. And the initiations last time came. So this time we are able to discuss. So we are doing good. We are quite at a good pace, not too slow pace. Recording? So whenever there is a section of prayers in Srimad Bhagavatam, at any section, so those prayers are actually indicative of the consciousness of the devotee or the group of devotees are offering prayers. And prayers are a very major section of Srimad Bhagavatam, as we were discussing in 6th chapter. The Srimad Bhagavatam does not pay so much attention to the details of the episode. How it happened, what happened, when it happened. Chronologically, it's all mixed up. but it focuses on the consciousness and intent of the devotees who are involved, the characters who are involved. And the main theme is the reciprocation between the Lord and his devotees. Our Lord is Bhakta Vatsalya or Bhakta Vashata, comes under the control of his devotee, and how the devotees are ready and willing and eager to sacrifice all their interest to please the Lord. Because this is Bhagavad Dharma. This is Prema Pumartho Mahan. This is the prema between the Lord and the living. That is why the rituals and the formalities and the context setting, these are given secondary importance and not so much of details in that. You see a pastime, few verses and then long prayers. Not so many details of that. Like here also, if you see from the beginning, then they perform the last rites, and then Uttara comes and prays in 2 verses, and Lord just protect. Nothing. But if you see the details, the whole movie can be made on that whole episode only. How the Brahmastra was shot, why Ashwatthama shot it, how it came, how it terrified, how Pandavas lifted their weapons. But here it cut short. Why? Because the main theme is, again, Kunti Maharani's prayers, long section. And other places it will be that, yeah, Kunti bade farewell to Krishna. Nothing. No prayers, only the whole context, the storyline may be very elaborate. But Srimad Bhagavatam, because it is a grantha which is awarding prema, which is awarding one liberation from the conditioned material existence, its focus is on glorifying the Supreme Lord. Because glorifying the Supreme Lord is necessary for making a relation with Him. You have to first understand who is the Supreme Lord, why the relationship is so important for us. Otherwise, when we are materially absorbed, nobody feels that there is anything lacking if we do not know the Supreme Lord or if we don't glorify the Supreme Lord. What is lacking? Nothing. Sometimes people as a formality may do worship. They may do agarbatti. Nowadays, there's electrical agarbatti. The battery, it keeps on lighting only, it doesn't decrease. Keeps on lighting. So people may do formality like that. Earlier they used to put diya, now there are electrical diya and there are electrical, this little decorative chains which come. So people are turning, because they understand that a ritual, so they are replacing them with these things. But these are not rituals, these are offering of our devotion and heart to Krishna. That's why people get attracted to ISKCON temple, because there's so liveliness. People are there, active people are there, not that the drum, you switch on the button, doom, 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 doom. And nobody sings anything. Just the big sound, doom, 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 doom. You see that? Big drum is there, doom, doom, doom. And below also some kind of, kathar kind of thing. So not that here people do lively kirtan on mic and they chant and dance. Pujari do aarti. Not that there's a dark lamp. All is, the whole altar is dark, nothing is very visible. Somehow Pujari doing things. It keeps on extinguishing. Pujari puts kapoor and lights it, gives aarti. Not like that. Ghee wick, long wick. People something get surprised the wicks only. They've not seen wicks like that at home. No? Long wick. And Mayapur wicks, if you see, they are all like further, very elaborate. So people get touched by that offering of devotion to the Lord. So Srimad Bhagavatam, being the book awarding prema to the living entity, focuses on that connection, that relation between the Lord and the devotees. And it inspires reader at any stage to understand the importance of having a loving relation with the Lord. And it gives the means to develop that relationship through the means of chanting the holy name, serving the devotees, offering prayers, and sharing the message with others. Namaruchi, Jivadaya, and Vaishnav Seva. These are the means and the end of having a relationship with the Lord. So that is why Srimad Bhagavatam glorifies it. Association of devotees, hearing Bhagavatam, and chanting the holy name, that is throughout the theme, which will be repeated again and again. So similarly in the prayers also, there are certain things which will get repeated in all prayer. One of them is about the inconceivable energy of the Lord. This will come in anywhere, any prayers are there, other than Vrajavasis. Anybody offer Vrajavasis, there are not many prayers for them. Because they don't treat Krishna as the Supreme Lord. So they may go to him for, taking some help, knowing that Lord Narayan is empowering him to help us. Not that he has anything. No, Lord Narayan is making him as instrument to help us in difficult time, because this is what Gargacharya has told. So not very long prayers, but otherwise any great personality offering prayer, because these prayers are indicating the Aishwarya aspect of the Lord. Little prayer about the Lord being the creator, maintainer, and destroyer, CMD. You find that in the Sodhani also, CMD, because how many times they will write creator, maintainer, destroyer? CMD, there was that. And Lord having inconstant potency, Lord being beyond the range of material property, Lord being beyond the senses, Lord being very merciful and kind to his devotees. These are commonly repeated things which will come, because these are the transcendental and ever-existing qualities of the Supreme Lord, they are glorified. And then the character, depending on their relation with the Lord, they may quote something more specific and personal according to their rasa with the Lord. So similarly, now Kunti Maharani is offering her heart filled with devotion. When we read these prayers with absorption, with a prayerful mood, then we can understand the heart of Kunti Maharani, in which heart she is offering those prayers. And by connecting to that heart, we also get connected to the Lord. We also get some reflection of devotion from their heart. So that's the way of developing relation with the Lord. The more we hear the glories of the Lord, and the more we associate with the devotees of the Lord, the more we become attached to the Lord. There's no other way. There's no other way to become attached to the Lord other than associating with the devotees, and in that association, hearing about the glories of the Lord. So that's what the purpose of Srimad Bhagavatam is. Although it's a course and we have our limitations of time and we have a pace, speed at which to go. But then when we are reading for further for our understanding, exam or whatever, should be personal reading, should get personally into that mood of those characters to understand their situation, how they are very heartfully offering these words to the Lord. And Lord is accepting. So a lot of exchange is happening. And we are fortunate that Acharya like Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur often put things in a conversation mode, many places. They'll put in a conversation mode to make it more simple and to give us an easy access to what's going on in the mind of these devotees and the Lord. Otherwise, it looks like prayers, how do you connect? So they give, there's a connection. Lord will say, okay, you're asking me like this. I'm a nephew. Then he says, no, you're Purusha Madhyam, you are the Supreme Purusha. They say, okay, living entities are also Purusha. No, but you are Parameshwara, you are the Supreme Controller also. And living entities are bound by material nature, but you are not bound by material nature. So like that, treating Bhagavatam very personally, understanding the characters very personally will bring about a great transformation in the heart. That's the purpose of Bhagavatam. Right from the very beginning. It's not just another academic semester book. It's not a course book. It's our life. Bhagavatam is indicating what is real life. Yeah, Sammohita Jiva. Yesterday we were seeing that. The 4 verses of Vyasadev's meditation, how the living entities are bound and how they will be liberated by hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. The Bhagavatam is giving us a feel and a glimpse of what real life is. And the more we get connected to that real life, the more we'll realize this is real life. This is real life and this is a real life. Otherwise, very difficult to find this is real life because we don't know real life. So Srimad Bhagavatam gives a very elaborate description of what is real life, what goes on in a devotee's mind. There are no talks, there are no conversation of what is happening in the world. This is beyond all world's social, political, economical considerations. Srimad Bhagavatam. Now, while living in this world, we may have some of those considerations, but as we are discussing and defining, it's just to do the needful, what it requires to be in this world and perform the duty, that's all. But our aim is transcendental. And Srila Prabhupada time, you'll find, if you see those videos or read those books, that devotees are really in another world, actually. Now, if you read that book, Dancing White Elephants, you all got a copy. You read it? It's full?
100%. Reading.
Anyone else? Well, you should read those books. That takes us to that era. And we feel these people are Westerners, they have such facility, and here they are like 7 hours of Harinam Sankirtan in different parts with heat and rain, this and that, Pandal program, thousands of people. So they are living in a different plane altogether, completely absorbed in chanting and dancing in the holy name of the Lord, hearing from Srila Prabhupada, serving him. So that kind of intensity, that kind of absorption is called escape velocity. When our mind is completely absorbed, no matter where we are, what we are doing. But we have a feeling that this world is not all in all. The situations of this world are not all in all. The problem, difficulties, what I come across are not all in all. It's a transcendental position. And the more we hear about that, the more we read about that, the more we actually kind of get an access and get a feel of that. The more we become detached from matter by developing attachment to the spiritual truth, the supreme truth. So that's a very, very important aspect. With these things in mind, we should read this. It's a good opportunity to read the wonderful prayers of Kunti Mahan. So text 21. So now again, Kunti Mahan is offering prayers to Krishna in his different ways. Prabhupada says that she is describing Krishna and his parents and his address. Sometimes people say, do we know God? Not only we know God, but we know so many details about God. Very famous verse. Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nanda Gopakumaraya Govindaya Namo Namaha.
Let me therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto the Lord, who has become the son of Vasudeva, the pleasure of Devati, the boy of Nanda, and the other cowherd men of the town, and the enlightener of the cows and the senses.
So she's again offering obeisances, because offering obeisances is a very important part of sadhana bhakti. Man manabhav, mad bhakto, mad dhyaji, ma samashkar. Offering obeisance, namah. So that's a very, very important part. To whom? To unto the Lord who has become son of Vasudev, that's why he called Vasudev. The pleasure of Devaki, the boy of Nanda and other cowherd men of Vrindavan, and the owner of the cows and the senses. So Queen Kunti specifically adores the incarnation descent of Lord Krishna above all other incarnations, because in this particular incarnation he is more approachable. He is approachable to all. He goes to Vrindavan, touches every tree, falls every cow, plays with the calves, plays with the cowherd boys. So Lord Ram acted as the son of a king, so approachability is less. Royal king. In the Ram incarnation, he remained a king's son from his very childhood, but the incarnation of Krishna, although he was the son of a king, he had once left the shelter of his real father and mother, Vasudeva and Devaki, and then went to play the part of an ordinary cowherd boy in the blessed Vrajabhumi, which is very sanctified because of his childhood pastime. Therefore, Lord Krishna is more merciful than Lord Ram. Have you ever heard that? So far, these are all coming from Prabhupada's own heart. We often hear Krishna has more extra quality than Lord Ram. Approachability. He was undoubtedly very kind to Kunti's brother Vasudeva and the family. But Nanda and Yashoda are more fortunate because they could realize the Lord's childhood pastime, which is more attractive than all other pastime. There are no other parallel to his childhood pastimes as exhibited at Vrajabhumi, which are replicas of his eternal affairs in the original Krishna Loka, described in the Chintamani Vakada, Chintamani Dham and Actually, there is more speciality because the childhood pastimes of the Lord are his eternal pastime in the material realm. Because in Golok Vrindavan, he is at a casual stage. So these childhood pastimes are not there. They happen, eternally they happen, because Krishna takes incarnation in different universes. So they're eternal, they're always happening, but happen in the material realm. So they are even more special, something which is not there in Goloka. So the joy of preaching and joy of hearing Krishna childhood pastime, that is not there in the spiritual world. Both these things here. But Gokul has this pastime. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore confirmed that no one is as fortunate as the resident of Vrajabhumi. The same verse. What is that? Srimad Bhagavatam Pramanam. How that is done? Ramya Kachit Upasana Vrajavadhuva. Aradhyo Bhagwan Vrajesh Tanaya. Tad Dham Vrindavan. That is the verse which is quoting. Lord is known as Lord Krishna. Govinda is more inclined to the Brahmana than the cows, indicating that human prosperity depends more on the two items, namely Brahmanic culture and cow protection. And he's not satisfied when these two things are there. Namah Pankaj Nabhaya. Namah Pankaj Maline. Namah Pankaj Netraya. Namaste Pankajangraye. So, usually Prabhupada says that the meditation of the Lord begins from his feet. Pankaj Angraye. From the feet, which are like the lotus. And the Lord's lotus feet has different symbols sometimes. Vajra, Jashan, thunderbolt, flag, fish, chariot, and gourd, barley corn. Those different kind of symbols are there, and they're very beautiful to meditate on. They're special because it is one of the identification of the avatara. They have lotus and chakra in the hand, and they have symbols on the feet also. Ordinary person cannot have. People claim to be God, they don't have these. And these symptoms get imprinted in the dust of Vrindavan when Krishna walks bare feet. Radharani's lotus feet also has symptoms. And Mahaprabhu's lotus feet are the combined symbols of Radha and Krishna's lotus feet. Lotus feet is all filled. So now ISKCON has taken a project of installing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet at many places where Mahaprabhu visited, including Nala Sopara, Nasik, and Mumbai. So they are installing. And Vrindavan also, in Govardhan Parikrama, and many places where Mahaprabhu's first time happened, they are installing this. So the meditation, Pandharpur is there. Pandharpur is a long back. Pandharpur installed many years back. Because Mahaprabhu, after Srirangam, the maximum time Mahaprabhu stayed in Pandharpur, around 10 days or more. After Chaturmas, he did in Srirangam, the maximum days in. So that is how the meditation usually begins, on the lotus feet, and it goes to navel and it goes to the face like that. But here, not to embarrass the Lord, you see the sensitivity of Mother Kunti. She knows Krishna is Lord. She's offering prayers, offering obeisances, but still not to embarrass him and make him comfortable. Say, Nama Pankaj Navaya. I offer my obeisances to Pankaj Navaya, Lord, the Nabhi of the Lord, which is like a lotus. Why lotus? The lotus is the only flower, which is directly coming from the Lord. Because Brahmaji, from the lotus navel of Garbhodaksha Vishnu, the lotus flower actually sprouts. And on that, Brahmaji appears. So lotus flower has no material origin. Lotus flower has a transcendental origin. So that's why Lord's beauty is oftentimes compared to lotus. And it's very beautiful also there in the spiritual world. And Lord's Nabi is very beautiful. And it described that the beauty of Lord's face and Lord's lips and the neck, all the upper part of the beauty as the rivers flow and they merge into the ocean and there's a whirlpool created. So similarly, the lavanya, the beauty of Lord's upper portion of the vapu of the body flows, and then at the navel it becomes like a whirlpool, and the navel is the condensed beauty of Lord's entire form, the upper part of the form. So that's why navel is considered very beautiful. Now you can see the navel of the Lord. Sometimes pujaris they don't put garland on the navel, so you can see. It's a meditation. Lord navel is so very beautiful. It's the essence of the entire beauty of the upper part. So Namo Pankaj Navaya, Namo Pankaj Maline, then he wears a garland of lotuses. And Namo Pankaj Netraya. He has lotus petal-like eyes reaching up to the ears. And Namaste Pankajana. So this is the way she is offering, prayers to Lord, comparing different parts to the lotuses. So Prabhupada says that here are some of the specific symbolic marks on the spiritual body of the person regarded, which distinguishes his body from the bodies of all others. They are all the special features of the body of the Lord. So he may appear like one of us, but he is always distinct. So then he talks about the deity form of the Lord. That such people, from Striya, Vaishya, Tatha Sudras, say such persons, although they are unfit to enter into the spiritual affair of the Lord, can see him as the Archa Vigraha, who descend in the material world just to distribute favors to the fallen souls, including the above mentioned women, Sudras, and Rijavas. So then he says that Lord comes in the spiritual, the spiritual form of the Lord comes as Archa Vigraha. That's one of the incarnation. Archa Avatar. So by taking darshan, then one can become attracted to the Lord. Because Lord attracts by his beauty. Shri. We are discussing that also. His beauty and his compassion. So his compassion is understood or is attracted by hearing the description of his leelas with the devotee. And beauty both by seeing and by hearing, because when we see, sometimes we can chant a lot of rounds in front of the deity and people wonder, क्या कर रहे हैं खड़े होके ऐसा खड़े हुए हैं वाटर को पकड़ के क्या है वो तो यार सर्दी गीता चले गए. But devotees feel connected, no? And hearing about Lord's beauty helps to meditate. You know what are the symbols on the lotus feet. Now you can remember the whole 2-hour lecture of Amanand Prabhu for meditating on, what is that verse? No? How does it start? What is this? Dranacharyanagam Srinikatam. That is describing the lotus feet of the Lord. No?
Nice.
कहाँ से शुरू होता? But I'm saying you can remember the whole class for meditating. What gopis are talking about the feet of the Lord. So that is glory of the lotus feet of the Lord. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur in that song he describes Ye pada lagi Rama tapasya karila. For this feet only Mother Lakshmi is performing tapasya at Belvan still. Ye pada lagi Shiva Shivatva Lavya. Lord Shiva became auspicious because he took the feet. He didn't take the feet also. Lord Shiva took the water which is washing those feet on his head. He became Gangadhar. Because he holds the water which is coming from Lord's feet. He became Gangadhar. And Ye pada lagiya Brahma Kritartha hoila. Brahmaji became fortunate because Brahmaji, with all his 4 heads after Brahma Viman Leela, is paying obeisances, rolling in the dust of Vrindavan. And then Ye pada lagiya Narada Muni. Ye pada Narada Muni Hridayadhar. Narada Muni is holding this feet in his heart. So like that, every part can be meditated upon when we are there in front of the deities. And the deities give that opportunity very easily. Prabhupada says in the 3rd canto that what meditation the yogis do with so much hard work on inside the heart, Paramatma and the lotus and his chakra, every spoke and all his will find it difficult. So same benefit the devotees easily get by just taking darshan of the deity from the Lord. That's why your darshanarti every day, dressing. The Pankajanavi Lord accept the Archa Vigraha in different elements, namely a form within the mind, wood, earth, jewel, paint, metal, sand, etc. And they're all decorated with garlands of lotus flowers. And he says, and there should be a soothing atmosphere in the temple of worship to attract the burning attention of the non-devotees always engaged in material wrangling. See, this time Prabhupada has no temple. Prabhupada has no ISKCON temple at this time in his writing that. But his vision was very clear, what temple should be like. It was all written in 1962. He had no say. His God brothers were not listening to him anything, and Radha temple, he had no say over there. But he always has that vision. There should be soothing atmosphere in the temple of worship to attract the burning attention of the non-devotees. Always engaged in material wrangling. Many people feel that kind of atmosphere when they come inside our temple hall. Lost. All their senses are bewildered. Somewhere they're smelling the dhoop and seeing the chandeliers. Although chandeliers are very old, but they were there shining. And seeing the pictures, this side, that side, and seeing the altar and seeing people over senses in all directions here, there. So their attention is caught. Therefore, the Lord is merciful even to these class of people, provided they agree to visit the temple of the worship in different forms made for them. Such temple visitors are not idolaters, as alleged by some men with a poor fund of knowledge. All the great acharyas established temples of worship in all places just to favor the less intelligent. One should not pose himself as transcending the stage of temple worship while one is actually in the category of the Sudras and the women of class. And then he says one should begin to see the Lord from his lotus feet gradually rising to thighs, waist, chest, and face. One should not try to look at the face of the Lord without being accustomed to seeing the lotus feet of the Lord. So this meditation is there. On Jagannath side, if you see, some of you see the whole thing. How to take darshan of the Lord. Many people quick photographs. So So Srimati Kunti is describing from the navel so that the Lord might not feel ashamed and just to save a painful situation for the Lord. In the round, everything, everything there is in order. It's like this. And now she is, saying that I am even more fortunate than Devaki. So Nanda Maharaj, Yasodamai, they are definitely more fortunate. They could see the childhood pastime, but she's saying that we got more protection than even what Devaki was. Yatha Rishikesh Khalena Devaki Tamsena Ruddhati Chiram Sucharpita Vinojitaham Cha Sahatmaja Vibhom Tvayeva Nathena Muhur Vipadgana.
O Rishikesh, master of the senses and lord of lords, we have released your mother, Devaki, who was long imprisoned and distressed by the envious king Kamsa, and me and my children from a series of constant dangers.
So Prabhupada says that Devaki was put into prison by Kamsa. We are discussing that. When Akashvani happened and Kamsa transformed from a humble, simple, kind-hearted brother to a tyrant, catching hold of her hair and taking out the sword. And Vasudev somehow or other Vasudev pacified him, but then he imprisoned them. So Krishna appeared and then he went to Vrindavan and then he came much later. But she said that actually Kunti Devi was shown more favor because Lord Krishna did not save the other children of Devaki. They died, 6 children. Later, Krishna brings them back. Whereas he saved the children of Kunti Devi. This was done because Devaki's husband Vasudeva was living, whereas Kunti Devi was a widow, and there was none to help her except Krishna. The conclusion is that Krishna endows more favor to a devotee who is in greater dangers. Sometimes he puts his pure devotees in such dangers because in that condition of helplessness, the devotee becomes more attached to the Lord. Because, it's like more easy to connect to Lord in the time of distress and failure, frustration, when some issue is going on as compared to when everything is going all right. When everything goes all right, the mind has a nature to become little relax and not be too intense. But when something is not suiting, some anxiety is there, worry is there, then mind becomes very absorbed and we really remember that we have to take shelter and try to take shelter. Any examples in your life? Some situation where you really felt more connected, more close, more despondent as compared to normal routine time.
Doing some seva which is not as per our nature. And there is a understanding that it will be difficult for me to do on my own.
Yeah.
So that time there is more.
Yeah, that time there's more dependence. And sometimes when we don't like to do it for ourselves, we are really conscious that I'm doing it for Krishna only. Because when we like it anyway. We don't know for whom we are doing it. We like it to do it, so we are doing it. But when you do something which you don't like, then we are really asking, why am I doing it? Who told me to do it? We are more conscious. The more the attachment is there for the Lord, the more success is there for the devotee. And Lord's mercy and protection, as you will see further, the Lord's mercy and protection is for the our faith and consciousness. Although we pray to Narsinghdev all the time when we go out in bus or train or whatever. But the protection is not just for the body. Because sometimes Lord will protect the body as he did for Prahlad, but sometimes not protect the body as he did not do for Jatayu. But he always protects the faith in it. And not only he protects the faith, but he protects the devotee in a way the devotee does not become proud of his devotion. That's also protection of the Lord. Lord not only protected Prahlad's body, he protected Prahlad's faith. Prahlad never felt doubtful that maybe my father can harm me, maybe what is happening, why that is happening. He never got doubt. He had that faith. Along with that faith, he protected Prahlad to not allow him to become proud that so much is happening, he's glorified so much, but he did not become proud. So that is also protection. So these are higher and higher level of protection. Protection of body is one, protection of faith is higher, and protection of consciousness to not become proud is higher. That is all protection of the Lord. Lord's protection. Lord sees that. Now she is listing down all the difficulties she and Pandavas went through. We will recite together to save some time.
Lord even protects or give darshan. Said that after that also there is chances of becoming proud. In case of Ketu Maharaj, they said that he got a darshan, so there is a tinge of pride, and that's why there is a from his side he corrects the shoe. So
That's why
lost
protect-
your-
That's why I protected Chitraketu Maharaj by getting him cursed and making vritas. That's also protection.
Yeah, there is no time of praise.
Yeah, it's protection.
His faith was protected.
His faith was protected. No? There's a discussion there. Mother Parvati felt like that. And Sukadeva Goswami, because he gets absorbed in the character. No? So Sukadeva Goswami on one part is telling that Chitraketu Maharaj was very sincere. And next words only he says, he uses that words that he has become proud because of his darshan of Lord Sankarshan. So he's taking that mood of Mother Parvati, but in the real sense, Chitraketu Maharaj is not proud. He was having that consciousness. But she felt like that. So Sukadeva Goswami also went in that mood and spoke one verse. People get confused. Abhi aisa bola, kya Sukadeva Goswami ka mood swing kyun ho gaya? Because his mood is going with the character. When I used to tell Parvati Uvacha, so he looks at Parvati and he understands the mood and then get into that mood. Because she has to speak, no Parvati Uvacha. So he gets into that mood. Just like sometimes people do mimicry, no? Sometimes people do mimicry of somebody. They get into that kind of mood. So you get into that. So Lord protected. Lord protected Maharaj Indradumna also. When he became Gajendra, that was Lord's protection. So Lord protection should again not be seen in a Laukic way that when my body is preserved, then only this is protection. No. If some harm happened to the body and we become detached from the body, that is a higher level of mercy than protecting the body. So whatever way we can become more attached to the Lord, that is Lord's mercy. As Shambhu says that a healthy body with forgetfulness of Krishna is useless compared to a sickly body with remembrance of Krishna. A healthy body with remembrance of Krishna, no problem. That's all right. But a healthy body with forgetfulness of Krishna and a sickly body with remembrance of Krishna is better. That is why Jai Vijay, they were offered. You can have 7 lives of full opulence in forgetfulness of the Lord. Or you can have 3 lives as demons in remembrance of the Lord. These were 3 lives. They were remembering the Lord, but in a very different sense. In the mood of fighting with the Lord. Okay, together. Vishan Mahane Purushna Asas Samaya
My dear Krishna, your Lordship has protected us from the poisoned cake, from a great fire, from cannibals, from the vicious assembly, from sufferings during our exile in the forest, and from the battle where great generals fought. And now you have saved us from the weapon of Ashwatthama.
So once Chaitanya Charan was giving a class in this place, he spoke very brilliantly, as ever. He said, if you see all these incidences, it is not that Krishna was directly and personally present in all these incidences. Still, Mother Kunti is giving the credit to Krishna only. Because he saw that somewhere Krishna acts directly and he's personally present to give protection. Sometimes he gives protection through his other devotees. Sometimes he offers protection. Sometimes he gives protection by giving us knowledge from within. And sometimes he may arrange protection from any other means also. Now, when Bhima was given a poisoned cake, Krishna was not personally present there. You don't find Krishna coming, catching Bhima, feeding him something. No. He just landed into the Sarpaloka and Sarpa was biting him. And then the, poison effect was nullified. And then Varuda was a relative. They find some relative, Vasuki was a relative or something. And then they gave him that 10 balls to drink and he got the power of 10,000 elephants. Now, if you see, apparently Krishna is nowhere in picture. But this is the nature of a devotee that he understands Krishna as the ultimate cause of all gods. That's what I was telling. That even when something goes right or wrong, he understands that Krishna knows it. Krishna has sanctioned it. What impact it will have, how to deal with it, that you have to work out at our level. But that inherent faith is there, and nothing can go wrong unless Krishna sanctions it. And if Krishna sanctions it, it may be a little wrong for a greater good. Sometimes it happens. So similarly, from a great fire, now Krishna did not come directly, but he said through Vidura. Vidura told in English language. That was the language in which Vidura talked to Yudhishthira Maharaj. So that is a Mlecha language. So Vidura told Yudhishthira Maharaj, be careful, where the animals on the surface are burnt, people who are below the ground are saved. Something like that, puzzle it was. So Yudhishthira Maharaj was intelligent, he understood, and they make that tunnel. From cannibals, Bhima killed Bakasur, that was a cannibal. So Krishna did not come, but he understood. Mother Kunti is attributing the protection in all these cases to Krishna. This is how a devotee's mind and heart function. He cannot see himself and whatever he is able to do, contribute or achieve as separate from Krishna's mercy. And that's why Tattyanukambam, Susamikshamanam, Bunjanevan, Krishna Vipakam. Whatever visitors also come, he says, Krishna is sending. We're just delivering. Na? How many times do we fight with the postman for anything? How many times we garland the postman? How many times we fight with the postman? We know postman is just a deliverer. So similarly, we start seeing life as full of many, many people who are becoming postmen on behalf of Krishna and delivering us. Sometimes good thing, sometimes Mahaprasad, and sometimes Thali, sometimes Gali, something. Different people deliver different items. So that's a devotee's vision, and it's very important to work in that direction. Otherwise, there's no end. Just getting complicated. He said this. There's no end to it. Unless we understand that Krishna is there and he's acting through all that, and let us understand Krishna's plan and move ahead. And then from the vicious assembly, there he himself appeared in the form of the sari. And then from suffering during our exile in the forest, what is the suffering? In exile, what is the suffering? Durvasa Muni came, that time Krishna came. Anything else? When they have to go in 1 year of incognito, then also there were a lot of troubles. So that was attribute. And from the battle where great generals fought. Krishna was driving a chariot. We're not fighting, but then Kunti Mani knew he's driving a chariot, but actually he's protecting. And then now you have saved us from the weapon of Aswatham. Now this famous verse. After listing all that down, she's not saying thank you. Now it's all over. Finally, finally over for this lifetime. No, she doesn't say. Together. Vipadasantu dasas
I wish that all those calamities would happen again and again, so that we could see you again and again. For seeing you means that you will no longer see the repeated birth and death.
After that, she's offering this prayer. It's tough. It's easy to read the prayer, recite the prayer, memorize the prayer. But to really aspire for that, अभी जो है वही संभालने नहीं जा रहा. Body में इतना problem है, रात को नींद नहीं आता है, दिन में नींद नहीं खुलता है. Time पे भूख नहीं लगती है, भूख लगने के बाद digestion नहीं होता है. मतलब, we all have a thing, back pain, neck pain. Now I thought I'll take some rest. Light is what late है. ऐसा लगा मेरे सिर पे मृदंग बज रहा है, मेरे कान में कुछ हो गया है. तो ear catches the mridanga sound from very far. तो ऊपर पीडीसी क्लास चल रहा था. Dham dham dhoom dhoom. Somebody called. Some devotee is there somewhere. I have no connection. They have to register for yatra. बोले मुझे आप ही कुंजवेरी का registration देखते हैं ना. So, difficult at that time. And थोड़ा शांति चाहिए. इतना हो गया. थोड़ा relaxation. Not easy to say that. Whatever little we are going through, even at a young age, we are all in the age of somewhere in the age of 25 to 35, 40. At that time also, we have so much troubles, anxieties, having these kind of problems. And whole, Kunti Maharani is in trouble, son is in trouble, sons are in trouble. And then that is more for parents. If children go through misery, it's more miserable for them because it's more emotional. And then what to say of Putra Vadhu? And that to such a misery. Going to forest, living in forest, and it was not once, Draupadi, because Rupavati Bharya Shatru, different sense. Draupadi is a pure devotee, but I was just telling Chanakya Pandit. Rupavati Bharashatu, she laughed. And then Dushashan became envious. So he insulted her. That was the problem. And she went to forest. Jayadratha became attracted. He wanted to abduct her. That became a problem. Then he was captured and then Yudhishthira Maharaj let go. And then they became incognito. Then Kichak became a problem. So, having beautiful women is always anxiety is there. Right. But there's a lot of things. Huh? You can imagine what a woman has to go through when something like this happens. It's very emotionally, very tormenting for anyone. And then more tormenting for the husbands who are there. They can murder anyone for this case. And then more tormenting for the mother-in-law who is there. So these are all very challenging situations. Just think about it. Just like we say about Srila Prabhupada, there is no difficulty in this world which can come and Srila Prabhupada did not go through that. Anything, health-related issue, family issue, financial issue, wife being non-cooperative, children not cooperating, health not cooperating, no wealth, no god-brother cooperating, anything you name it, and it's there in Prabhupada. Similarly, in Kunti Maharani's life, there is no problem which a lady can lady can go through and she has not gone through. Anything. Husband, father, first of all, gave her in donation to another one. She was Pratha and she became Kunti. So she was given to Kunti Bhoj. And after that, then she was married later. Then Pandu died after a few years. She was young only, she was not old. Before that, she could not have children from Pandu. She had to have children from different demigods. And then the first son she got from Suryadev. She has to send him away. And later, the same son becomes the son of the enemy of Pandavas. That's another trouble. So whatever anxiety a lady can have, go through, that all there. That kingdom is there. Half of the kingdom belongs to her husband. And now that is not being given. Then children are sent to exile in forest, whatever else. So it's a very tough life. So to recite this prayer with this kind of background, having gone through that, it's not, easy. But this is what Shruti Maharani is showing. This is what the heart of it. That in spite of all the trouble, what she remember is Krishna was with us. And Krishna was not even personally with them in all the troubles. But remembrance of Krishna was there in all the things. And she could say, Krishna protected us in all these things. So generally the distress, Artho, Artharthi, Gyanu, Jigyasi, they perform some pious activities and worship or begin to worship the Lord. Others, thriving on merit only, regardless of status, cannot approach the Supreme. Therefore, for a pious person, if there is some calamity, there is no other alternative than to take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Constantly remembering the lotus feet of the Lord means preparing for liberation from birth and death. Therefore, even though there are so-called calamities, they are welcome because they give us an opportunity to remember the Lord, which means liberation. One was taking shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord, which are accepted as the most suitable boat for crossing the ocean of nations, can achieve liberation as easily as one leaps over the hose made by the hoof of a calf. Samashrita ye pada pallava plavam. Mahat padam punya yasho bodhari. Bhavam buddhir vassa param padam padam. Param padam padam yad vipadam. That's the translation of that verse. The big difficulties, big problems, they become just stepping stones. We saw that in the case of Satyavati Mataji. She was detected with cancer. The way she went through that, just amazing. And she was a lady who never wanted any kind of glamour, fame, recognition. So, although the whole congregation was there, ready to come for kirtan, but she just wanted to give such a low profile. I don't want to disturb anyone. I want to just be there. So she lived such a glorious life, did so much volume service. And we are eternally indebted for her for whatever she had done for Pune congregation. And then she left. She knew from day one when the doctor came with a face looking worried. She said, Doctor, tell me honestly, do I have cancer? Directly. And all, and doctor was shocked because many times these things are not revealed. She was such a brave lady. And he said, yeah, it's there. How much time do I have? So she was a very courageous lady. And she just remembered Krishna, she remembered Maharaj. Maharaj came twice to see her, blessed her, and said that she has gone back to participate in the Sharad Purnima Rasa dance of Lord. Maharaj said that. Maharaj said Krishna is missing one gopi who is here. So to go and participate, Krishna is waiting. So these are not ordinary things, they are not joking, they are not just consolation, these are indicative of very high elevated thing. And we can see that what consciousness we talk. Tatyanugambam Susamikshamanam, or complete attachment to the Lord, complete absorption, complete detachment from everything that we can see there. And that is why one should get firm conviction that what Srila Prabhupada taught us, told us, given us, that is perfect. These are the case studies. Sometimes you don't know this. We had another example of Parshura's daughter. Perfect departure. 3 sannyasis. Two sannyasis and Vishwarupa. First time in Kartri's crematorium. 2 sannyasis there. And Giriraj Maharaj did Kirtan from USA. So if these people are not exalted, they're not going back to God, who will go? Right? So one has to again come out of that locking worldly opinion, worldly understanding. Go see through Guru Sadhu Shastra what they say. Less intelligent person prepare plans to adjust to those calamities without knowing that the nature of this place is itself full of calamities. They have no information of the word of the Lord, which is full of bliss and without trace of calamity. The duty of the sane person, therefore, is to be undisturbed by worldly calamities. As we are talking, do the needful. Calamities will keep on coming and going because they are like the waves in the ocean, they can't be stopped. Do the needful, which are sure to happen in all circumstances. Suffering all sorts of unavoidable misfortune, one should make progress in spiritual realization because that is the mission of human life. And then it says, because the soul is transcendental to all calamities, therefore so-called calamities are called false. Because a man may see a tiger swallowing him in a dream, he may cry for the calamity. Actually, there's no tiger, there's no suffering, it's simply a case of dream. In this way, all calamities of life are said to be dreams. If someone is lucky enough to get in contact with the Lord in devotional service, it is all gain. Contact with the Lord by any of the 9 devotional services is always a forward step on the path going back to Godhead. So, as one sincerely practices, one understands these are all pertaining to body and mind. This is the basic theme. Vyasadeva was confused and Narada Muni chastised him that all what you have given in the scripture is pertaining to taking care of body and mind. You have told that there's a higher goal, but the process you have given is just body and mind only. Body ko aise rakho, ye karo, mind ko ye karo, ye padho. You have not given the direct process of becoming attracted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead by hearing His glories and thus transcending all the bodily and mental level. This is the path prescribed by Srimad Bhagavatam. This is the path prescribed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That one has to transcend the material state by developing absorption in hearing and chanting the glories of God. Then if body, Deha Smriti nahi yaar, samsar Vandan kaheta. If Deha Smriti nahi hai to kahan? Everything connects to the body. That is the process which devotee accept. And Prabhupada gave us a process by which knowingly, unknowingly वो करते रहो तो थोड़ा बॉडी लिमिटेशन कम करना ही पड़ता है, कर नहीं सकते करने के लिए. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur said, तुम्हारा सेवा है दुख हो ये तो सही तो परम सुख. Another famous verse. These are all very well-known verses, big classes on each verse. Janmaswara Shruta Shribi Eda Manamada Puma Evaratya Vidud Datum Vain Vama Kinchana Gocharam.
My lord, your lordship can easily be approached, but only by those who are materially exhausted. One who is on the path of material progress, trying to improve himself with a respectable parentage, great opulence, high education, and bodily beauty, cannot approach you with sincere feeling.
Vama Kinchana Gocharam. So this is very interesting. Lord Vamandev is telling to Brahmaji about Bali Maharaj. Together you can recite it beautiful. Janma karma vayo rupa vidya ishwarya dhanā yadasya na bhavet stambhas tatra yammat anugraha. Somebody had Janma, Karma, Vayo, Rupa, Vidya, Aishwarya, Dhan, Adivi, other opulences. Yet Asyana Bhavet Stambha. Still he has all these things, he does wonderful. And he is not Stambha, not becoming proud. Tatrayam Madanugraha. That has to be considered my special. Otherwise, it's natural that one has these opulences, one becomes proud. Opulences make one think that I am better than others, make one proud. That pride leads to insulting others, offenses lead to fall down. This is a very simple cycle. Opulences gives a sense of feeling of superiority. That feeling of superiority leads to insulting or criticizing, offenses, and offenses leads to fall down. So that is why this is being told by Mother Kunti that although all the materialistic men are mad after possessing all these material opulences, this is known as the advancement of material civilization. Janam Aishwarya Shruti Chis. More one has, more one considers oneself as advanced. More studies one has done, more wealth one has, more beautiful one is. But the result is that by possessing all these material assets, one becomes artificially puffed up. Puffed up. Chapati is puffed up. Puffed up. लेकिन वो sustainable नहीं होता. What happened? Intoxicated by such temporary possessions. Consequently, such materially puffed up persons are incapable of uttering the holy name of the Lord by addressing it feelingly. O Govinda, O Krishna. In Shastra it is said, what's that verse? Ek Krishna naam kare sarva paap shay. Such is the power of the holy name of the Lord. There is not the least exaggeration in this statement. Actually, the Lord's holy name has such powerful potency, but there is a quality to such utterance also. It depends on the quality of feeling. A helpless man can feelingly utter the holy name of the Lord, whereas a man who utters the same holy name in great material satisfaction cannot be so sincere. So that is one of the reasons why our chanting is not very intense, because we have certain level of चल रहा है ना, ऐसा थोड़ी है कि अच्छा जब नहीं किया तो प्रसाद नहीं मिलेगा. हिमालय बच भी गया शाम को के तो प्रसाद तो दोनों टाइम मिलेगा. We don't feel there is something lost if we don't chant properly. कनेक्शन नहीं होता और चलता है. ठीक है, अभी चैंटिंग के बाद बहुत कुछ करना है. चैंटिंग तो करना ही है, सोना वना. उसके बाद क्या क्या लिख के रखा है बोर्ड पे, क्या क्या लिख के रखा है, कितना फोन मैसेज को रिप्लाई करना है, फोन को करना है, कॉल करना है. So there's a lot of material satisfaction. The Govinda want is not there. Govinda Virahena, that feeling is not there. So how that will come? That will come by at least attentive hearing from those who are at that table. If we mix our process of hearing with something else, at least something should be exclusive. See, there are times when there are like day 4 lectures. Time ही नहीं होता. Like तो सुनेंगे तो जो करना है वो हो गई भी. तो ठीक है, कभी अगर हमने किया कि भाई लेक्चर चला के काम किया, बाथरूम में सुना, तो ये सारी चीज ठीक है. बट देयर शुड बी अ टाइम ऑफ द डे व्हेन वी आर exclusively applying ourselves to the process of shravanam, hearing, without doing anything else. If every time during hearing we are doing something else, then progress will be very slow. Some exclusive time has to be there for reading and hearing when we are free from distraction and we are absorbed in the subject matter. क्योंकि chanting तो बहुत टफ है. chanting के लिए जो pure consciousness चाहिए, hearing without distraction is easier than chanting without distraction. Chanting, oh, the mind goes more distracted. So whatever, but we have to endeavor to avoid the distraction consciously and not add more distraction in our consciousness by doing chanting and hearing, at least for certain time. Then, by that you will develop some taste by hearing about the Lord's glories.
So it is Janmayashvara Shruta Siddhi is applied to material enrich or devotees also it is applied.
No, depends. If devotees don't become puffed up, then see, Prabhupada says there are the 4 principles of material advancement. These are disqualification for progress on the path of spiritual advancement. And the material covering of the spirit soul is an external feature, as much as fever is an external feature of the unhealthy body. The general process is to decrease the degree of fever and not to aggravate it by martyrdom. So devotees, if they can utilize it in Krishna service, no problem. We have such devotees, like Janma. So many devotees born in the Brahmana families, even like Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, Baldev Vidyabhushan, so many of our Acharya, Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Aishwarya, such opulence. Opulence of Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami was like the opulence of heavenly kingdom. Raghunath Das Goswami's father was telling him that his Aishwarya is Indra Sama and his Istri Apsara Sama. His wife was Miss Universe. And his wealth was like, so wealthy. But still is not attracted because he has got Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So one can have wealth, one can employ wealth also. Like Subhuti Roy, he was a very wealthy person. And when Mahaprabhu was to get married to not Lakshmi, Vishnu Priya. Vishnu Priya was second. Lakshmi was fine. Lakshmi marriage was very simple. And then Subhadra said, this marriage will not be like another marriage of a poor Brahman. So Subhadra had wealth. He employed his wealth in making some extraordinary arrangement for Mahaprabhu's marriage. Many were wealthy. Advaitacharya was also very wealthy. He had houses multiple places. Yes, he was a Brahmana, but he was well-to-do Brahmana. King Prataparudra was having all that. Shruti, very learned scholar. But they all employed in Krishna's service. They all see them as Krishna's gift, no problem. But if one cannot see them as Krishna's gift, and one says, I possess them, one becomes proud of them, then it's a problem.
Bhakti Anartha. They for this.
No, Bhakti Utpada Anarthas can be caused by that. There's Puja La Pratishtha. Yeah, if they cause pride, then Puja La Pratishtha comes in Bhakti Utpada Anarthas. If these are the element causing them. I deserve Pratishtha because I am learned Vaishnava, I am a rich Vaishnava, then it can cause. The principle of life should be to decrease the degree of material intoxication which lead one to more and more religion about the aim of life. Grossly religious persons are quite unfit for entrance into the kingdom of God. Right? Prabhupada, at some places, right? Unless one is meek and humble, one cannot enter into the kingdom of God. Very right. Just hearing 2 days back. So similarly, sometimes a grossly religious person is quite unfit for entrance into the kingdom. Prabhupada's kingdom of God was like a next door neighbor. He really talked of it as if it is just there. Really, huh? Very, I mean, you describe. First one comes, one sees the devotee, one starts chanting, then all the bad habits are destroyed, then one develops taste, and one chants in ecstasy, and then one develops love for God. एक paragraph में back to God. And he wrote an article to Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the then president, in letter. He says, when I'm talking of back to Godhead, it is not a utopian idea. Don't think that I'm a madman talking about it. I have a clue of how the entire populace can go back to Godhead simply by following the principle of Bhakti. So Prabhupada had really, such powerful faith, and he was sure that if people do that, they will go there. And in hundreds of letters, Prabhupada has written. Now that you are initiated, now you take chanting of the holy name very seriously and learn about the 10 offenses from the devotees and try to avoid them. Follow the principles very strictly, and this life you will go back to God. Prabhupada has written it, written guarantee, not verbal guarantee. So, as followers of Srila Prabhupada, we should have full confidence that if we serve Prabhupada and serve Prabhupada's mission, follow the principle he has given, we cannot imagine the destination we'll get. You have heard Kadam Kanan Maharaj's last talk, 14-minute talk. He said, just 16 rounds, whatever it is. What is awaiting you? Cannot imagine. Cannot imagine what is awaiting. We'll all meet and we'll have a party in the spiritual world. We'll all be together. We'll all meet there. Just one lifetime. You have heard that? Very powerful video. And just talks about 2 things only. 16 not for every person. Because an Acharya's word is there, Acharya's promise is there. And Krishna cannot deny it. So this is a very important thing, that process looks simple, but should not be taken cheaply. But sometimes do mudra, tantra, Patanjali yoga and Ramdev Baba's yoga, that circus looks like, wow. They will feel impressed. Or you go to Gayatri Parvar, Swaha. They did Ashwamedha again in Mumbai sometime back, of like 100 Yagya Kundas and Swaha, and Agni is going up and heat is increasing. Already but people will impress. बोली नहीं, कहीं भी कभी भी कैसे भी माला में हाथ डाल के मोबाइल के साथ भी पढ़ने के साथ भी पेट बात करते कौन सा योगा है? People find it little difficult to take it as something very serious. That it has that potential. So why disqualification? Because it leads to offense because of pride of these opulences. If one can avoid the pride, then one can have these opulences and they can use in Krishna's service. Many devotees have used. We can give examples for each one. Okay, together. Namo kinchan vittaya nivrittaya atma ramaya santaya namo. Again, she is offering obeisances to the Lord, who is akinchan vittaya. He's a property of the impoverished. And in Nivratta Gun, Vritta, he is beyond the three modes of material. And his Atma Nama is self-satisfied, gentle. And Kaivalya Patay means those who are Brahmavadi, those who want to merge into Brahman, he is master for them also. So it begins with Nama and what?
My essentials are unto you, who are the property of the materially impoverished. We have nothing to do with the actions and reactions of the material modes of nature. You are self-satisfied, and therefore you are the most gentle and are master of monastics.
So Prabhupada talks that this akinchan means does not possess anything, but it is not the real meaning. A living being is finished as soon as there is nothing to possess. Therefore, living being cannot be in the real sense of the term a renouncer. It's a matter of once somebody renounces something or gaining something more valuable. A student sacrifices childish proclivity to gain better education. Servant gives up his job for a better job. Similarly, a devotee renounces the material world not for nothing but for something tangible in spiritual value. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Sharavana Das Goswami. Others gave up their worldly pomp and prosperity for the sake of the service of the Lord. Tyaktva Turna Vashesha Mandalapati Shenem Sada Tuchhavat. Just insignificant. Tuchhavat. They did not turn back and saw. And Bharat Maharaj gave up that. Jahua, you have Malavat, he says. Malavat, he just gave it up, never kept an account of what he's doing. Something, premium will come or not. Jahua, you have Malavat, just gave it up, never bothered about it. And why? Taktva Turna Vashesha Mandalpati Shenim Sita Tuchhavat Bhutva Dina Ganesha Copy in a Kanta Shuddha. They gave it copy, Copin and Kanta. Kanta wala copy just. But what was their Gopi Bhav Rasamritab Lahari Kallol Magnam. They were doing Kallol in that. Gopi Bhav Ras Amrit Sagar. Thinking of the gopis and so that was they gave it their other things to gain this. They were big men in worldly sense, they were ministers, and Raghunath was the son of a big Jamidar. They left everything to gain something superior. The devotees are generally without material prosperity, but they have a very secret treasure house in the lotus feet of the Lord. They have the wealth of the love of the Lord. And then he narrated the story about Sanatana Goswami, how Lord Shiva sends him a person, he gives a touchstone. So he therefore asked him for the most valuable thing, and then he was given the holy name of the Lord. Akinchan means one with nothing to give materially. He is spiritually wealthy, materially maybe impoverished. A factual devotee or Mahatma does not give anything material to anyone because he has already left all himself. He can, however, deliver the supreme asset, namely the personality of Godhead, because he is the only property of a factual devotee. Krishna se tumhara, Krishna dite paar. The touchstone of Sanatana Goswami which was thrown in the rubbish was not the property of the Goswami, otherwise it would not have been kept in such a place. This specific example is given for the neophyte devotee just to convince them that material hankerings and spiritual advancement go ill together. Nice study. What other goes ill together? Sense gratification and Krishna consciousness goes ill together. Another place he says, an easygoing life and advancement in Krishna consciousness goes ill together. You can search for that in folio. A blazing fire and moist fuel go ill together. So once I had made a list of around 10, 12, what goes ill together. So material hankerings and spiritual advancement go ill together. One has to drop one to gain one. So advancement of material civilization is a great stumbling block for spiritual advancement. Such a spiritual advancement is called anartha or thing not wanted. And by diverting attention to so many unwanted things, he said lipstick and all. He said lipstick, In the present context of material advancement, one uses lipstick at the cost of 50 cents. It's not amazing. Prabhu is not costing 50 paisa. I mean, I really wonder how much Prabhupada was absorbed in US. Mode of use.
Number भी millions में है, millions lakh में कभी use की मेरे को भी वो आता है कि
maybe they might have edited that later. They might have edited because I agree to edit it, na? and they were reprinted.
But ये तो कैंटो में तो पहले
Check करना पड़ेगा एक बार. It will be interesting to read those such things.
So not this helmet using a helmet.
Helmet,
Put
ground. So there are so many unnecessities. And the attempt to reach the moon is another example of spoiling energy. Because even if the moon is reached, the problems of life will not be solved. ये 62 में लिखा है, 69 में गए ना? लोगों को तो clear होना है, beginning 69 or whichever. The devotees of the Lord are called akinchanas because they have practically no material asset. They are product of material nature. Nivratta Gunvratta is explained that Lord has no direct connection with material activities. All his activities, deeds are exhibited even in the material world are spiritual, unaffected by the modes of material nature. And thus, Krishna says, Janma karma chame divyam evam yuvati tattvata tektva dhyam punarjanma neti mamesi sa. One who knows the real nature of my activities and past will go back to. Material disease is due to hankering after and lording it over material nature. And this hankering is because of interaction of the three modes. Therefore, the Lord and the devotee are called Nivritta Gunavritti. Some of them are entered by illusory energies. Because the Lord is the property of the devotee, Akinchana Vitta. The property of the impoverished. What is the wealth of the beggar? Like that. So, Lord is the property of the devotee and devotees are the property of the Lord. Reciprocally, the devotees are certainly transcendental to the modes of material nature. That's a natural conclusion. Such angular devotees are distinct from the mixed devotees who approach the Lord for mitigation of suffering. And they are transcendentally attached to one another, that is Atmaram. And Lord is nothing to reciprocate, and therefore it's called Atmaram. And Keval Patay means satisfied he is as he is the master of all monists who seek to merge into the existence of the Lord. Such monists merge within the personal effulgence of the Lord called the Brahma Jyoti, but the devotees enter into the transcendental pastime of the Lord, which are never to be misunderstood as material. So he is the Lord of monists also, but the devotees do not aspire for that. Devotees aspire to go in the pastime.
मुझे क्वेश्चन था ये जो प्रभुपाद जी बोलते हैं 16 वाला 4 राउंड तो ये 16 वाला मतलब कौन सी वाली 16 वाला जो हमारे अभी चल रही है
नहीं, अभी जो चल रही है उसी में क्वालिटी बढ़ेगा ना जब करते करते. प्रैक्टिस मेक्स अ मैन परफेक्ट. उसमें क्वालिटी बढ़ा. यही वाले इसी माला के ऊपर यही मंत्र का
मतलब वो प्रॉपर भगवान का पूरा है ना सुन पा रहे हैं प्रॉपर ले पा रहे हैं शुद्ध नाम ले पा रहे हैं
कैसे आएगा? इसी से आएगा ना, प्रैक्टिस से आएगा ना. प्रैक्टिस से आएगा. और लाइफ लॉन्ग करना है तो जानना पड़ेगा ना अपराध क्या होता है, फिर अपराध से बचना पड़ेगा, तो नम्र बनना पड़ेगा, जब भी माला होगा ना. तो प्रभुपाद ने बोल दिया माला करो, लेकिन माला करने के लिए बैकग्राउंड नहीं बोला क्या क्या करना है.
वो जाता था
तो माला करने के लिए बैकग्राउंड में सब कुछ है, छोड़ा नहीं है. हाँ, बोल दिया है. जैसे कोई बोल दे ना, चैतन्य मुखी का एग्जाम्पल, एक तीर मारो गोल्ड मेडल मिलेगा. ओलंपिक में जाने का तीर धनुष लेके एक तीर मारना है, एक तीर लगना चाहिए गोले में, इतना बड़ा गोले, एक तीर मारो गोले में गोल्ड मेडल मिलेगा. भाई सही क्या. वो वहां पहुंचने के लिए कब से तीर चलाना शुरू करना पड़ता है, तो बचपन से चलाना पड़ता है और फिर बड़े होके चलाना पड़ता है, फिर व्हाट नेशनल स्टेट लेवल नेशनल लेवल और फिर प्रैक्टिस आफ्टर दैट, तब जाके आर्चरी है ना, ओलंपिक में आर्चरी भी गेम. तो वास्तव में एक ही तीर से गोल्ड मेडल मिलता है, लेकिन वो एक तीर चलाने के लिए 25-30 साल लगाना पड़ता है. तो वैसे ही मिलेंगे भगवान, लेकिन कोई कंसिस्टेंटली करेगा तो वो संस्था में रहने के लिए, प्रोसेस में बने रहने के लिए भी ये एंडेवर करना पड़ेगा. प्रभुपाद ने बताया ना भक्तों के साथ में कैसे रहना. प्रभुपाद also emphasized humility a lot. As I was reading his letters, Prabhupada has also quoted Pranadapi Sunichan many times. Whenever it comes to dealing with devotees, Prabhupada talks of tolerance. Many places he talks. The preacher has to be tolerant, like Nityanand Prabhupada tolerant of Jagai Madhais, hitting them. So, 3 examples he gives when it comes to tolerance. Nityanand Prabhu being hurt by Jagai Madhai, Haridas Thakur being at so many places, and yes, third one. Very famous. Wherever tolerance comes, it Prabhupada is right. And whenever preaching comes, the preacher has to have Jesus Christ. Third. 3 examples, multiple places. So he talks of humility and tolerance quite a deal. That's why he says, unless one is meek and humble, one cannot enter the kingdom. So पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा ना, साथ में books लिखे.
Only some those devotees are promoter of more chanting. They say Prabhupada says not 16 round. Prabhupada says at least 16 round. So at least he said means Prabhupada has given that minimum standard.
Minimum. One can chant more, no problem. Some say that Prabhupada wanted more rounds for Indians to chant. You know, some say very emphatically that Prabhupada made that a standard for Westerners. But whatever, ISKCON is one. One ISKCON, East or West. ISKCON is the best. So, minimum 16 and Prabhupada's different places, he said, different things. Why only 16 rounds? Why not 16,000 rounds? Why 25 rounds? Why not chant whole day? Because she means less eating, less sleeping, and chanting all the time. So that book was compiled from Prabhupada's quotes, not Navamrit, another one.
Chanting.
It's brilliant book, very beautiful book, very inspiring. I read it long back. So it was very nice. Directly Prabhupada is talking about chanting. Okay, together. Mannetam karamishya anadi vidanam vichom samam charantam sarvatya bhutanam nirmithatali.
Lord, I consider your lordship to be eternal time, the supreme controller, without beginning and end, the all-pervasive one. In distributing your mercy, you are equal to everyone. The dissensions between living beings are due to social differences.
So now she's comparing the Lord with the Kala Roop, eternal time, and the supreme controller, beginning to end. And he says, you are not partial, you are samam. But the dissension between living entities are due to social intercourse. It is their capacity. So that example is given further. So the Paramatma feature of the Lord is Kala. It's all pervading. Andantarastha Paramanu Chayantarastha. Like Paramatma is all pervading, time factor is also all pervading. Eternal time is the witness of all our actions, good and bad, and thus resultant reactions are destined by him. Personification of Kala is Paramatma. Another name of the Paramatma feature of the Lord is Kala, eternal time. So it is no use saying that we do not know why and for what we are suffering. We may forget, but Paramatma is our constant companion. He does not forget. Without his sanction, not a blade of grass can move. And the living entities are given as much freedom as they deserve, and misuse of that freedom is the cause of the suffering. And devotees do not misuse the freedom, they are good sons. Others misuse freedom, they are put into miseries by the eternal Kala. Kala delivers happiness and miseries both. And then it says that Samam Charantam. No one is therefore either an enemy or friend of the Lord. Everyone is suffering and enjoying the result of his own destiny, and this destiny is made by the living beings in the course of their social intercourse. So there is the Kala feature of the Lord. And then text 29 and 30, it says that who will decide the truth about you if there is a disagreement? And then he says, nobody can decide the truth about the Lord. They'll keep on arguing forever. Naveda kashid bhagwan shikirsitam tave amanasya vidampanam nayasya kashid daitosti karichit dveshe visham.
Oh Lord, no one can understand your transcendental pastimes, which appear to be human and so are misleading. You have no specific object of favor, nor do you have any object of envy. People only imagine that you are partial.
Lord has seemed to be partial sometimes. People say, Bhagavan ne partiality kiya hai. Even in the sixth canto, after sixth canto, even Indra is asking that question. Now that section will begin. I think 2 or 3 days later it will begin. When the Pumsa Vrata description will end, it will begin. It's auspicious when Jesus is coming. So it begins with Parikshit Maharaj's question only. That, you know, how is it that Lord appears to be partial? Lord is always following the demigods. Diti did so much to kill Indra and they all became demigods. So is the Lord really partial? So then Sukadeva Goswami answered the question by saying, उधर भी युधिष्ठिर महाराज ने भी यही क्वेश्चन पूछा था तो तुमने अभी पूछा है. So then he quotes that incidence of killing of Shishupal. So then, so this debate always goes on whether Lord is partial. Lord's mercy upon the fallen soul is equally distributed. No one is a specific object of hostility. The very conception of the personality of Godhead as a human being misleading. His pastimes appear to be exactly like a human being, but actually they are transcendental. He is undoubtedly known as partial to his pure devotee, but in fact he is never partial as much as the sun is never partial to anyone. Vastu sad gunya vaigunyat. The qualities of the object create the distinction. And he gives the example that by utilizing the sun rays, sometimes the stones become valuable. Stones become, valuable monies or diamonds. Whereas the blind man cannot see the sun, although there are enough sun rays before him. So sun rays are open to everyone, but the capacities of the receptacles differ. Suryakant, the stone is there, the blind man, Charvaki bird, he saw lessons. They do different things. The same light is there, darkness is there, but different people take advantage in different ways. Foolish people think that devotional service is flattering the Lord to get special mercy. Actually, the pure devotees who are engaged in the transcendent loving service of the Lord are not a mercantile community. They are not vanik. The vanik does something for getting something. The pure devotee does not render service unto the Lord for such action. Therefore, the full mercy of the Lord is open for him. The devotee does not want anything. We see in Mahaprakash Leela, one after another, Lord is calling the devotee, and the consistency in devotee, they don't want anything. But all they want something is that, let us be in the association of devotees and hear I chant your glories. Haridas Thakur saying, let me be born as a dog or an insect, and let me get the remnants of your devotees. So they are not asking anything in exchange for that. Because the bhakti is a hetuki. There is no hetu being said. Only hetu is to please the Lord. So these people, suffering needy men, that Artho, Artharthi, Jigyasu, Jnani, they are coming in the category of Sakam Bhaktas. But by the association of devotees, they start devotional service. By the association of devotees, such Sakam Bhaktas, if trained and if enlightened by a devotee, can be raised to the platform of Sadhaka Bhaktas. So Sadhaka Bhaktas, it is not that he does not have material desire. Material desires are there. But Sadhaka Bhakta does not work to fulfill those material desires. Sufficiently aware that material desires are there, they will go away with time. It does not work to fulfill them. Even if they are pressing him, then also he will say, my dear Lord, if you so desire, you fulfill them or purify them. And then Lord takes charge. So what we were discussing, that Ami Vigya, E Murka Vishai Kena Diva, this is not happening to everyone. This happens to only somebody who has developed a connection with the Lord, with awakened faith in the Lord. Jata Shraddha Mat Kathasu. That 11th canto verse, where the qualification for sadhana bhakti is given. One should not be too attached, one should not be too detached. So, otherwise, too attached means karmi, too detached means jnani. Muktikami, Muktikami. There. So these tendencies are there. But it does not work on them. And he developed a relation with the Lord and say, my dear Lord, if you have to fulfill, you fulfill, otherwise you purify. That's why he is able to hold the mercy of the Lord. And Lord makes a plan for his purification. Otherwise, these Sakam Bhaktas, Artho, Artharthi, Jigyasu, Jnani, they come and Lord delivers them. Fine. And Akama, Sarva Kama, Moksha Kama, that day also we are discussing, the other was telling. That these people come, Sakam Bhaktas, they get from the Lord, and that causes some purification. But not the kind of handling what Lord does for his aspiring devotees. They come to get something, Lord gives them something. A devotee sadhaka comes for purification, Lord purifies. In the process of purification, he does all these things, what need to be given, what need to be taken. So it's a very personalized treatment. It's not like a forced treatment. Lord allows people to say, Ye Yatama, the way we surrender, the way Lord reciprocates. Bhakti Tirth Maharaj was there after Panchattva installation. And now the big deities have come. Everyone has to have big service attitude. And let us all pray. My dear Lord, whatever has to be taken away to intensify my service to you, let it be taken away. First time I was hearing that lecture, Maharaj told everyone to repeat. पता नहीं ना क्या कभी अपना एक महान सम्मान होता है ना कुछ मेल वेल आ गया कहीं से everything all of us have some sense of what do you call that, some sense of identity somewhere. लोगों को लगना चाहिए हम अच्छे भक्त हैं, कंट्रोवर्शियल भक्त नहीं, हमको ऐसा नहीं है कुछ गलत है, अपना एक अच्छा इमेज होना चाहिए ना. इधर महाराज ने बोल दिया और भगवान ने एकदम कुछ सीरियसली ले लिया और पूरा प्योरीफाई करने के लिए कुछ पता नहीं ना भगवान के क्या करेंगे, वो भी बोल दिया, एप्लीकेशन लगा दी. So it tells, whatever has been taken away, my family, my home, My husband, my wife, ऐसा करके बोले महाराज. You can hear that lecture there. In lockdown time I was hearing, it was very great hope, very nice lecture. It's there in that, before Maharaj got that cancer, 2004, I think, DDs got installed, 2004, 2005 category. Maharaj was telling that. So that kind of devotee, when they pray, then the Lord treats them differently. Like Bhakti Maharaj prayed, then he got that cancer and he said, I want to die in the mood of Vasudeva Datta. He prayed really in that mood, Srila Prabhupada. Whatever ISKCON is going through so many challenges, so many suffering, let all devotees get an opportunity to make advancement, and whatever suffering is there, I'm ready to take that suffering on their behalf. It's a very tough prayer. It will look theoretical, but when you do it from the heart, it is not that Krishna need to do that. But then at least one is prepared in that mood. It's very different. It's very different. The Bhakti Maharaj thing is something extraordinary. Pure devotee does not render service unto the Lord for such exchange. Others, they do mixed devotion service. So, a suffering man, a pious at all, prays to the Lord for recovery, but as soon as the recovery is over, no longer he cares to keep any connection with the Lord. The mercy of the Lord is open for him, but he is reluctant to receive it. That is the difference between a pure devotee and a mixed devotee. This understanding now, how the Sakam Bhakta and Shuddha Bhakta, Sadhana Bhakta, that understanding has to be very clear so that we can check ourselves and we can be very, very alert about it. So generally, because our training is like that, proper lectures are there, books are there, so generally we come in the sadhaka cycle. We are not Sakam Bhaktas, or we are not that zone of mixed devotees aspiring for that, or devotee in the mode of Tamo Guna, Rajo Guna. We are practicing Shuddha Bhakti only at different stages, but knowing them categorically help us to be more alert in checking our consciousness that we are not getting distracted from the consciousness of pure devotion service.
The glory of sometimes devotional service is told that just like in Paras contact, the iron come in contact. So the Paras doesn't discriminate which place iron come. So even in terms of contact going on, it transforms. Similarly, the holy name comes, whoever come in contact, it has a highest power to transform. So
Now
what happens
Chintamani.
in such Sakam Bhakti cases, that
They'll come, they'll take a longer route. They'll come because it doesn't discuss time. No? See, Paras, the iron comes. No? If iron is covered by wood, then what will happen? Paras, what we know, Paras will convert an iron piece into wood, for example. But iron is covered by covering. So that uncovering has to happen. No? So holy name is all powerful. But either one should have right conception or no conception. The mixed conception is problematic. No conception, then you get Namavas effect immediately. Nam Granam Vakunda, no problem. Or you have true knowledge, then you get Shuddha Nam, then you can attain Prema. But in all this in between, there are a lot of shades. So that is where the Aparadha comes in. So then Aparadha makes the entire situation very complicated. Then one has to remove the Aparadhas. Because Aparadhas, one has to suffer for sins also. One gets suffering because of that. Aparadha has to be removed slowly. Aparadha don't go away in one day. They are weeds. The heart. Then four kind of Aparadha. Durdevam, na? So Durdevam, Idrisham, Mihadin, Inanuraga. Why no attraction? Durdev. Durdev means what? Four kind of anarthas. Sundar Gopal was showing very pictorially. You saw that? Sundar Gopal was PPT. Yeah. I got that PPT. I have to download it. Send it, but not download it. So then those anarthas come. Then every anartha has a medicine. Anarthas have their life. There's what is that? Ek Desh Vardhini, Bahudesh Vardhini, and Prayaki, and Purnam, and Nati Purnam, and all the stages. So then the disease is there. Na? So then the disease goes slowly. Once either no disease, good. But disease comes, now one has to go through the process. Right? Like somebody doesn't get disease healthy, but somebody get the disease, now he has to take the medicine and recover over a period of time only. There's no like quick solution to that. Don't get the disease, no problem. So somebody is free from aparadha, fortunately, no problem. But somebody has aparadha, then one has to go through the process to get purified. That's complicated. Otherwise, things are very simple. So, how this transition happened, they are all of their potency. Nothing is wrong in Shastra, but there are conditions applied. As we're telling, na, that Ram Bhakta, Ram Nam, he was telling Ramdas Viswas. Why didn't he get purified by Ram Nam? Because he hold a conception, impersonal conception of the Lord. He wanted to merge. So he maintained the desire. Otherwise, Ram Nam will purify. So he was consciously chanting with a wrong goal in mind. That's why he couldn't be purified. So that's why there are, and it should be done. सिद्धांत बोलिए चित्ते ना करे आलस. One should compare, contrast. इसका कैसे हो गया? ये fisherman को महाप्रभु को टच किया और हरी 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 is telling, he attained Bhava Bhakti, Prema Bhakti. And here Ramdas is a Ram 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 24 hours is telling. Why? Because this is the interplay. हमारा free will भी है, भगवान का कृपा भी है, holy name, all are there. And then we hear the example of this devotee. Who was the Digvijay Pandit in Vrindavan who offended? Rup Kaviraj. Rup Narayan. Such a qualified person, disciple of Krishna's Kaviraj also. Such a powerful person. But he offended. That aparadha took effect. And then all his devotion service, all his things got totally. So aparadha is very powerful. There are only two obstacles, aparadha and will of the Lord. So will of the Lord to Kaliyug mein chhod do. भगवान नहीं बोलेंगे कि तुम कुछ करो. वो चित्त के तुम महाराज और कौन है? श्रीव्रत महाराज, चित्रकेतु महाराज, इनके लिए हो गया वो परीक्षित महाराज. अपना एक ही है बस अपराध. So that's why अपराध is a big topic and that is one has to have the basic idea. अपराध का क्या है, सॉल्यूशन क्या है? महाप्रभु ने बोला इतना तुम्हारा कलियुग का दिमाग नहीं है, अपराध पूरा समझने के चरणादपि सुनि चना फॉलो कर लो, ये 4 चीज समझ लो, अपराध से बच जाएंगे. पूरा अपराध का साइंस नहीं भी जाना, बस ये जान लिया कि चरणादपि सुनि चना तरोरपि सहिष्णु मानी न मान देना कैसे करना है, तो आप अपराध, एक अपराध को भी नहीं जानो या आप पूरा PhD कर लो अपराध के ऊपर, you will get protected from the effect of अपराध just by following this one verse. Guaranteed insurance, full protection from all kind of offenses, all 4 kind of offenses: duskruta artha, sukruta artha, and aparadha, and the bhakti utpatha, all whatever is there. All insurance, all things covered, one verse. If we can do that, perfect. Mahaprabhu made things very simple. He knew Kaliga people did not have so much of patience, energy, time to really get into research mode. उसी में कर लो फिर. ह्यूमिलिटी क्या है, उसके लिए पूरा फिर PhD करो. तो महाप्रभु ने कहा और सिंपल करो. देखो, जब करो किसी को क्रिटिसाइज मत करो, बस 4 भी नहीं, एक ही करो. जब करो ध्यानपूर्वक, जितना हो सकता है एक जगह बैठ के मोबाइल को छोड़ करके सब करके जब कर लो, और किसी को क्रिटिसाइज मत करो बस. और अगर तुमको नहीं समझ में आता कि ह्यूमिलिटी क्या है, टॉलरेंस क्या है, ये क्या होगा, किसी को दिख भी रहा है ना तो भी मत बोलो, क्रिटिसाइज मत करो. डू नॉट क्रिटिसाइज एनीवन, चैंट हरे कृष्णा. ये 2 चीज करके उर्दू बाहु करी, महाप्रभु ने बोला ये 2 चीज कर लो तो भी लेके जाता. 4 नहीं होता 2 कर. और कितना सिंपल इतना. रूप गोस्वामी कंडेंस ऑल इंस्ट्रक्शंस इनटू नेक्टर ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन. सबको 11 श्लोक में बोल दिया और श्रद्धा टू प्रेम सब 11 में कर दिया. महाप्रभु ने सबको 8 में कंडेंस कर दिया. उसमें से 8 में से 1 में कर दिया. 1 के 4 पार्ट में हमने 2 बोल दिया. भगवान का नाम लो और किसी की निंदा मत करो बस. क्यों? क्योंकि तो गोस्वामी ने उधर बोला ना, what that verse which says that one should offer mental respect and last निंदा शून्य मृदम आदि. बस हार्ट निंदा से पहले, हार्ट से पहले मुख को निंदा से फ्री करो, फिर माइंड को करो, फिर देखो कम से कम आ भी रहा है, माइंड में दिख भी रहा है, तो महाप्रभु बोला नहीं बोल पहले. क्योंकि कलियुग में क्या है, जो whatever is spoken that has the effect. माइंड का इतना कंसिडरेशन नहीं, तो उल्टा भी चल सकता है. माइंड मुंह मतलब वाचो वेगम बोला ना सबसे पहले, तो माइंड का कुछ बोले नहीं, सबसे पहले वाचो वेगम बोला, फिर मानसो वेगम. So by focusing on that, then also one can receive the mercy of the Lord. So this is all talk about how the Lord is impartial, how His mercy is available. The mercy, reception of mercy depends on the qualification of the candidate. The conclusion is that the Lord is never partial. It is wrong for the people in general to think of Him as partial. It depends on the qualification of the recipient. Just like rains are coming, but rain is falling on stone, nothing grows. Rain is falling on fertile ground, seed is there, it grows. So rains are not partial. It depends on the receptivity of the object. When you appear as various avatars, you are completely absorbed in your pastime. So Vishwanath Thakur says, becoming indifferent to or understanding the conclusion of the word partiality or impartiality, your action or lack of action, your birth or lack of birth, one can relish your pastime. These are two verses. So one may get into debate, Lord is partial or impartial, Lord does action or he lacks action or he's a janma. But still one can relish your pastime. These are two verses together. Janma karma cha vishwa ajasya kartu atmana
Of course, it is the bewildering, O soul of the universe, that you work though you are inactive, and that you take birth though you are the vital force and the unborn. You yourself descend amongst animals, men, sages, and Stoics. Verily, this is bewildering.
So all these contradiction can be resolved in the Supreme Lord only. Supreme Lord is one in whom all contradictions get reconciled. Otherwise, they can't be reconciled. Even Ishopanishad talks about that. Yad dure tadnir anitete. He is far and is near, he walks and he does not walk. He is present everywhere, he is localized. So here also, you work though you are inactive, you take birth though you are the vital force and the unborn. So this is bewildering. Kya hota hai? So transcendental pastimes of the Lord are not only bewildering but also apparently contradictory. They are not really contradictory, they are apparently contradictory. They appear contradictory. In other words, they are all inconceivable to the limited thinking power of the human beings. Someone is playing I Spy.
Yeah.
So Lord appears in various forms, like he appears as Vara Avatar, then he comes as Rishi like Narnarayan Rishi, then he comes like Matsya Avatar. All that is said is unborn. And he has multifold energy to do everything, yet he engages in different activities in his abode with his devotees. So they are all inconceivable to our limited thinking power. Therefore, no one can calculate him exactly. Every action of the Lord is bewildering to the common man, and he cannot be understood by the Vedic knowledge, but he can be easily understood by the pure devotees because they are intimately related with him. What is that verse? It says that by Vedas one cannot understand. Brahma Samhita. Vedeshu Durlabham, Adurlabham, Akula. The proper translation is so amazing, you will find that they actually correspond to some reference on. You say, no? It can be easily understood by the pure devotee, not by the Vedas. Vedeshu Durlabham, Adurlabham, Atma, Bhakto, Govindam, Adi Purusham, Tamam. So, although he appears as animal, he is neither an animal, man, rishi, or fish, he is eternally the Supreme Lord. Because of this, we relish your past. So, this is now Damodar Lila. Damodar Lila in Bhagavatam, Mother Kunti's vision of that. So, that's very fast. What?
My dear Krishna, Yashoda took up a rope to bind you when you committed an offense, and your perturbed eyes overflooded with tears, which washed the mascara from your eyes. And you were afraid, though fear personified is afraid of you. This side is bewildering to me.
So already Lord is appearing in so many different forms, animal, rishi, fish, and that is bewildering. He's unborn but still appearing in so many forms. He's not supposed to do anything, but he's still actively serving with his devotees. And here's another example of the bewilderment, Vidambana, created by the pastime of the Lord. A specific example of the Lord being the supreme and at the same time a plaything in the presence of his pure devotee. Vashyata, he is under the control of Mother Yashoda. So, Lord's pure devotee render unalloyed service to him, and pure devotee forget the position of Supreme Lord while rendering such service. And Lord also accepts loving service of a devotee more relishably when the service is rendered spontaneously out of pure affection without anything of reverential admiration. Generally, the Lord is worshipped by devotees in reverential attitude, but the Lord is meticulously pleased when the devotee, out of pure affection and love, considers the Lord to be less important than himself. And the Lord's pastime in the original abode of Golok Vrindavan are explained in that spirit. So there is again that, the friend consider me as one among them, and they climb on my shoulders and they say that, Ami Tomi Sam, Tomi Kon Bada Ami Tomi Sam. How you think you are a great man or something? We are all equal. And mother, in maternal affection, she sometimes bind me. And the gopis, sometimes they chastise me. So Krishna relishes these dealings more than the dealings which he has in Vaikuntha with his devotees. And to give a taste and an entrance into these dealings, he comes as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Otherwise, nobody can enter into that. So that is the Mahavadanyata of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he opened the gateway of this relationship with the Lord. Anarpit Charim Chirat Karunaya Avatirne Kalo Samarpitam Unnatujjal Rasamsa Bhakti. So Prabhupada talks about that, about friends, parents, and he accepts the reproaches of his fiancés more palatably than the Vedic hymns. So like that he talks. And then, he talks about the pastime of butter stealing with the monkeys. Then the whole pastime is told. And this picture of the Lord is adored by Kunti Devi because she is conscious of the Lord's supreme position. Therefore, because Mother Kunti was conscious of the exalted position, whereas Yashoda was not. Therefore, Yashoda's position was more exalted than Kunti's. Indirectly, Mother Yashoda praised for her unique position of love, for she could control even the all-powerful Lord as her beloved child. And then Sri Thakur says, if you were not to appear in this world, how would we be able to relish your enchanting pastime? So there are many opinions about the cause of your appearance. Now, there are 5 verses again saying about the cause. What different personalities say what Kunti has heard. And then the real causes.
Some say that the unborn is born for the glorification of pious kings. And others say that he is born to please King Yadu, one of your dearest devotees. You appear in his family as sandalwood appears in the Malaya.
So there are different opinions about the birth of the unborn. Bhagavad Gita Lord says that although he is unborn, but he comes. Ajopi Annasavya. That verse 4.7. Sorry, my words memory power is very. I know the reference, but don't know the full. So he says he's unborn, but he takes birth. So there cannot be any denial of the birth of the unborn because he himself establishes the truth. But there are different opinions as to why he takes birth. So he says, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkitam sam bhavami yuge up to yada yadai dharma se glanir bhavati bharata. So he comes to establish dharma. And he has come to glorify the pious king Yudhishthir. Because when there's a pious king ruling over the world, people are happy. So he wanted to make, Yudhishthir as the king. And he said Maharaj Nal was also a very pious king, but because he had no connection with Krishna, therefore Maharaj Yudhishthir is glorified, not Nalman. And then he gives the example that he came in the Yadu dynasty, although he can come in any dynasty. But he is called Yadu Nandan, Yadu Veer, Yadava. He came in Yadu dynasty. And just like the sandalwood trees can grow anywhere, trees. But because they grow mainly in the Malaya hills, that is called Malaya Chandan. Chandan is Chandan. All like the sun can rise in any direction. But because the sun rises in the eastern direction, so the eastern direction is glorified as the direction. So these are not the causes, but these are attributed to be connected to that. That's it. Therefore, the conclusion is that the Lord is ever unborn like the sun, yet he appears as the sun rises on the eastern horizon. As the sun is never the son of the eastern horizon, so the Lord is no one's son, but he is the father of everything that we. Then another reason. Others say
that since both Vasudeva and Devaki prayed for you, they have taken your birth as their son. Undoubtedly, you are unborn, yet you take your birth for their welfare and to kill those who are enemies of the demigods.
So he said, Paritrana and Sadhuna Vinashaya Dushkritam. So again he says that Vasudeva and Devaki, they came as Sutapa and Prishni to get the Lord as their son. So as a result of such appearance, austerities, the Lord appeared as their son.
Others say that the word being overburdened like a boat at sea is much agreed, and that Brahma, who is your son, prayed for you, and so you have appeared to diminish the Savach.
So this is also the right reason. Now, Brahma is the first son. He's born from the Garbhodaksha Vishnu. So Brahma is known as Atmahu. So Prabhupada goes in great detail how Brahma is Atmahu, who is born without Lord contacting Mother Lakshmi. And that is the omnipotence of the Lord. He glorifies that. And then further he says, when there is a trouble at the universe that cannot be solved by the administrative demigod, they approach Brahmaji. And if it is not to be solved even by Brahmaji, then Brahmaji consult and prays to Kshirodaksha Vishnu and for an incarnation and solution to the problem. So such a problem happened, and then Brahmaji went with all the demigod to Svetadip, ocean of milk, and then prayed, and then the message was relayed. So some people say that Lord appeared because of the prayers of Brahmaji. Now, according to Kunti Devi, this is the real reason for Lord's appearance. Lord performed pastime to avoid Prema Bhakti to the fallen. Bhavespin Klishya Nam Avidya Kama Karma Shravan Smarana Rahani Karishyani Iti Kechana. So that is the real reason, because all other things can be done by Lord in his other incarnation form. When he comes as Krishna, specific role is to perform the pastime by hearing which the devotees can attain prema. By hearing the incarnation of other pastimes of the other incarnation, one cannot attain prema. Prema is avoided by hearing Krishna Katha only, not the other incarnation. That can avoid liberation in their respective planets. But prema exists only, prema in the sense of the relationship with the Lord in Sakhya, Vasalya, and Madhurya, they exist in Golokan. So that can be avoided by hearing Krishna's pastime, not by other incarnations. Okay.
And yet others say that you appear to rejuvenate the devotional choice of hearing, remembering, worshipping, so on, in order that the conditions of suffering from the material science might take advantage and gain liberation.
So the way of religion is made by the Supreme Lord. Dharmam tu sakshat bhagavad pranitam. No one can create a new path of religion. The factual way of religion is to accept the Lord as the supreme authority and thus render service unto him in a spontaneous love. And Prabhupada emphasized the only function of the living being is to render service to the Lord. Therefore, the duty of the living being is just to serve him only. Unfortunately, the living entities out of illusion and misunderstanding become servant of material desire. This is called avidya. And out of such illegitimate desire, the living being make different plans for material enjoyment. He therefore become entangled in the chain of birth and death. The Lord, however, out of his causeless mercy, because more merciful to the suffering living beings than they can expect. He is more merciful to the suffering living being than they can expect. Appears before them and renovates the principles of devotional service, comprising of Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, Atma Nivedanam. For Sakhyam, Prabhupada uses the word cooperating. Adoption of all the item, any one of them can help a conditioned soul to get out of it. This particular type of mercy is bestowed upon the living being by the Lord in the form of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because he established Dharma by spreading the glories of Shravanam Kirtanam. That was the Shravanam Kirtanam Bhagavad Dharma Chaitanya Mahaprabhu established by his own personal example and by his preaching. So this further together inside. Very beautiful ones. Shravanti, those who hear, chant continuously, Abhikshana, Smaranti, remember, Nandanti, they take pleasure in that. So they will see your lotus feet soon, which alone can stop the repetition of birth. This is the translation we discussed.
O Krishna, those who continuously hear, chant, and repeat your transcendental activities or take pleasure in others doing so, certainly see your lotus feet, which alone can stop the repetition of birth and death.
So those who continuously hear, chant, repeat, or take pleasure in others doing so, is also important. They may be able to do to some degree, but they're very appreciative of others who are able to do. 64 वाला नहीं करते, जो 64 वाला करते हैं उनको हरिबोल बोलते हैं. So गलत बात है. So Radha Maharaj told the formula. that somebody may do something and get the mercy if they do it in right consciousness. But by just having the genuine right appreciation for somebody who's doing the devotional service, you get the same benefit. उसको करने दो और तुम हरि बोल बोलो. Doesn't mean we should not do our part, but I'm saying whatever we can't do, whatever we aspire to do, somebody else is doing it, we appreciate it. Why? Because appreciation is the antidote for envy. Envy is the root cause of our coming to material world and staying in the material world. So because by appreciating devotees, the disease of envy is uprooted. That is why the Lord becomes pleased and Lord appreciates appreciation. Lord appreciates appreciation. So it's a very simple way. इसीलिए बोला है कि अप्रिशिएट करो, क्रिटिसाइज मत करो. क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करो तो मुंह तो बंद थोड़ी रखेंगे. अप्रिशिएट करो. ओके, मुंह बंद रखना ज्यादा मुश्किल है. क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना है, अप्रिशिएट करो तो अप्रिशिएट करो और हरिनाम करो. पाथ इज वेरी सेफ. एंड करेक्शन करना है तो आप अधिकार दें. अधिकार है तो करेक्शन करो, अधिकार नहीं है तो रिपोर्ट करो, और रिपोर्ट करने के बाद प्रे करो. बस सिंपल है लाइफ, इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड नहीं. आपका अधिकार है तो आप करेक्ट करो, अधिकार नहीं है तो रिपोर्ट करो, रिपोर्ट करने के बाद प्रे करो और फिर भजन करो. बस उतना ही है, और कोई टेंशन लेने का काम नहीं. मैनेजर हो टेंशन लेना पड़ता है. राधे श्याम का अटेंडेंस रिकॉर्ड देना है तो सबका 120 लोगों का अटेंडेंस देखना पड़ता है. बाकी आप लोगों का लाइफ में है भी तो 10-20 बच्चे हैं तो वो अधिक आपका अधिकार है ना, ड्यूटी है ना, वट एवर डिवोटीज आर गाइडिंग. बट अदरवाइज इट्स वेरी सिंपल. So, in order to see the Lord, one has to change his present vision by developing a different condition of life, full of spontaneous love of Godhead. Yam Syam Sundaram Achintya Gunaswarupa Premanjanit Sunita Bhakti Virochani. When Krishna was personally present on the face of the globe, not everyone could see him as a supreme Lord. Matter like Ravan, Hiranyakashipu, Kamsa, Jarasan, Shishupala. Highly qualified personalities by acquisition of material asset, but they are unable to appreciate the presence of the Lord. Therefore, even though the Lord may be present before our eyes, it is not possible to see him unless we have the necessary vision. The same thing is prayers of Mukunda. After the Lord called him, Mukunda, come and have my darshan. Mukunda offered beautiful prayers, and there he quotes all these personalities. My dear Lord, what will I see you? What is your actual darshan? Our actual darshan is not to see your form. So many people saw your form, but they did not surrender. They did not surrender. But then the actual darshan is when we receive your mercy. Then we become qualified to see you with love and we get the desire to serve you. That is actual darshan. This necessary qualification developed by the process of devotional service only, beginning with hearing about the Lord from the right sources. This is another emphasis Prabhupada had consistently in his purport. Hear from the right source, hearing from a bona fide author. So Bhagavad Gita is one of the popular literature. But in spite of such hearing, sometimes it is experienced that the performer of such devotional service does not see the Lord eye to eye. The reason is that the first item, Shravan, is very important. If hearing from the right sources, it acts very quickly. Prabhupada writes, when he says something that it implies the quality part. Like he said, actual association of devotee brings very quick transformation. So then actual matlab abhi quality consciousness. Here he says, if hearing from the right source, it acts very quickly. And the 3:25:25. What is that verse? Sadam Prasangam Mam Vidasam. Generally, people hear from unauthorized persons. Such unauthorized person may be very learned by academic qualification, but because they do not follow the principle of devotional service, hearing from them becomes a sheer waste of time. Therefore, first one should select a competent and bona fide speaker and then hear from. So if one wants to hear Bhagavat Padagya, Bhagavat. When the hearing process is perfect and complete, other processes become automatically perfect in their own way. And there are all processes, but provided the hearing process is perfect. All other process depends on hearing. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Archanam, everything depends on hearing as the first process. And Bhagavatam, the activities of the Lord begin from dealing with Pandavas. Many other dealings are there with Asuras and others. 10th canto, the sublime dealing with his conjugal associates are there. Since the Lord is absolute, there is no difference in the transcendental nature of each and every dealing of the Lord. But sometimes people in an unauthorized hearing process take more interest in hearing about the dealing with other people. Such an inclination indicates the lusty feeling of the hearer. So a bona fide speaker of the dealing of the Lord never indulges in such hearing. One must hear the Lord about the Lord from the very beginning, and that will help the hearer attain perfection by progressive development. One should not therefore consider that a dealing with the Pandavas are less important than a dealing with the Gopis. So Krishna is in first canto, and after that in third canto little bit, and then he directly comes to 10th canto. Third canto, Uddhava remembers all the past time. That is it. You must always remember that the Lord is always transcendental to mundane attachment, and thus hearing of all these scripture is essential. So now, Kunti Maharani says that now you're leaving us is inappropriate because so many enemies are there. So our time is over. We are left with 1 more hour of discussion. I tried, but I mean, I can't do faster than this. And there will be like, express train. Passenger will remain outside only. Train will leave the station. Train छूट गया. Train station पहुंच गया. आप पहुंचे कि नहीं? Passenger को पहुंचेंगे. So we'll decide whether to do it today night or whether to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow also 10:30 to 11:30 or 10 to 11 also. 11:30 I can leave, I think. 1 o'clock is flight reaches. Good to receive Maharaj. So you decide. Today also 8 to 9 I'm available. 7 to 8 I have another class. In case you wish. But अभी ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, overdose. कल ही करो. आपका रुकने का भी हो जाए. बस निकल गई. ऐसा तो कल दिन तो आपके